Welcome to our work session this evening. First thing is, does anyone have anything that they would like to comment on, review from the regular agenda? No, just hours and hours of budget things come in our place. Yeah. All right, we will start with updates from council members and staff. Emily just arrived, so I'm going to start on the other side, Sarah, with you.
Thanks. I do have, I'll give you one big fun announcement from Parks and Rec. We're going to be doing a 5K this year as a fundraiser on the morning of July 4th. So before the parade, we're going to have a 5K that will run the parade route. There's still some details being worked out and entry forms and whatnot haven't been released yet, but keep that on your radar and let your 5K running friends know to come to Webster before the parade. That's it. That's all I got.
Sounds good. Thank you. Emerson?
I only have one thing, Mayor, is once again, the summer is upon us, and we're going to also have the swim pass for the community again this year. So you'll hear more information come out probably within the next week, 2 weeks. I know the school districts is preparing to give passes to the schools, and so we're still asking for donations to continue this project. So feel free to make contributions.
And those contributions go through Webster Rock Hill
Webster
Ministries?
Rock Hill Ministries, yes.
Okay, thank you. Pam?
Yes, I have three. I attended 3 meetings in the last few days, so I'll go over those quickly if you don't mind. Business Development Commission met last Thursday. The business survey is still open on the website for a little bit longer, but it is going to be closed, and data will be presented at the May meeting. All 3 business district commissions have openings, so they are looking for members to help apply for those. And then just for each of the business districts, Old Webster and Old Orchard have an expanded beautification budget, which will start being implemented this spring and summer. Old Orchard is planning their gazebo series, getting that up and running again. And Crossroads is organizing a pickleball tournament in August to benefit the Mighty Oaks Foundation. Green Space Advisory Commission met last night, and they have been busy with events. They've pretty much on a roll of doing an event each month. So we had an Arbor Day recap. It was a rainy day, but it was well attended given the circumstances. And they did plant the 150 trees in Larson Park. They had 9 volunteers to do that. And then, I'm sorry, that was in Barbary Park. And in Larson Park over the weekend, 104 trees were planted. The link is live for Green Our City. So if you're interested in getting a tree in the public right of way near your home, to go there and fill out the application. The members have been really diligent in getting applications. They actually been knocking on doors to go talk to those residents that have been identified as potential locations for trees. And they're going to be sending out more postcards for that. There's a speaker series on May 26th that will be at Larson Park, and that's going to be the launching of the mayor's Monarch Pledge. And then along with the tree stewards, they are going to be doing, for those people that have committed to having trees, they will have a training for them on June 14th and July 14th, and they will tell you how to take care of your tree for the first couple of years you have it. And then finally, they are working on their parade float that they are going to be doing with sustainability, and they have they're working on a pollution reduction theme that they can both collaborate on with their float. And then finally, last night, Plan Commission met. There was just a public hearing for one project, Euclid Elms, which is the PEU. It's an overlay to the current A4 zoning, residential zoning district. And the overall concept is that it minimizes environmental impact and will be compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. Members of the neighborhood presented and spoke, and they are generally in favor of it. They would like to add maybe a couple more criteria for affordable housing, but they understand that that still be worked through if that is possible. The architects are open to more collaboration. And so then the public hearing closed and it passed by a vote of 9-0. So we'll be seeing that presentation in the coming weeks. And I think that's it.
Thank you.
Mayor, can I add on to?
Please do.
I just want everyone to know for full disclosure that that particular development is right up the street from my house. And I did speak at the planning last night. So I'm wearing basically 3 hats as a resident on that block, a representative from the North Webster Neighborhood Coalition in the City Council. So
Thank you. David?
Nothing for me, Mayor.
Karen?
Historic preservation meeting, they're continuing to work on their projects for their Joy Built homes. Right now, they're creating a tour or a walk, and there's more information to come on that. They've also been looking at the remaining Lustron homes in the area to highlight those and just bring attention to them. So that's pretty much what they're working on. The library, they're gonna have on Friday, May 20th, the former editor of the Kirkwood Times is going to be their speaker. He'll be talking about, I think, a book that he's written, but he's going to be visiting them. He's their visiting author. I would sure like to ask him how he likes the direction of Kirkwood Times. And the president the budget was discussed. Tom is retiring next year. So this is going to be his last year. He's going to help with this final budget. This will be his last year doing so. And then it'll be up to the board to select a new director. And they just talked about different ways to do that, running an ad in Kirkwood Times, Webster Kirkwood Times, as well as going through the Municipal Library Association and posting it. Because he said sometimes you have directors from surrounding libraries that like to go for the position because I think it's one of the better paid, and he actually came from a different library. So anyway, that's all I have.
Great. Yes, ma'am.
Welcome. Thanks. I sat in on the Green Space Advisory meeting last night just to kind of get a feel for going to boards and commissions. So that was good. And I had a training a week ago at the Municipal League to start learning what it means to be on council. So that was helpful.
Great. Thanks, Emily. Katie, do you have anything?
Nothing.
I got to go back now since I started on the quote unquote wrong side.
You did
Mr.
it
City
right, because
Attorney?
I have nothing to report.
And I only have one thing.
All right.
and That is to remind council of the new planning calendar. Staff have been using this for quite some time, but I'm sharing it with council now. If you have items you want to see, comments on those, please either communicate with myself or the mayor. So looking forward to using this as a tool, and it's a little scary and overwhelming how quickly it's already filling up. It will be undoubtedly a busy year.
I have a couple of things. I was at the Municipal League meeting on Thursday, and there were 2 interesting speakers. Talabi Roach from Bi-State talked about their secure platform plan. I don't know how many people know that Bi-State lost 60% of its ridership during the pandemic. And in trying to get that ridership back, one of their big concerns, or the concerns of riders, is safety. And so the secure platform plan is going to put an entry and exit gate, some fencing, some electronic ticketing, and looks like it is a pretty sophisticated plan. And the great thing in municipal government, it's fully funded. So with both private and public funds. The second presentation was Missouri American Water. And I bet, Todd, you know all about this. They're doing their targeted lead services program. And that is simply an initiative by 2030 to replace all the lead service lines. And they're going to do this with no direct cost to the consumer. We in Webster Groves, we've got to be their example, and we have 9,000 residences where they don't know whether there's lead lines or not. And so there'll be a lot of the surveying done as they try and assess where this replacement is going to take place. There are several communities in North County that will be the first communities for replacement, but they're going to do all the assessing, they believe, within the next 2 years, I think. So we'll know then when we'll be part of their lead pipe replacement. I was at the Arts Commission this morning. heard a really interesting presentation from Doug Miller about a proposal for a mural in Ivory Crockett Park on the restroom there. That is in early stages of development, but the Arts Commission was very enthusiastic, and it looks like it would be a great thing to happen as we continue to improve that park. All right. Unless someone wants to add something, we'll go on to our topics, and we will start, I believe, or Chief. Okay.
Madam Mayor and members, this is the Firehouse 2 construction update. So I'll ask Jen Kissinger from Navigate Solutions, our building rep, our owner's rep for this project. She'll kick off this presentation, then we'll be back to talk about budget as we move through the PowerPoint.
Thanks, Jen, and we appreciate you being with us.
Thanks for having me. All right, so I think I've presented to most of you before. You're mostly all returning except for Emily, I believe. So thanks for having me. I'll just advance here. I can find. Okay, which one? There. Coming towards me. Maybe. There, I'll just click. All right, perfect. All right, so we're just going to do a quick update. Most of you know the firehouse is being constructed in 2 separate phases. Phase 1, I'm going to advance real quick to this slide. So phase 1 was the elongated portion, which is the bunk room addition that has been completed. If you drive by, you can see that's where most of the bunk rooms are. There's like a temporary kitchen at the back, and then the temporary apparatus bay that the apparatus has been driving in and out of towards the back of the property. And then you can see the outline of the original house that has been demolished. And then we are in phase 2 construction, which will be the new apparatus bay and then all of the support features of the new house. And then there's a little connecting strip between phase 1 and phase 2, which will have a lot of the support features, the new kitchen, new offices and things of that sort in between. So in phase 2, the roof is in progress. The air barrier is complete. That's the blue membrane that's on the outside of the building. Usually we get a lot of unusual calls about, is the building going to be blue? No, it's not going to be blue. So that's just the air barrier that's complete. Masonry is getting ready to get started. I think there might be a little bit of scaffolding that has finally gotten into place. If we can get the rain to stop, that will really get going on the outside of the building. Inside, we're moving along quite well. All of the slabs have been poured and a lot of the interior walls are being constructed. The mechanical, electrical, plumbing is all taking place. So if you've driven by, that's really starting to take shape inside the building. Just an overall schedule update. Last time we met, I think the last time we presented was in August of last year. At that time, we had talked about some of the risk in getting progress going. Obviously, phase 1 was delayed quite a bit. We had some risk with some of the utility companies kind of delaying the project, unfortunately. Anything that could have gone wrong that we had talked about being potential risks, those did come to fruition. So we had some delays with getting the power onto the building and getting that brought to phase 1. And also with Missouri American Water, you might have heard me snicker a little when you were talking about the lead project. Those 2 things did delay phase 1, unfortunately, which caused delays to the start of phase 2. And then we had a terrific December, which allowed us to get the foundations in for phase 2 and allowed us to mitigate any costs for winter conditions for concrete. Unfortunately, January happened and we got ice storm after ice storm after ice storm. And then we hit rain after rain after rain, which we're still getting rain. So phase 2 is looking like a completion now in July instead of what was supposed to be December. So the new final completion is looking like the end of July is what we're projecting currently. This is what the outside of the building looks like right now. And the inside, so you can see the slabs are poured, the interior masonry walls are up, some framing, a lot of the MEPs. So this is on the alleyway, just to the side of the bunk room. So that's where the generator will sit. All right, budget update. So what you see here is the first column to the left is the post-bid budget. This was the starting budget. You know, Eric is going to talk a little bit more about this. The 5.2 total there at the bottom is the budget that we had talked with, Navigate had talked with previous staff about what we were managing to originally. The 4.176 is what Wright's original contract was on bid day. And then the 270 was that original construction contingency that we were managing to. And over in the current projections is where we are today. So we've got some change orders that have come through. The contingency there is a little confusing. It looks like a negative. It looks like we're over budget there. That's actually what we're projecting is remaining in the contingency. So we're projecting about a little over 30,000 remaining in the contingency column. And then the utility cost, that was the Missouri American Water cost, that was over budget. We're actually under on furniture, fixtures, and equipment. So staff has done a great job at buying out the furniture for the project. Professional services is a little bit over, and technology, staff has done a great job at maintaining that. That cost actually includes some costs for City Hall and some of the costs for card access and things like that that we've been doing over here. And then Eric's going to speak to the land acquisition and financing. Those items we actually had originally pulled out of the budget, and previous staff was paying for those out of other funds, was our understanding. And then Eric, you want to come up and speak to some of this?
Thanks, Jen, and Madam Mayor and members. Again, as we have briefed the council, those two line items, the land acquisition cost of $357,000, and then also the financing of the bond sale was included in our fund that we pay for Fire Station 2. So it's in our books as being paid from that fund, but it was removed from the project budget. So when I came on board and we started to reconcile those two sets of books, we realized there's a problem here. Why are we at a spot where there's a money issue before nearing the completion of the project? And that is those two costs have been removed. And so we have done an estimate and looking at that and have prepared a fund balance transfer for you later today from the capital fund, which is an eligible fund for this project, to the Fire Station 2 fund, which we believe will be sufficient to complete the project. Now, I always caveat that with a guarantee of if we get rain and rain and rain and rain, we don't know what that will bring. That transfer also includes the extension. Navigate has graciously appeared tonight, but they are no longer under contract with us. Neither is our architect. And we obviously need to have those entities to move towards completion. So we need to have those approvals done along with the fund balance transfer. It's an unfortunate reality, but at the same point, it speaks to, you may have heard me mention before, a project ledger, which is a way of accounting that extends across fiscal years. If you've looked at your budget, you'll see very little in Firehouse 2 this year, right? Because we're actually using 2021 money still here in fiscal year 2022, correct? So a project ledger extends across the way, and those, if in the future, aquatic center, the fitness studio addition, a project ledger will allow us to make sure that we're reconciling weekly, monthly, whatever the appropriate schedule we determine may be, so that this situation doesn't arise again. But I do want to thank Navigate for working with us to help find that discrepancy. And we do, from management's perspective, endorse and recommend the transfer that we put in front of you in resolution 2217.
Eric, can I ask, so how much was the bond issued for?
The bond was issued for 4.8 some, so about 4.8 million, plus then about another 99,000. So it's about 4.9 was the amount of the bond. So from the very beginning, a $5.2 million budget was a little over the bond amount that we had actually taken in.
And I remember that, but what was there a limit on the amount that the bond could be based off of what was voted on by the citizens? I forget. Could we have gone more, I guess is.
I off the top of my head, I don't know. I wasn't here. I can look back at that, but I do think that you would have been close to about the 5 million mark to achieve the no tax increase number that you were looking for.
Well, the only reason I ask is because I'm intrigued, because a rather sizable portion, the land acquisition and financing, was removed from the budget for some reason. And if we had gone out for the full limits of the bond, it would have at least decreased the amounts that we would have had to transfer now.
That's correct.
And so I guess my question is for Navigate is who was the contact individual that you were dealing with prior to the turnover at City Hall?
I was not the direct contact at that time. The owner of our company, Craig Schluter, was, and he was dealing directly with Joanne and Chief Yohe at that time.
I do think, David, though, we have to remember that we did at the time make an intentional decision to use some of the reserve for this to keep that bond a little lower.
Absolutely.
That was, I mean, a clear discussion that we had.
Absolutely, and that was the 5.2. So I remember that, but I know that this is neither here nor there at this point because we can't go backwards. I'm just, you know, what I keep seeing is issues or problems are arising because of past decisions that I don't think council was necessarily fully informed of. And so this isn't on you. I'm sorry. I'm just speaking right now. But like, for instance, the other thing that has come to light is the green part of this project. And I remember pushing extremely hard with the former city manager that I wanted to see some green technology placed in this.
Mhm.
And unbeknownst to me, it seems like that was kind of waived or pushed under the rug without council being informed or without that discussion
Mhm.
being had. And so I only bring that up for the public's purpose, not for you, Navigate, and I apologize,
No,
but it
no.
just seems odd to me that this continues to arise. And this isn't the first instance. And it's alarming, and it frankly, it troubles me and it makes me angry. Sorry. You can go ahead.
No, I understand.
Are there other questions, comments?
I have a question. So did I hear you say that we're no longer under contract with the contractor and the architect? No, or did I miss?
We're under contract. We just are outside of our billing.
We're outside of our bill.
We're billed out of our contract.
The value of the contract as we pay. We need the fund transfer and also the approval to increase the amount of the contract for both Navigate and Gemma, the architect.
Okay.
Is the contingency covering that?
The contingency for the project typically covers the construction costs,
Okay,
the unforeseen construction costs.
not fees.
No, not typically. Yeah, it's usually based on the months of construction.
Other questions, comments?
Are these numbers here, the 28 and the 10, are those part of the previous slide that we saw with the bottom line?
They
Or
are.
wasn't it
Yep,
just-
those are forecasted within that amount.
Just for future reference, the contingency that was placed in this project, was it on the low side?
Um,
270,000 out of a 5.2 million.
So yes, only because that's a line item contingency. So within Wright's contract, we had other line item scope allowances. So we had soil allowances that we were anticipating. And part of that savings of the contingency that you see are savings of soil allowances that we are not anticipating using. So we have some remediation, like in the parking lot, that we're not anticipating needing to use. So that's part of that savings that we're anticipating. We also saw savings in other soils on the foundations that we didn't have to see that we've recognized. And there was also a $50,000 scope coordination allowance within the contract. So there were line item allowances within the contract already that added to that $270,000 contingency, makes an overall larger percentage of contingency. It's just that those are contingencies we know are more than likely going to be needed. Because conversely, sometimes we have clients that are like, if you know things are going to be needed, why don't you plan for them? And you almost get like the reverse argument for other clients that are like, well, why didn't you plan for that if you knew that you were going to need that? And so, you almost can't win sometimes.
Thank you.
All right, if we have no further questions or comments, thank you very much, Jen. We look forward to seeing you when we get to cut a ribbon and celebrate the opening of
Thank
this
you.
project.
I do as well. I want to wrap it up because I just don't want to go long. Is this in their packet?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So there's a couple more slides, just like some milestone things that are coming up for you all to look at.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
It looks great.
It does.
It really does.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I wish I could take credit for the design.
We'll give you the credit.
All right, item number 2, infrastructure.
It's you,
I
Mr.
believe
Ray.
that is you, Mr. Ray.
So Mayor and Council, you may remember a few months ago, Mr. Ray did an infrastructure presentation for you that outlined several unattended and previously unaddressed infrastructure needs. And so what he's done is he's updated this along with identified some additional needs. So we're going to have that discussion, and it's a great time to discuss it as we go into the budget discussions later this evening. There are some items, and I believe there are additional items that we've got planning for underway, but we don't have the full cost. So what you're going to see tonight are some real costs as well as some estimated cost. Mr. Ray?
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Yep.
It's like 3 screens.
Too many screens. Too many screens.
Okay. No, it's fine. I was trying to figure out. Share the screen there, so I'm gonna do it.
Mhm. 3 screens is definitely better than no screens. So
Okay, so yeah, I presented this a few months ago to most of you, except for Ms. Hickson Shepherd wasn't here, obviously. So, and I have added a couple new things into there, some updates, and I got some prices on a couple items. So, just what the city buildings that I'm over in charge of are City Hall, which includes the police and firehouse #1, Service Center, which is the Public Works and the Parks Department, Firehouse 2, which is currently under construction, so hopefully that won't be any more headaches for me, and Recreation Center. So City Hall was originally erected in 1931, and then we had a renovation to the building in 2001, and nothing has been done to the building since then. So we've got a lot of catching up to do. So City Hall, well, we did do some things. We did replace the chiller in 2016. And then all the air handling units were recommissioned in 2017. And then the fire department rooftop AC unit was replaced in 2011. So those things weren't apparently done with the 2001. That was more of a remodel of the offices and everything. So we're probably projecting that we're going to need to replace the entire HVAC system for the entire building, which includes the chiller and all the rooftop units, and then all the air handling units that are in the offices. And that's projected to be close to $1 million to do that. And I have that projected for FY36, so that's quite a ways out. The HVAC equipment that's here at City Hall, the chiller is the big white thing that's out in the fenced in area on the east side of the building. And then there's 2 air handler units and 2 rooftop units. And then inside every office, there's 62 units of the variable air volume, which is what controls the flow of the air going into the offices and out of the offices. So we did a roof assessment in 2021 because the roofs are starting to fall apart. And we discovered that the flat roofs need new coatings, and that's going to cost about $75,000. We have that in the budget for next year. The asbestos roof, which is above us right here, needs to be replaced, and we are recommending a 30-year metal roof, which they can make look like shingles, but it'll be metal, and we'll have a 30-year warranty on it. And that's going to be $120,000. So that's projected for a couple of years out. So the schedules based on the roof assessments, the red needs to be done immediately or within the next 1 to 2 years. The yellow areas, 3 to 6 years, and then the green areas can be 7+ years. And the green area on the City Hall building, that's mostly over the fire department. So the flat roofs, that we're looking to replace over the next 2 years is A, D, and E. We're gonna do D and E for that 75,000, and the A is, I think, 120,000, so. And there's some pictures of what it looks like. The coating is failing. That's supposed to be all solid white. So that'll be replaced. Here's the shingles on the front part of the building. We have some missing shingles. We have broken shingles. Those are gonna need to be replaced, and we're recommending the metal roof for that, where then we can make it look like a shingle roof, so. We have air bubbles in areas, that's right over here between the roofs, between the city hall, the council room and that roof there. That's where those bubbles are at. And then those are the asbestos tiles on the back there that are missing. And then that's my SIP for it. So 60,000 in 23, 120,000 in 24, and then only 15,000 in 27. That's a small area that needs to be done. And then the HVAC, I'm projecting it for FY36. The chiller alone is 600,000. And then we're gonna have to do all the small units inside the offices. So that'll probably be another 200,000 to 300,000 add-on. There's close to $1 million. City Hall entrance. I don't know if any of you have noticed when you walk in, if you look up, the paint is chipping and falling down, and we have that scheduled to be redone in FY23. We're going to repaint this entire floor. So this room will be repainted. Dr. Peoples has picked out the color. She hasn't shared it with me yet, so I don't know what it is. I think it's going to be hot pink. Hot pink, right?
I don't think you've ever seen me with a hot pink anything.
Okay. So we're going to scrape and repaint that that roof area there, that ceiling area, and the front entrance. And then the columns will be painted, and all the window trim will be painted white also. So that'll be fresh.
Do you know the last time that was done?
Probably before 2001.
Come look out the window.
You can see it.
From my
Yeah.
office, yeah.
You can look up and look
It's
at
pretty.
it. Yeah. So
And will that have to be done? Do you know how often that will have to be done?
Or should be done.
It should be done, yeah.
painting is probably about 10 years. Yeah. So
And we'll do that in-house, right? If you're-
no, we're hiring a
Or
contractor.
we hired that
Yeah.
out.
We're hiring a contractor.
Okay.
We did do the mayor's office in-house, but because we wanted to get it done before she
I know we
moved
talked
in.
About something that was done in-house.
Before she moved in, we got it done. So
Thank
we'll
you.
have a contractor. You're welcome. So the service center was originally erected in 68, and then it has a renovation in 2006. It has HVAC unit needs. We had a unit replaced in 2012, but we've been having trouble with it, and we have parts on order to fix it. It's only cooling half of the building, so it's not. So we're getting that fixed. The roof assessment was done in 2021 on the service center also, and those flat roofs need new coatings, and that's 160,000 for those. And then the roof under our solar panels also needs replacement, and we'll have to remove the solar panels, replace the roof, and then reinstall the solar panels. That's why it's 225,000 for that. And then this is the schedule for the roofs. And there's some pictures of what we got, some rips in the membranes. A nice hole behind the wall there for water to enter in. So we gotta get that all sealed. And then this didn't turn out very good, but this was my SIP for the roofs at the service center. We're doing 159,000 next year, 225,000 the following year, and then we'll be done with the roofs at the service center.
What does SIP mean? Costing plan? What
No,
is it?
capital improvement plan.
Capital improvement? Okay.
So where's the HVAC cost? Is that part of
That's,
this?
no, the cost that we have for the part that we've ordered now is coming out of this budget
Okay.
year 22. So there are items for consideration at City Hall. The exterior brick needs tuck pointing, and that could be contributing to the windows that are leaking at Firehouse 1. We're eventually going to have to replace all these carpets in here. At least none of them have big tears in them yet. The hot water heaters will probably need to be replaced soon. The appliances in the break room. The ceiling tiles in the offices, the drop ceilings, those need to be replaced. A lot of them have water damage. And so we want to fix those water damage areas before we put the ceiling tiles. The gutters are eventually going to need to be replaced. They clog a lot, and we try to clean them out as much as we can. And the windows, because of the leaking windows, I've gotten prices for windows and it's not cheap. So the windows, and I think it's on another slide, but so the tuck pointing for City Hall is estimated at 45,000. Service center tuck pointing was completed this year. And then we repainted the building and that was 40,500 this year. So here's the windows. So there's 97 total windows, not technically, but these windows here are counted as 2. Each window is 2 because the top is a separate window. I did not know that until the window guys were here. And I said, okay. So we have 97 windows at City Hall. The cost to replace them is $1,681 a window, $163,000 to replace all the windows at City Hall. And we're going to replace them to look exactly as they look now, so that we don't have to go to ARB. We will not need to go to ARB. Mara told me if we keep everything the same, we don't have to go to ARB.
Before we go to Firehouse 1, on that list of things that we
Yeah.
need to do at City Hall, what about the tiles on the ground up at the entrance of City Hall?
Yeah, those we haven't looked at. The police department has a lot of tile floors too, so
Yeah, because I know there's some broken and chips.
I haven't.
Like right, you know.
Are you talking about the outside
Yeah, like
at the entranceway?
Yeah.
Yeah, we've repaired those,
the
but yeah,
outside ones, like the
you're getting
larger
a-
kind of.
it's a lot of salt damage, so that whole plaza will probably have to be replaced. Yeah, and then it has brick in it, so I don't know why they did it that way. I mean, you can do stamped concrete to look like brick. So that was, when we do go to replace that, we'll do it in stamped concrete. So. Firehouse 1 has some architectural needs. Met with the chief and the assistant chief and one of the captains or battalion chief, one of the battalion chiefs, and went over their needs that they're looking at. Their locker rooms need to be better suited. They only have 2 bathrooms with showers, so they want to have 4. And then their sleeping quarters are just one room, one big room, and it's all bunk beds. And they would like to have individual sleeping quarters. So more like a dorm room situation. So I had a consultant come out, architectural engineering consultant, and they met with us and took a lot of pictures, and I sent them the plans, the electronic plans for City Hall, which has all the dimensions on it, so they can put together some rough ideas. They're gonna run it by the chief before they then give us a cost estimate on what it's gonna cost for them to design it and what they think it's gonna cost to do those improvements. So,
In the private sleeping quarters, that's what we have at Firehouse 2, right?
Firehouse 2,
So
yeah,
then they
and
can
that's
get-
where it's coming from. The guys at Firehouse 1 are seeing the stuff at Firehouse 2 and like, hey, we want that, so.
But it would also help with like diversifying the fire.
Correct, and we don't have any, at Firehouse 1, we don't have access for if they had a female firefighter, so we need to do something to be able to do that, so.
What were these? I'm sorry.
Sorry,
in
I
regards
can't
to
go back.
Firehouse one,
Or can
I mean,
you?
these-
I see it down at the bottom. I don't know if I need to.
When were these needs for these improvements known? First, like, I mean, did the fire department or these didn't just come about, right?
Yes, they just came about.
David,
Oh,
will
really?
you use
Yes.
the
Oh, yeah,
microphone?
sorry. They did just come about?
It just come about in what, month or 2?
So they first raised it around
Yeah.
a month ago, Councilman Franklin,
Oh,
but
yeah.
obviously the bunking
Yeah,
situations have
yeah.
been
It's
that
been-
way since it was erected. I believe the idea, and I don't disagree that we need to be able to diversify. We want to hire female firefighters, that sort of thing. I am told that previously there was a female firefighter that we figured out sleeping accommodations. But so we do need to make changes. Whether or not the sleeping quarters are the immediate need is a different conversation. I would say there's some other needs such as the windows, the leaks they're experiencing in Firehouse 1, perhaps the showers, that sort of
Yeah, the
thing.
shower is a big thing. Mhm.
The only reason I bring this up is I think this is a great idea, what you're doing here, presenting this to us, and I really appreciate it. Todd, it's just that it seems to me that if we had known this at the time that we went out for the bond for Firehouse 2, we could have added a little bit more and fixed Firehouse 1 at the same time. And it just seems kind of like a missed opportunity.
Well, one of the recommendations was to go out for another bond and build another new Firehouse 1.
You know, it's easier to put it all in
Yes.
one, you know?
Correct.
Councilman Franklin, that's an excellent point. And of course, I can't speak to why that wasn't done, but so to answer your question, all of those needs would have been present at the time the previous bond
Yeah.
went out for.
Yeah, and so that's why it's so great that you're doing this, Don. I really appreciate it because it helps us plan
Sure.
accordingly, especially on something like a bond.
Right.
As we
Exactly.
do look at the future.
Right.
Yeah, I love that we have costs out to FY 36.
Yeah.
I mean, not all of them.
Well, we're hoping that HVAC can last that long.
Yeah, I guess my concern with that one, not to get too off topic, is that we think it's $1 million. Is that $1 million FY 20?
That's projected. No, that, yeah, I projected it out to
$36?
36. Yeah. Mhm.
So the earlier we do it, hopefully the less.
We can save less. Yeah. Mhm. Yes. Yep. Okay. So Firehouse 2, the old building obviously had a lot of issues, but that has gone away. So hopefully all of those issues will be eliminated and be under warranty with the new building. So. Rec Center, they recently got their HVAC replaced. I think a couple of units. I don't think all of it was replaced, just a couple of units. And we have one of the units that were still in pretty good shape down at the service center. However, it won't fit up on our roof, so we can't use it. But then we thought, well, maybe we can mount it on the side and have it connected with duct work and everything, but we're like, nah, we'll just repair ours. So. The elevator at the rec center is currently being modernized. That's under contract. And then there's floor issues at the rec center and the gym, workout areas, the rental rooms. And then the ice rink has big issues with refrigeration that Scott's brought up to me. So
What kind of floor issue?
the gym floor needs to be replaced. The workout areas, has that rubber mat that all needs to be replaced. So.
The wood floors are okay, it's the other.
Right, it's
And
those rubber floors that are
the
in the
ice
gym.
rink
And
issue is like a potentially incredibly expensive issue, right?
what is?
The ice rink.
Yeah, the
Sorry, the ice
refrigeration at the ice rink.
Yeah.
Is that why we melt it all and redo it? Is that's what,
Yes.
that's the,
And
that's the fix for now?
he shuts it down for a month,
Yeah.
but it needs to be running year round. So
Yeah.
yeah.
There's like permafrost.
Oh, no.
underneath the
Ah.
ice rink.
I know.
I'm sure you all know, but I was like,
Yes.
"There's permafrost? There's
Mhm.
permafrost underneath, so that gets melted down. But he said that if there's like one layer and if that fails, then the whole thing's gone.
Right.
And it's
Yeah, then
very,
we won't
very-
have ice at all. Yeah.
it's bond issue expensive.
That's, yeah, it's probably close to that. And then just a quick summary of the costs. For the current fiscal year, we're spending about 380,000. And that was mostly at rec center. Actually, the elevator came in at 80,000. And then the HVAC was 280,000. And then those are the projections for 23 out to 30. Well, so 32, we're looking at the service center needing to have its HVAC replaced, and then in 36 for the city hall HVAC. So
So the roofs in City Hall can be maintained until all of them are done?
the
So I
what?
guess I'm 23, 24, and 27.
Yeah, the roofs. Mhm. Yeah.
So they're in that good shape that they can hold on.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's not detrimental, but it's close to that. So
So had there been considerations about prepping or adding solar panels to City Hall now that we're working on the roof?
Dr. Peoples and I have discussed it, and it's about 95,000 per flat roof area to do that. So I was thinking, Eric, maybe put it in possible use with the ARP funds.
So the funding that you all see, the estimated cost, thank you, Councilwoman Bliss, does not include solar. We did have that discussion, but we did not get the solar pricing back in time to put it in
Yeah,
here. So
right.
it is a conversation as both Mr. Peterson and I speak with you this evening. Of course, solar is the right thing to do, but it has a very costly investment up front.
Can we do, does that include any sort of estimate on the overtime reward essentially
Mhm.
for solar?
the what?
What will we save over time with solar in terms of calculating whether we should spend the
Yeah.
money up front?
So
That
the-
information would be good.
Yeah, the service center solar, that was done on a lease. And the lease was paid off in like 8 years. And so it's paying for itself now. And we are 40% of the building's energy is by the solar panels.
Okay.
So
if we-
would you-
So if we could get that here at City Hall, 40 to 50%, if we get enough of the solar panels up on the roofs. So we have a lot of square footage of roofs here, so. And I did get the contractor that I was talking with on the solar was very interested in the rec center, and they're looking at replacing their roofs in a few years. So that would be the time then to upgrade those roofs to be able to have solar panels on top of them.
Where does where does the ice rink fit in? Is that like budgeted out yet?
Scott has not given me an estimate on
Okay.
when he wants to do that yet.
So is it worth the upfront expense for the solar?
Yeah, it pays for itself. Like the service center, it was a 10-year lease and we paid it off in 8 because it was creating enough revenue to pay it off early. And then now we're 40% of our electricity all the electricity that's used at the service center, 40% of it is from solar. So,
What does that equate to in dollars?
I don't have the cost of what our electricity is down there.
And the FY 23 column, is that included in the budget that will be?
Yes, that's in the budget for next year. Mhm. It's in the proposed.
All right, other questions or comments? Thank you. Oh,
Just one comment. If we have the numbers for the solar, I'd like just to see what they are, what impact that they would do for cash flow now, and then what benefits we'll have in the future.
Yeah, because I'd be interested to know if we paid the lease off in 8 years, what was the cost? And what has been that 40% savings per year since then?
Yeah, we could probably run those numbers.
So thank you, both council persons. You are jumping ahead to the presentation tonight, which is wonderful. No. Keep jumping ahead,
It's a
because
good,
part of that wrap
segue.
up questions that we want to ask are what budget models would you like us to run? Do you want us to come back on May 10th with those solar panel numbers incorporated and that sort of thing? So I'll go ahead and take note of that. But this is exactly the discussion and guidance we need.
I really appreciate you taking this under. This is quite the work. So I appreciate it.
It's a real headache.
Yeah.
Do we need to?
Public Works,
That's your job.
Public Works, we like to deal with the stuff that's in the ground. Stuff that's above.
All right,
Something
thank
that's just been-
thank you very much. We're going to try and do a whole bunch of stuff in about 12 minutes, and I think maybe we could actually do it. So just for those of you who are joining us or who will watch the recording later, typically board and commission assignments are done by seniority. I suggested to my colleagues that we change that this year just to ensure that everybody is a liaison to a board or commission that they're very much interested in. So I did a little survey and people ranked their preferences, and I was able to come up with assignments that I think satisfied everyone's preferences, except maybe my own, but I got one of my preferences very much so, and I shouldn't say this on a recording. Somebody's going to be mad at me later. All right, I guess that's it for my first meeting, so. All right, so we do have to announce these, so I'm going to run on through here. ARB is Councilmember Richardson. I am doing the Arts Commission. Business Development Commission is Councilmember Bliss. City Plan Commission is Councilmember Alexander. Crossroads is Councilmember Franklin. Green Space is Councilmember Hickson Shepherd. The Health Environmental Service Advisory Board, which I don't think ever meets, is for me. And the Historic Preservation Commission is Councilmember Hickson Shepherd. Old Orchard Business District is Councilmember Richardson. Old Webster Business District is Councilmember Smith. Parks and Recreation is Councilmember Alexander. Police Community Engagement Board is Councilmember Smith. Sustainability is Councilmember Bliss. Traffic Advisory is Councilmember Franklin. And I have the Webster Groves Library Board. So that is official in the record now. And you all can have a copy of this much more neatly typed. The second thing on the next item on our issues or topics is the boards and commissions. Over a year ago now, I believe it was, Council Member Franklin, Council Member Smith, myself, and former Mayor Welch were on a subcommittee to work on fine tuning some of the issues around boards and commissions. And frankly, that got swallowed up in all the other business that we've done over the last year. In discussions with council members, there was interest in putting together a subcommittee to work on boards of commissions. And from those discussions, the council has received a memo that sort of defines the scope of work for this subcommittee. And I think that's publicly available if someone wants to look at that memo. As a council, now this was a draft. So are there things that you all want to add or subtract from this? Do you need a copy? We'll share.
I didn't see anything on the mayor. I wanted to remove. I just moving in this direction is just a good step.
Yeah, I think it's amazing that we've working along with assigning commissions members. And when you look at it on paper, it really is a lot that we have to really, more formally consider as we're working, making selections. So
And hopefully it'll be moving on faster. I mean, all of a sudden we have a slot open on a commission. 3 months later, we're making an appointment. Well, we got an able body. We can just do it right in and there and move on.
So just so the public understands that the major topics to be covered by this subcommittee include how we select members in the application that we use to perhaps get more information from potential board and commission members, reviewing section 4 of our municipal code to help ensure that, we have all the right boards and commissions in there and what other rules or procedures need to change. Would we like to consider instituting training, more formal training for commission members? And then there's a little bit of a timeline in terms of this working group moving forward. I did want to add one thing that is not on there, and that is we have talked several times about having some more formal description of what the role of the liaison is from the council liaison to the commission so that, we all understand what the parameters of that job are. And occasionally Neil informs us what that is, but maybe if we had it, formally in place, we might do that a little better. So any other comments? I guess now the question is, who wants to be on this subcommittee? That's where it always comes down to.
Mayor, I'm still willing to serve.
As am I, Mayor. I've always thought that like a general set of bylaws for all boards and commissions would be helpful, and then each boards or commission can add for what is appropriate for theirs. And so I think maybe that's along the scope of where we're heading, but that just has popped into my head. That way everyone's operating from the same playing field.
Anyone else? I'm certainly willing to continue. So that would be 3 of us. And one note also for the public, even when we don't, whether we have a quorum or not, these will be posted and there'll be public meetings so that people have access to those meetings. I don't believe they'll necessarily be recorded since they're not official public meetings if there's not a quorum.
I'm happy to serve too.
All right.
Mayor, perhaps if there's going to be discussion of bylaws and creating some sort of general rules and regulations, it would be useful if I was part of that as well. So I'm certainly happy to do that.
Thank you very much. All right, where's my list of what we're doing today?
One question, Mayor. So do we have a start time, ending time?
So if the city manager and I were just discussing this, and I think we tentatively the idea was in the proposal to go ahead and work on the selection of members first to get us ready to assign a charter commission and have us as a council consider that and then later consider the rest of the proposals. And so I think we have on there, you brought your work session calendar, Marie, was that
I did.
was that the 14th we had on for the
21st.
21st? It would be nice if I knew which of the days we actually met in June. 21st. So So the first part of the proposal needs to be back by the meeting of the 21st for us to discuss. And then by the end of the summer was the hope that we get the rest of it in
First of
June.
June.
Yeah, that would, month is good. Other questions or comments?
I think it sounds great.
All right. Believe it or not, we may make it in under our hour mark here. And so the last thing on our topics today is the selection of the mayor pro tempore. Traditionally, so this is the mayor quote for the time being. So if I were to be absent, this person would serve as the presiding officer and sign stuff and do important things that I'm still learning what those are. Traditionally, in legislative bodies, that's gone to the most senior member. If we did it that way, Pam Bliss would be mayor pro tem. I did let that information, give that information to council members and asked anyone else who is interested to contact me. And guess what, Pam? I didn't hear from anyone else. So I think I need a motion from someone for us to elect Pam as mayor pro tem of the Webster Grove City Council.
I move we elect Pam Bliss to be the mayor pro tem of the Webster Grove City Council.
Second.
Can we do a voice vote or do we need to do a roll call vote?
We'll do a roll call. We'll be
Sounds
real
good.
official.
All right.
Mayor Arnold,
Yes.
Councilmember Bliss.
Yes.
Councilmember Franklin.
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander,
Yes.
Councilmember Richardson,
Yes.
Councilmember Hickson Shepherd.
Great. Congratulations. Pam. And thank you. All right. We have a few minutes before 7:30, so let's take a quick break and see if we can't, maybe 5 minutes, get started again very close to 7:30, because we have a long night ahead of us. All right, we're good to go. All right, so welcome to our regular meeting of the City Council. We welcome questions, ideas, comments from persons in attendance. Members of the audience may comment when recognized, and I think if you'd like to comment, you should have filled out a comment card, and if you have not, you can still do that. We limit comments to 3 minutes. We also, there are people on Zoom. If you have a comment, would you please, during remarks of visitors, would you please use the raise your hand feature? And we will call on you and allow you to speak when appropriate in the course of the meeting. I think we will start with the call of the roll.
Yes, Mayor. Mayor Arnold,
Here.
Councilmember Bliss. Here. Councilmember Franklin,
Here.
Councilmember Smith,
Here.
Councilmember Alexander,
Here.
Councilmember Richardson,
Here.
Councilmember Hickson Shepherd.
Here.
And right away, we're here to remarks of visitors. Is there anyone in the room who has remarks? All right, we will check and see if we have any on Zoom.
No, we do have one from Dave Buck that he sent to everybody here, and it will be a part of the exhibit to the minutes.
Great, thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
And that will do it.
All right,
It's on Spotify.
do I have to use my gavel? I think I'm gonna have to use my gavel. Order, please. All right, next up, we have new business for mayor, council members, city attorney, city manager. Does anyone have new business? I know I do. It's to officially announce the mayor pro tem of the Webster Grove City Council is Pamela Bliss, and now it will be officially in our records. All right, we'll move in. We're good to go. Move on to new business then. Council member Hickson Shepherd, would you like to call for the first and second reading of bill number 9183?
I would love to. Let me get my blue sheet out.
I never go anywhere without my blue sheet.
9181.
9183.
Oh, 9183. Yes, Mayor, I would like to call for the first and second reading of bill 9183.
Is there a second? All right.
Bill 9183, first reading. An ordinance levying a local use tax at the same rate as the local sales tax of the city of Webster Groves, Missouri.
Are there questions or comments? All right, second reading, please.
Bill 9183, second reading. An ordinance levying a local use tax at the same rate as the local sales tax of the city of Webster Groves, Missouri.
Thank you to the voters for allowing us. to do this.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Right. All right, Councilmember Alexander, Bill number 9184, please.
Yes, Mayor, I would like to call for the reading of the first and second reading of bill number 9184.
Second.
Bill 9184, first reading. An ordinance amending Chapter 60, the Traffic Code, Schedule 8 of the Code of Webster Groves, parking prohibited, to provide for a second handicapped parking space in front of 612 East Lockwood, immediately east of the existing handicapped parking space.
Questions or comments?
I have a quick question. I'm just curious as to why the two handicap or the accessible parking places are right next to each other and not located somewhere else in that area.
Certainly, Madam Mayor, this and members, this ordinance comes to you recommended by the Old Orchard Business District Commission. They did meet about this. There is a current existing place that's in front of essentially the pharmacy in that mall area. The other handicap parking is around into the parking lot. So there is no space immediately there. During COVID and with the need for injections and for vaccines and such, it was noticed that there was, and oftentimes that parking spot is used by non-handicapped folks, that were coming that were to the pharmacy to be using for that purpose. The pharmacist, who is a member of the commission, did meet with the other commission members, the business owners of that area. They have all endorsed and supported the change, also because it's close to the walkway so that those folks can reach that handicap accessible cutout.
And we don't control that spot in the parking lot.
That's correct. That's Webster U who owns that building. So the parking lot is not ours, under our control.
All right, second reading then?
Bill 9184, second reading. An ordinance amending Chapter 60, the Traffic Code, Schedule H of the Code of Webster Groves, parking prohibited, to provide for a second handicap parking space in front of 612 East Lockwood, immediately east of the existing handicapped parking space.
All right, thank you. I believe we are now to the main attraction of the evening, and that is our fiscal year 2023 budget. Dr. Peoples, you're going to kick us off?
You're doing great. Sure. I do. You got it. You're doing well. All right. Thank you. All right, Mayor and Council. I'm looking forward to presenting the proposed FY23 budget to you this evening. Before we get started, I really want to give my gratitude and thanks to the directors, the finance team, and particularly Mr. Eric Peterson. As you know, doing the budget is a huge undertaking. Everything from compiling the budgets, knowing each of the budget lines, but also to compiling the budget book. Hopefully you will find the budget book to your satisfaction. The graphs, charts, narratives have been revised, and it's about 100 pages slimmer than in previous years. So hopefully the content that you need is right there in tabs. So really just am thankful for all the work that's been done on it. The directors and the respective teams have worked extremely hard to identify budget lines that can be reduced. Yet it is not enough. We're going to have some difficult decisions to make this budget year, as well as difficult conversations. We have healthy reserves, and we have great opportunities with the American Rescue Plan dollars. Yet, as I will continue to remind you as we go through these conversations, the ARP funding is one-time use. So I do cautiously warn how we use it. And I know all the ways that council will come up with are going to be great uses, they're appropriate, but we have to be careful in terms of how we plug it in, because it won't be available in future years. Because we are a service organization, the majority of our expenditures are personnel. We value our staff, but many of these discussions may impact staff, and that's a hard message as we move forward. However, I also want to share that if we don't have these conversations, it's a disservice to staff, because we have to talk about the reality of where we are. During these tough economic times, organizations of all types are examining how they do business. We are no different. We have to examine our programs, our operations, as well as our community needs. This budget year, as you all know, some of you better than others, coincided with an election. Because of the election timing, budget discussions have been limited. As you know, we didn't have the April 5th meeting, and April 19th was reserved for ceremony. This is not the fault of council or staff. It is simply the nature of the calendar. That means that we have a lot of decisions to make before that final budget is adopted. So with that, we're going to dive in and get to hard work. I'm not sure, is the echoing really loud to you all? Okay. There we go. All right, so FY22 budget outcomes. This slide summarizes the current fiscal year, 22 of course, which impacts how we begin FY23. So you'll see here the all funds and the general fund. With the all funds FY21 budget, it had a shortfall of $3.7 million. Now that we're at the end of fiscal year 22, we are estimating that the FY22 all funds budget will have a shortfall of $1.08 million. The FY22 general fund budget, which is the fund of primary concern as we have discussions, is estimated to close with a shortfall of $1.7 million. If you're wondering how we went from the FY21 surplus of $474,000, you may remember that the FY21 surplus, we had CARES funding. Had we not had CARES funding, we also would have had a shortfall in FY21. While there will be deficits in the FY22 general fund, we've gone to great lengths to improve those deficits. These figures are seen in the last column. Improving a deficit means reducing the deficit to be closer to that break-even goal. For the general fund in FY22, staff have improved the deficit by over $585,000 by implementing cost-cutting measures and efficiencies, as well as improved revenues. The same goes for that all funds deficit, which was budgeted to be over $8.179 million. Together, we have improved the deficit by $7.7 million. That's a huge accomplishment. So again, hats off to staff, directors, and the finance team, as we really have looked at every budget line. All right, so the bottom lines for all of the funds. Sorry about that. For the all funds and the general fund budget is that the FY23 proposed expenditures in all funds are almost $5 million less than in FY22, which you can see that they're under the all funds. The expenses in FY22 were 32.8 million, whereas in 2023, it's proposed to be around 28 million. The general fund, which again is the fund of primary concern with the structural deficit, shows the proposed expenditures to be about $100,000 less than the expenditures in FY22, and you can see that in the green chart. While $100,000 may not seem like a lot less, it really is pretty remarkable when you consider that we've had increased healthcare costs of 7%, excuse me. I wish it was only $7,000, but 7%, which adds up to a lot. Additionally, within the proposed budget, we did include bringing those minimum staff, those 29 staff that were identified as being underpaid, up to the minimum range. So that's included and built in, as well as a 2% COLA that's proposed for all staff, aside from the staff, of course, that are negotiating their labor contracts. If there's any time during the presentation that you guys have questions, please ask. You don't have to hold your questions to the end.
Well, since you mentioned that.
Yes,
go back
sir.
to your last slide.
I sure can. I knew there was a question brewing.
Yeah, so I do want to make sure I understand and for transparency that the projection that you made earlier on in the year, our position is better now.
Our position is vastly better within all funds and general fund. Thank you.
And this is, I'm sure you're gonna get into this detail soon, but the 4.8 in expenses. We have, I mean, how does the general fund play into that? With the general fund will be the 104, like how does the 104 compare to the 4.8?
Can we table that for a couple more
Absolutely,
slides?
yes.
So we will get into that. It's an excellent question. Okay, so what you see here is our authorized FTE count, a 10-year history of it. What you'll see is our staffing has been remarkably stable for the past 10 years. We don't have great increases in staffing. That top line that you see there includes the total FTE count, which includes our part-time staff. You'll see a spike there in FY22 where it went up to 185. That correlates with bringing concessions in-house. So then when you look at the yellow or orange line, however you see that, that is our full-time true staff. You'll see that that has been stable over the last 10 years. Where you do see the increase of the 2 in FY21, that would be the Director of Public Affairs and Engagement position, as well as the permit tech position that was approved during that budget year. With the exception of those 2 positions, the staff has been incredibly stable. The good news in that is that we have had a stable workforce. There hasn't been a lot of positions added as we went forward. The bad news is that because we have the structural deficit, those staff have not necessarily been planned for in terms of increased cost over those 10 years. And that increased cost is healthcare, as well as a large expense that, of course, is with our first responders, which is what municipalities across the jurisdiction are facing. Councilman Franklin?
I was just going to say, in doing research, looking at old Webster Kirkwood Times, we have this almost the exact same number of employees as today as we did under Terry Williams back in 1995, 1996. So for the past 25, 30 years, we've had about 150, 155 employees here in Webster Groves. I just find that remarkable. And I think that's important for the citizens to understand the longevity of what we are doing, and also whether we should be looking at cost saving measures or whether we were overstaffed, understaffed, where we see potential for different staff going forward.
So that's an excellent point. There's good news to not growing the workforce, but it also means that we probably haven't done a critical review of how we're doing our operations, what right sizing the workforce looks like, other partnerships, possibilities, which I assume there'll be some questions about that as we move forward in the presentation.
And I also want to make clear that for whatever reason, the part-time staff was not added into their FTE. Looking at complete staff that was just omitted, but the money was there that they spent, but not the FTE calculation.
Thank you, Councilman Smith. I believe what you're referring to is that in previous budget years, those part-time staff weren't reflected in your budget books, perhaps, that council saw in terms of the full FTE load, which also matters in terms of other expenses. It's not just the salary cost. We have to account for other things. So yes, as we move forward, we're trying to give a complete and total count of all of our FTEs.
Sorry, can I ask one question?
Absolutely.
Since it's dropping back down for FY23, is that the elimination of concessions being in-house, or is there or is that just not figured in yet?
So that's an excellent question. And if you don't mind, I'll have Mr. Davis answer that when he presents on Parks and Rec. Oh,
It's an estimated number that I pulled from budget.
Okay.
Budget estimates. So
you were stealthy. It's like Mr. Deeds. All right. So this slide depicts the general fund deficit from FY21 through FY23. You'll note that the revenues in the graph in the red line and the transfers from other funds there is in the blue line, and the expenditures is in the top black line. So obviously our expenditures are outpacing the revenues. As I've already noted, we have very few opportunities to influence our revenues. For the most part, our revenues are what they are. We don't have a lot of opportunities. And with the exception of that, it would be the passage of the use tax, which we'll also talk about, which we're incredibly grateful for. Unfortunately, that's untrue of expenditures. Expenditures continue to increase, and that includes the cost of goods that we need to provide services to the public, as well as our expenditures for salaries and healthcare cost. When we consider the line items for FY23, you'll note that the FY23 proposed budget is balanced, but that was accomplished through using $771,450.50 of ARP funding and an equal usage of fund balance. As we get towards the end of the presentation, I will ask for council comments, and certainly we'll take it now. But again, we have opportunities. Do you want to use more fund balance? Do you want to use more ARP? Do we want to plug in more one-time cost? Again, because of those limited conversations in April, as I was preparing the budget, it just seemed wise to do a 50-50 split to be able to solve that deficit for FY23. But there's certainly some leeway and other solutions. So you may recall, I certainly remember, but last year was my first budget year. Hard to believe it's been a year. But one of the things that I noted that was lacking from the city's budget planning was that long-term fiscal look. So as promised, we did come up with that 5-year fiscal forecast. And that's really important because we have to account for the decisions that you all make today. We have to be able to plug that in, forecast what it's going to do for the next 5 years, as well as really attacking our structural deficit and identifying that plan. And so you may recall that a few months ago, we brought back a deficit reduction plan. It was pretty aggressive. We could have solved the deficit within 1 year, but we had stages. And so it was a 1 year to 5 year plan. Certainly was not recommending a 1 year plan to solve that deficit, but it is, of course, an option. So as we look at this, I'm pleased to share that the expenditures in current FY22 budget that closes on June 30th are significantly less than the adopted budget. Again, staff and the finance team have done a great job holding the line on expenditures. The first column of January 2022 shows what the deficit was forecasted to be. And the FY23 column shows where we are now with the proposed budget. So I don't have a pointer, but that first line, FY23, you can see that in January of 22, we were forecasting a $5 million deficit, and now we're forecasting a $3 million deficit there, and then on down the line. So again, the deficit is improved by $3 million towards the end of FY27. Further work needs to be done. We don't want to be projecting any deficit, which is, again, where I'm going to keep saying we've got hard decisions to make this fiscal year so that we're not kicking that can down the road. If no decisions are made, and if we continue as is without really seriously looking at our expenditures and solving some of those issues, we will exhaust our fund balance. So again, we have a healthy fund balance. We're in a good place considering where we were through COVID and how we've managed the last 3 years. So we need to continue on that track.
So just so I'm clear,
Sure.
The FY23 budget 5-year plan column is projected in a way as if we adopt the budget that's presented to us, and then next fiscal year, we don't really do anything in terms of reductions or cuts. And then the next fiscal. So really what I'm trying to do is just underscore the point, if I'm right, is that this is just step number 1 in what's going to be a multi-step process.
This is step number 1. I wish I could tell you that any reductions that we do this year are going to solve the problems moving future years. Without an influx or a new revenue source, it absolutely will not. So this is the first step. And luckily we have the ARP funds to act as a buffer so that we can make some meaningful reductions this year, but that's not the end of the story.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm. So the budget has many lines and can at times feel wildly complicated. But in fact, it boils down to revenues and expenditures. That's the simplistic nature of it. And as we've discussed, the structural deficit is critical, and that council understand what those immediate and long-term pressures are as we're moving through the budget conversations. This list certainly is not exhaustive of what all the pressures are, but these are the primary pressures. So of course, compensation. We went through many discussions on compensation classification. We had an excellent study that was performed and offered many recommendations as we move forward. We know that our staff is underpaid in many of the classifications and categories. We've got to be able to address that. I know that's difficult, and the public may hear that as, well, you have a deficit, there's not enough money. Why are you talking about compensation? We're not competitive in the job market, particularly within our skilled trades. We're having a very difficult time recruiting skilled trades. We've had within HR where we have hires, and I'm sure both Parks and Rec directors and Public Works can share with you, we will get new hires. We'll have them for a few days, maybe even a few weeks, and then they take a job making even a few bucks more an hour. That matters to an employee. So we've really got to be able to address the compensation. The fire and police labor agreements are, of course, a budget pressure just in terms of those unknown costs and being able to keep up with those salaries and other items. Inflation and increasing costs just in general goods, which we'll talk about those. Employee healthcare costs, East Central Dispatch Center, and of course, COVID-19. COVID-19, aside from what it's done just in terms of personal lives, lost family and loved ones and friends, it has played havoc on our economies. We have not recovered from COVID, from the pandemic, and it's unknown when we will. And so that's also something we have to take into account. And then, of course, there's long-term pressures, the capital plan. You saw some of our capital needs this evening with Mr. Ray's presentation on infrastructure needs, but there's things that beyond that, such as equipment that we need that impact the capital plan. Business district services, structural deficit, constrained revenues, and then, of course, COVID-19, unfortunately, is a long-term pressure as well. So as you know, during the recent compensation and classification study demonstrated, we do have employees that are underpaid. So within this budget year, you will see that there are 29 positions that were proposed to be brought up to those minimum markets within the new pay ranges. Additionally, I did propose a 2% COLA for all city employees outside of those negotiating their labor contracts. I do want to share that the 2% COLA with healthcare increases, which I'll talk about more at 7%, the 2% COLA may not be enough. Compared jurisdictions and what others were doing, it was all over the board. People were offering anywhere from 2% to matching what the CPI was. And CPI right now, or as in March of 2022, was 8.5%. I cannot recommend that to you. As much as I would like to, we cannot afford that, but it's certainly a discussion point. Are there any questions on this?
Just one question. You know, one of the things that I think about, and I'm not sure there's a good answer to this, but we're going to move, assuming we adopt this, 29 positions, a significant amount on the pay scale, which means the gap will close with some of their colleagues who are already in the right place. And so this is why I don't know what a good answer to this is, but you know, I do understand the overall fairness issue of we've decided to go to these smaller number of steps, and that's the way, or classifications, and that's the way we want to operate as an employer. I guess I'm just going to give you a chance to comment on that dilemma that we're facing.
So thank you, Mayor Arnold. That is a huge dilemma. Compression is a real issue because then those staff that we're bringing up to the minimums are going to be bumping up against other staff that perhaps have more seniority, or maybe they're actually supervisors and are just going to be making a little bit more. Compression was addressed in the comp and class study. So these are the recommendations that if you want to see us do something beyond those minimums, we can bring back those models for you. If compensation is the primary thing that we want to be able to accomplish this budget year, there's many different scenarios that we can look at. I would also share, you know, kind of in response to your comments, the compensation and classification study also brought up other issues such as inequity in between gender and inequity in between race. We haven't addressed that through these. We are not addressing all things. What I have proposed to you is really the bare minimum.
Okay, thank you very much.
Can I ask?
Yes, ma'am.
The 2% COLA increase, that will also apply to those who we're bringing up to minimum, correct?
In some respects, but some that we're bringing up to minimums, it's quite a bit of an increase. There's a there's a methodology to that. So some will, but most of them no. But their increases are large enough that they, for example, some of the skilled trades workers, I think, may be getting as much as a 15% increase.
Okay.
So
this is part-time too, or just full-time employees?
this is our full-time employees. And we can talk more about the part-time. Some of the part-time already had an increase, and so Mr. Davis can talk about that as he does his presentation.
You know, I remember, this is just an idea. I remember, you know, around the Great Recession, there were a lot of companies, mainly co-ops probably, that went to the employees themselves and said, look, we're facing a major budget crisis. What do you want to do in order to, do you want to prevent layoffs? Are you okay with your friends or your coworkers getting laid off? Or, you know, would you be willing to take a decrease in salary? I don't know if we have the time to do it this year, but maybe in future years, asking the employees themselves, what are they willing to give up or what are they willing to sacrifice necessarily in order for everyone to either stay employed or for this city to continue moving forward and getting their ideas. And then we have direct knowledge of what they're willing to accept or what they're not willing to accept.
Thank you, Councilman Franklin. So that's a terrific suggestion. I don't know that we have time this budget year. You know, we were hoping to capture some of that through the Balancing Act. We encouraged employees to do it. They had a couple of different, you know, emails that went just directly to employees. I will say, so a shout out to Parks and Rec. They seem to be very well represented within the responses. I don't know that other employees, because of course it was anonymous, but we had really hoped that employees would weigh in that way to share some of their thoughts on compensation as well as healthcare.
And just to add like a counterpoint to that, I mean, I think there are two views. One is what are you willing to give up to keep the same staffing level? And the other is, do we reduce the number of staff so that we can give those staff that we have more? Whatever that more looks like. And it's probably somewhere in the middle.
Yeah.
But I think those
Well,
are
we
things-
also then have the dilemma of if a staff person leaves and we have a salary that is not competitive because we've held it there, then how do we find someone to replace, to fill that position?
That's not great for morale when you leave and then your replacement gets paid more than you did.
Excellent discussion. I'll be asking for more of it. To Councilwoman Hickson Shepherd's point, if we reduce staff workforce, the other thing that council needs to consider, as I consider, and as we try to convey to the community as well, is that some service may decrease as well. I do believe we're running lean operations in most instances. There's always efficiencies and new ways of doing business, and we're trying to explore all of those. But in some cases, if we reduce a staff member, quite frankly, that may mean that that body of work, that work group goes with that staff person. So we have to be realistic in our service delivery. And every organization has sacred cows. There's programs and services we don't talk about eliminating. And so part of that discussion and learning from you all are what are those? You know, what areas, what are our priorities? What are our values?
And I know we're talking about numbers and FTEs but I know we all know this in this room, but just kind of state for anybody watching, like, we know that these are people. These are valued members of our community, of this organization, and that is not lost on anybody in this room.
Thank you for saying that. It's not lost on anybody in this room. We've had several discussions, and this was not an easy proposal to share or a conversation to have. But as I truly look at the future of the organization, and I'll just keep saying it, we cannot continue operating the way that we are. Or we will be in a situation, whether it's next fiscal year or the next, where we are drastically reducing the workforce at one time, which does not give us time to think about our service delivery and to do it in the meaningful way that you're talking about. We do care about staff. All staff are valued, and this is tough. So,
I mean, did we look at any different models, options, besides 2% COLA?
we looked at some when we first brought out the class compensation and classification study, when we brought back those amounts. But if council would like us to look at 4% COLA, 6%, we will bring all of that back to you on May 10th. So I would like to know what you'd like to look at, which I only named increased options. If council does not feel like we can offer COLA because we're absorbing 7% healthcare, for instance, we can also bring back what those models look like of no COLA this year. So there's happy to bring back any of that.
And just as a matter of sort of housekeeping, we will at the end of this discussion review, or city manager is going to review for us the questions that we really need to answer for the information on May 10th and then potentially for the budget itself.
Absolutely. Okay, so another large unknown, of course, is the union collective bargaining agreements. As you know, Fire has a collective bargaining agreement. Police does not, but they are currently in the process of bargaining. At the time of this proposal to you, I have not included any increases. So as we think about where we're at, and of course, submitting that balanced budget by using some of the both fund balance reserve as well as ARP, it does not include any potential increases for fire and police. At the time the budget was proposed, we did not have any of those proposals because negotiations are still underway. So keep that in the back of your mind as we talk about budget. We still have to account for that, whatever it may end up being. I do want to share with you the previous fire and police step increases that went into effect and how they impacted the budget. So you'll see that those increases from 2019 to 2020 was $364,000 for the first year of fire steps alone. And then from 2020 to 2021, it was $503,000, which was the first year of police steps. And so the increase from 2021 to 2022 was the first year for the 2% employee increase and fire and police steps, which equated to almost $1.3 million. And again, this is the importance of doing those 5-year projections of how it hits the budget, because I believe at the time that council moved forward with this, that had not been done, and knowing how it impacts future budgets. And I don't say that to say that the decisions were incorrect, because they certainly were. Council made the decisions that were needed, but we did not anticipate how that would, where we would be today with those decisions.
Where's Prop P currently?
I am going to ask Mr. Peterson to share with you on Prop P.
If it's
Okay,
gonna come later.
great.
But it looks to me like we're talking about over $2 million in increases from FY 19 to FY 22, right?
Yes, ma'am. So more of those major budget pressures, of course, is inflation and rising costs. These are things we can't influence. You know, the cost of salt, gasoline, which, you know, no different than our own homes and filling up our own vehicles. Fuel is high. And so when we think about city vehicles, whether that be fire trucks, police cars, or public works vehicles, they all take fuel. Electricity, of course, is an increased cost. Water and sewer, and then CPI, cost of living. And I will talk more about healthcare cost. So the city belongs to Slate Healthcare Consortium. Starting July 1st, our healthcare costs will go up 7%. That is 7% to the employee and 7% to the city as well. What you see here is a chart of those the insurance categories that we offer. So we have employee and spouse plan, employee and children plan, family, and single coverage. So a total of 4 plans. And then in that second column, you see the number of staff that take each of those plans. So our largest plan is with that single employee. Then you also see it divided out in between how much the employer pays, which is us as the city, and then how much the employee pays. You will see that some of those plans are pretty costly when you consider the family plan that the employee pays $655.10 a month for a total of $7,861.20 annually. And so it's a range varying with each of those. What you'll also see is that our single coverage employees do not contribute. The city pays 100% of the employee's insurance cost. That is a great thing to do. It's a huge perk, and I'm proud that we're able to offer that. However, it is not something that we can continue subsidizing from my estimation. I am proposing that single coverage employees, which is 62 because we have to subtract the unionized fire staff out. That, of course, has to be bargained. But I am proposing that employees with single coverage pay $100 a month, so $50 a pay period, for a total of $1,200 a year. That would mean the city is still paying $6,901.92. That will be an incredibly unpopular suggestion. I want you to know that. It's going to be unpopular amongst employees. I don't offer you this so that I can be unpopular or you can be unpopular. But as we look at budget, and we know that healthcare is going to continue to increase, and the reality is that there's very few employers or workplaces across anywhere that offers 100% subsidized healthcare insurance. So hopefully that $100 per month, and that is another thing that you can ask us to come back with. Would you like to see different dollar amounts? Is $100 a month too much? Do you want to see estimates of $40 a month? Is it not enough? Do you want to see estimates of $200 a month? So that, again, at the end is something we will collect. Mayor Arnold.
I just was going to say, I think this is a little bit better than the national average, right? I mean, I went looking at healthcare studies because I wanted to see where we would end up. And I guess the last survey I saw was that for single, it was 83%. Now, that doesn't mean that we necessarily, want to be like everybody else, but this does seem to reflect more closely what the market is doing.
Yes, it does.
So obviously this year, but looking forward, have we looked at or thought about exiting Slate and going into a different healthcare conglomerate?
Yes. So we have belonged to Slate for a very long time. Having said that, I can't say that these are good prices or bad prices.
Yeah.
What we would like to do, which unfortunately just can't be done before the budget year, but we would like to go out for RFP after the budget year and to have our healthcare cost rebid. We also don't have any, wellness type programs. We have EAP, of course, Employee Assistance Program. But in terms of other wellness programs, we don't have any of that, or healthcare HSA plans, those traditional things.
High deductible.
We don't. So I would like to think that by going out on RFP, we can do better by our healthcare.
Because I mean, for instance, say it is a single person paying $100 with a high deductible, it might be easier to swallow than $100 now. And then you have an HSA account, stuff like that.
Absolutely.
There's there's savings that could be provided to the employer if we had other options that Slate might not offer.
Absolutely. Other council members?
Do other municipalities do like 100% on single employees?
So that's an excellent question. I'm not sure what other municipalities offer, but I can bring that back by May 10th. What I'll do is I'll
Curious when
call.
we think about the competitive marketplace, like.
It's a great question. So I can poll the other municipalities and see what they're offering. The majority of the other municipalities around us are also Slate members. So I know the healthcare coverages, the healthcare plans are equitable, but in terms of what employees pay, I'm unsure. So East Central Dispatch Center costs are also one of our major budget pressures. And as you all know, we receive our police and fire dispatching through East Central. Those costs have went up. You can see the chart. I won't read it to you, but they've went up drastically just over the last 10 years. So the ECDC consortium was made up of 8 municipalities. It's now reduced to 7. The city of Shrewsbury pulled out of the consortium due to cost. So I was hoping to see greater cost savings this year. However, once that city pulled out, those costs were then divided amongst the remaining 7 cities. So what we see for FY23 is a contract cost of basically $521,000. There are other options. I can't promise that they're the best options. Shrewsbury, for instance, they have joined the county and they're doing, they're dispatching differently. It is also an option to bring dispatching in-house. We've done that one time. It is before we went to East Central Dispatch. It's been years. There are incredible upfront costs with doing that, and there's other challenges. Not saying that it's not worth looking at, but that's some of the direction I'll be asking council for. Are we happy maintaining ECDC, or would you like to see other options, knowing that there will be some upfront cost?
But the upfront cost is to put it in place, and then what's the idea of the maintenance after that?
So yes, so we would need to buy the systems to be able to do this, the dispatching, and Chief Curtis could speak to that some. And as well as we would need dispatchers. Now there's some creative things we could do there in terms of shared services, but yes, the upfront cost would be putting it in place. And then like any program that you buy, there would be the annual maintenance cost.
But still, we anticipate that once that initial upfront cost is done, the ongoing, even with personnel cost and the maintenance cost, would create a saving.
It would create a savings, and we would be in control of the personnel and those costs moving forward. Having said that, I don't want to make it sound overly easy, because it's not. But I don't believe that we'd be the only jurisdiction right now looking for other options, and clearly we're not, since the city of Shrewsbury has found other options.
Can you still combine forces with another municipality without being part of the consortium that
VCDC?
you're- Mhm.
If there's other cities looking to combine dispatching services, yes, there are other options in that regard as well.
So what types of reforms have been attempted to be implemented at the ECDC thus far in order to rein in costs? Anything? Like, I mean, does this council or does this city have any ability to attempt reforms? Because if we're just going to go from one ECDC 1.1 to ECDC 0.2,
Sure.
it's like, let's just try to do the reforms in-house currently. And I mean, I say that as someone who is a huge proponent of consolidation within our municipalities. And this was at one time a wonderful idea. And the question is, why are costs rising so dramatically? And what can we do with the limited power that we have in order to attempt reform?
It's a great question, Councilman Franklin. So perhaps council to council conversations with those other municipalities. Candidly, I've been pretty frustrated with ECDC just in terms of how we're doing things, suggested things, quite frankly, with the help of Chief Curtis, of looking at our calls for service when those calls for service happen. I think there's many things we could do differently with how we staff and staff the shifts and go to, what's called power shifts and to do some other things. That has not been well received. So no, we don't have an opportunity to influence it. I am but one vote of the 7. And as I've shared with you all on this year's budget, the vote was 5-2 in favor of the budget. So there are other concerns with it. Having said that, we do get a good service from ECDC. And, That's the rub. The service is good. Are we willing to pay for the service? Can we live knowing that we're going to see continued increases, which if you look at the graph, I mean, it has been continually upward ticks and that's not going to stop.
I think it's time for someone from the executive director from ECDC to come present to us.
I can
You
make
know,
that request.
Because frankly, they've lost one municipality now and we're thinking, like we're at least exploring the idea of leaving. They should be coming here and selling us and explaining to us what it is that they actually offer.
Well, and that actually would help us make a decision about whether the alternative is good for us or not,
Yeah.
right? To understand why these costs are increasing the way they are may impact our decision-making process.
Mhm.
I'm happy to make the request.
That would be wonderful.
How are the costs configured? By population or?
There are no comments. My apologies. So we have struggled getting data from ECDC. That's what we're hearing, which is why I said I'll make the request, but. Councilman Smith.
Can you remind us who else is in the consortium?
Sure. Maplewood, Olivet, Rock Hill, which was the other no vote on the budget, Richmond Heights, Brentwood and Clayton. Thank you.
So this doesn't have any, this doesn't overlap completely with like mutual aid. Like if we were to leave ECDC, that wouldn't change like, okay.
It does not. Great question.
How could those other municipalities swallow this without a question? I mean, I guess, it's whatever they want to do, but it just seems odd to me that they wouldn't be questioning this or be exploring something similar to what we're doing.
I can't speak for those other managers or councils other than to say that there's not a lot of options. So to form another consortium, it's bringing it in-house, which is a daunting undertaking.
Well, maybe we'll learn a little bit from the director.
For
So I
sure.
think that's a good next step for us in thinking this through.
Perfect. So COVID-19, which I've already talked about, it's had an incredible personal toll on all of us. Aside from the personal toll, we know that we've lost major revenue in both FY20, FY21, and FY22, particularly through parks and recreation as well as municipal courts. Council made the decision not to reduce the workforce and kept staff whole during this time. And I think council needs to be applauded for that. And it's something to think about as we have these additional conversations, that we have been incredibly fair and compassionate, with staff through this time. And I think Mr. Davis could talk more about that and some of the workarounds they did in Parks and Rec, even for the part-time staff to find things to do. Due to ongoing COVID-19 variants and spikes in cases, transmissions, Parks and Recreation operations have not fully rebounded, but they're doing well. And Mr. Davis will share that as he has his presentation for you. However, there are fiscal impacts for FY23 and possibly beyond, particularly on the fitness side, I think, as people have become accustomed to exercising differently. I'm not sure that piece will ever come back. People are fully invested in their Pelotons they've purchased and other things like that. So it's interesting to see what we might do on that side. And then the long-term pressures within capital plan, business district services. Of course, we have the structural deficit and constrained revenues. The capital plan I am particularly concerned about just in terms of our infrastructure, which you saw a report on it earlier, so I don't need to repeat all of that. But that again was just the infrastructure. We also have significant equipment needs. We'll need to discuss the purchase of a new ladder truck in FY24. I'm not sure we can push it out much further than that. That could effectively be the capital plan in FY24 if we don't come up with other solutions. Transfers to the general fund for the business district become unsustainable as we move forward. So need to have other conversations regarding that. Structural deficit, which we've already talked about. And then of course, constrained revenues. We're going to talk about that more at the end, but we lack opportunities to impact revenue outside of bond, other voter or legislative actions. Again, our revenues are pretty much set with the exception of the use tax. Speaking of the use tax, Councilman Franklin noted it earlier, but a huge thanks to voters. It's tremendous. It's really going to help the city in many ways. The Missouri Municipal League estimated for the city of Webster Groves that we'd see $500,000 in revenues. We will only booked in 250,000 of that for FY23 because we don't start collecting it until January of 2023. We certainly hope that those estimates hold of the $500,000. They could be better, but we certainly hope they're not any lower. So as we review the proposed balancing methods for the general fund, again, I have presented to you a budget that has $771,450 and I believe 50 cents booked in for both ARP as well as reserve dollars. That is going to be a discussion that we have at the end of the presentation to see if you all would like to look at that any differently. We also have to talk about our fund balance policy, which Mr. Peterson is going to discuss more, with the goal of 50% of expenditures, which would be around the $9.686 million. Which if you look at that 10-year fund balance history that's in that chart there, you'll see that we have enjoyed healthy fund balances. And again, I'm proud of where we are. Even with the proposed FY23 budget, our fund balance goes down to $895,000. So right at, $9 million. That's still incredibly healthy. We're doing well in our reserves. And so that's something I really want council to hear and the community to hear. But in order to continue doing well in our reserves, that's where the decisions come in for this year.
And the idea of the fund balance in general, right, is a rainy day fund. I mean,
right.
a catastrophic, really bad rainy day fund. 6 months of expenses. And we had COVID, which was pretty much
It was our rainy day,
really
3
bad
years.
rainy day, and it's not gone. And so I think that gives us a good picture of how much of that fund balance, worst case scenario, we would need in a given year, which I think is useful information.
Absolutely.
But that fund balance in previous years is used anyway to balance the budget each year. I think from 2012 on, whatever they need to balance the budget, dollars of spending and revenue came in, and they use that to balance the budget balance. And that was not the case. It was what we spoke of earlier, for those structural deficits that we created over the years.
The structural deficit has been present. It's been looming. There have been transfers in from various funds, including the reserves for several years. And Mr. Peterson's going to talk about that, which is why when we say that we've presented a balanced budget, we have presented a balanced budget, but it is with using some of those. And what we want to do is from here on out, present that differently. We want council to know moving into it that in order to get to that balanced budget, these are the funds we're using so that it's clear as we move forward and we know the decisions that we're making. So as shared, this budget has the ARP funds. After using the ARP funds, should council move forward with what was proposed, the $771,000, the remaining ARP fund is a little over $2.7 million. So there's still a lot of ARP funds to talk about plugging in for other whether it's one-time projects or other things that council would like to see.
And all CARES Act funds have been accounted for?
Yes. So I also want to share, as you know, personnel are our largest expenditure. We're a service organization. And we are at the point of needing to review business needs and how to right-size the organization. What this slide shows are many ways that we've already tried to handle budget pressures. I am not coming to you just out of the blue with some of the ideas. We've been really working hard on this throughout this fiscal year. What you see here are some of the frozen positions, for lack of a better word, and through attrition. So the first one you see there is our GIS coordinator. Upon vacancy, that position was frozen. This resulted in a savings of approximately $76,000 for FY23. As much as I would like to have a GIS coordinator, we do not have a big enough book of business to have a full-time GIS coordinator. So this position made sense.
I'm sorry, what is the GIS coordinator?
Now that you ask, I'm going to forget the acronym. It's mapping. And
Okay,
thank you.
I'm sorry.
So, but it's geographic information
Okay.
systems, but it's mapping. And so, and there's a great need for it. Our police departments used it. Ms. Perry has used it for some of her projects as well. We've been able to do most of those mapping projects in-house.
Do we have access to
Yes,
this in other venues?
we do.
Okay.
We do. Customer support service position was frozen upon vacancy. This resulted in a savings approximately $75,000. So what I want to share about this one, for me, I think this was just a smart use of positions. We had the vacancy in Public Works. Unfortunately, we experienced an admin coordinator that left us to go to another city, exact same position for about $10,000 more. So again, this is some of the competition we're facing in similar positions. We previously had 3 front desk staff downstairs. So instead of filling that Public Works position, we worked with one of those front desk staff downstairs, and they have now moved over to Public Works. So again, that's an example of when I talk about right sizing the organization. What can we do differently? How can we create efficiencies? 3 police officer positions that have continuously been unfilled were frozen, and you're of course welcome to ask Chief Curtis about this when he presents. What I really want the community to hear, because there was a lot of rhetoric about this during the election, these positions had not been filled. There is not an impact to public safety. They weren't filled previously. They hadn't been filled for some time. So by continuing to hold those positions, it resulted in a savings of approximately $270,000 for FY23. A civil engineer position was frozen upon vacancy as well. This position was created as part of the street bond. All of those projects were completed in 2013. That position then grew into handling federal projects, mill and overlay projects, and currently, as Mr. Ray will share, you can certainly ask him, we don't have any federal projects in the works and haven't for at least 2 years. That resulted in a savings of approximately $102,000, which is another good example of how we can review positions and determine, again, efficiencies. So this was a reduction of 6 FTE through attrition for a total FY23 savings of over $500,000.
So in your graph of FTE, is this reflected in terms of the number of personnel?
I'm sorry.
The graph that we saw over time, is this reflected in that or no?
No, we have not changed position control yet.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Wanted to be sure.
Thank you.
So the 155 or the 157 that we saw,
Still has these because we haven't
Still have these
eliminated the
included.
FTEs. We
Okay.
still have them in position control. We've just froze them.
Okay.
Additional efficiency measures that we've taken within the FY23 budget. And, some of those look like small amounts, but again, we're trying to create efficiencies and go through every single line item the best we can. So each department had a miscellaneous budget line, somewhere as little as $100. And they need those miscellaneous lines, but we were able to absorb those in other ways. So that created a total cost savings of $6,500. Each department also had an office supply budget. So we centralized those into finance for centralized spend on office supplies, which again, will not be popular, but that does create a savings of a little bit over $10,000. And then to maximize the use of other funds, several positions are funded from other funds outside of the general fund. So an example of that are some of the streets workers may be funded out of street improvements, same for parks workers being funded out of the park improvement fund. That makes complete sense to do. We are able to do that. It is a good fit. However, that also is just an offset from the general fund, and it's something to consider as we're making decisions. There may be years when that particular staff person isn't doing XYZ within parks and they would need to come back to the general fund. So that's something that we have to continue to monitor and will continue to monitor on an annual basis. That helped the general fund tremendously to the tune of a $2 million cost savings. Had we not done that, then you would see this year's shortfall to be significantly higher.
Does that 2 million include the public safety fund, or is that accounted for differently in terms of a transfer?
I'm going to ask Mr. Peterson to talk to you about public safety. I'm sorry. I'm going to
No, that's no
punt
problem.
on that one. You've got some slides. There's
Sure,
some
we'll get
information
to it.
coming up on it. That is the end of mine. So I will come back for questions at the end. Is there anything else that I've covered outside of the public safety fund? Okay, Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members, Madam City Manager Peterson. We will dive into our first of many meetings here. Why we all get the papers out when I come up. So This slide, and I'll answer your questions as best I remember them. If I forget one that you've asked that I need to address, please come back to me. This slide, we received a request to analyze the structural deficit looking backwards. We've heard a lot of conversation about, the structural deficit and a real question, are we alone? And we're not. In fact, just today I had to do a quick little research on another issue, and I pulled up the city of Maplewood. And Maplewood has right on their website a structural deficit going back to 2014. They've identified it just like we have. They have a graph there. You can look right on their finance website right now. So our neighbors are experiencing this problem of a constrained revenue environment versus an increasing cost environment. And again, as we are all relatively small geographically municipalities providing full service loads to the public that we serve. And ultimately, one of the questions to ask whenever we look at a deficit is how much Webster Groves, the residents and citizens, are you willing to pay, and what kind of government are you willing to pay for? That is the fundamental question in my mind of this budget. The structural deficit, this chart is broken into a couple different scenarios, lines for you to see. So that orange section on the top three rows, you see on the left says as budgeted. Okay, and I wanted to show this difference, and Councilmember Smith really pointed this out. These are the numbers right from the budget books that you all received and adopted in those years, not just you, but former council members as well. So you can see the budgets adopted with the negative numbers involved there. So a negative number, anytime we adopt a budget with a negative number, the way we have shown this, that is a fund balance usage. It means you're going to have to use fund balance. Look all the way forward to 22. We adopted a budget last year. Now, again, I will caveat this in just a second, but ultimately the budget was 4 million more in expenditures. Quick look down to the bottom line says structural deficit indicators do not indicate other fund sources. So this is one of my recommendations, which we'll talk about, but the Public Safety Sales Tax Fund, Prop P from 2018, is a general fund revenue. It's a sales tax that is collected by the county and distributed to the municipalities. Many of the municipalities, and I do not know why, just did, created a separate fund to take in that income. That income simply goes in that fund and goes right back to the general fund. But under the GAAP principles of accounting and what we look at, the general fund doesn't reflect that the public safety revenue is general fund revenue. It is a fund transfer in. So when we show the structural deficit, the general fund is missing the public safety sales tax money. So just to jump ahead, one of my recommendations is, and I look back at the county's language and our own language, I do not believe we need to have a separate fund for the public safety sales tax. And before anyone loses their mind about that recommendation, we do the same thing for our own local fire sales tax. In November of 2004, this community said, we're going to take in a 1/4 cent sales tax for the purposes of fire protection. It is not in a separate fund. It is right in the general fund as the fire sales tax. And it's just part of your sales tax revenue that we take in. Our spend on fire and police always exceeds the value of those funds, right? So, I mean, we never have a question of, are we spending it in the appropriate manner? So it becomes a game of transferring and not having to re-show revenues and restate them in a way that I don't think accurately portrays to folks really what our revenue is. If you look at that FY22 column, we all knew that our deficit was 2.3 million because we had the public safety transfer into the general fund when we did that budget last year. But again, the general fund doesn't show those extra transfers when we state the deficit.
And if you did that, you'd still have a line item for the public safety fund and the revenue.
For the police sales tax.
Police sales tax,
Yes.
right?
So when we go to the revenue line item budget, I will show you tonight how we would
Okay,
recognize
great.
that. So the next 3 rows down are the actuals. So this is the difference between when you've adopted the budget to now when the budget is closed and that year is done. And you can see over many years, we have now seen some surpluses involved there, correct? Look at FY13, FY15, surpluses of some type. So that points out some questions. Obviously, management is bringing expenses down in some way. Revenues may have exceeded estimates, which are great. Some of these numbers are immaterial, that 34,000, but some of them are, pretty sizable, $224,000. Where did, what did we guess wrong on there? Or, when we're budgeting, we're making estimates, but also, are we potentially over appropriating? Year over year, we see a lot of our actuals coming in better than the budget that we had. So that's a real question to look again as we look at this budget. making sure that we're putting the right amount of money in departments to accomplish programs, but not just because they've always had that amount. Okay,
Could have been one-time cash influx.
could be, absolutely, right. So I'm drawing no conclusions other than to say it points out the need to always be looking if the actuals are that different than your projected budget, what's the issue there? So for FY '22, again, just to close up where Dr. People said, and we did provide, and this is your FY '22 Q3 report as well. I think you all have this email. This was emailed to you, this budget performance report for the public. This is available, this document I'm holding in my hand at webstergrovesmo.gov/budget under the fiscal year '22 Q3 report. The general fund, we do estimate to close at 1.7 in deficit. That could be improved. Again, I look at Parks and Rec. We have just started their summer season, right? What will this bring if we get a good June of concessions and aquatic center admissions? Go Scott, go team, help us with the number. You don't get any of the money back, but help us with the number. So the capital fund, we expect 433,000 in deficit. The stormwater fund, this is a big change from where we started. We anticipated with the Elman Kirkham culvert exhausting this budget and putting it at about $900,000 deficit. And because that project has been moved to grant funding and seeking that, we've saved the stormwater fund a lot of money and potential and capacity for those projects. Park improvement is going to close about 363,000 in deficit. The ARP fund, so again, I saw a council, and we'll get to the ARP fund here in a second. We took in the first tranche and appropriated. It sits in the miscellaneous appropriations in its fund right now. All we have encumbered of that fund is the 111,000 towards the Wi-Fi, the project we talked about some months back. So there's 2.2 sitting there left from that this year. And then, so that leaves us to the all funds of the -$1 million. Those fund balances are the FY '22 fund balance improvement. So again, this is our work this year between the budget and now. How did we bring up the fund balances that were in each of these areas? These are some of our major changes. General fund improved by 681,000 this year, 22, capital by 327, stormwater again by 1.3. That again, really saving that fund with moving that culvert project. Sewer laterals up 42,000. Our overall fund balance, all funds improved by 3.29 million. So that's 22. Each department will be reviewing their own fiscal year '22 estimates with a slide. But if there are questions, we're here to answer them all night about where we are at in this budget that we are going through right now.
Procedurally on the ARP funding. So as part of this process, we have to decide, not necessarily tonight, but as part of this process, how much of that we want to use for the FY '23 budget shortfall. But then the rest of that can be those decisions on how to spend the rest of that 4.5, 4.6 can be done over a couple of years, really.
That's correct. So, we would ask, certainly, fundamentally, you don't even need to decide how much to put into the lap, meaning to put into the general fund for revenue replacement, even right away in this budget process. We would ask for that to help, show and figure out how to balance the budget. You can appropriate for expenditures, meaning the spending. If a project on housing repair or on green space improvements, whatever you want, at any time through the end of 2024. We need to allocate those funds by the end of calendar year 2024 and then expense them by the end of 2026. So that is why we created a separate fund to hold those fund balances and allow you to do that. So we do have a proposed plan for you on some of that we'll go through. But again, that leaves about 2.7 million.
And those are both calendar year dates, right? The 20.
Calendar years, yes.
And that proposed plan took into consideration what the
Yes, ma'am.
residents
Through the balance.
indicated that they would like to see those funds.
And he must make sure that they're not recurring expenses
Right.
over time.
Right.
One time.
Well, and so we could put a recurring expense in there, but we need to be cognizant then that we know it's coming back to general fund or what fund it was normally in, if we do that. So let's just say if we put my salary in the ARP, you need to know then that if I'm going to be employed the next year after you don't have it in ARP, it's coming back to the general fund.
Yes.
And I think as we talk about the long-term plan
Mhm.
and that recommendation, that would be part of those targets. Go ahead. I'm sorry, council member.
Well, I mean, I kind of can see where we might use those, to Emerson's point, to shore up some decisions that may, just for example, as we try to look at right sizing the workforce and maybe even considering, we can't use finite funds for ongoing expenses, so I just kind of think in terms of even looking at things that, for myself, if someone were to come to me, I'm close to retirement. If someone were to come to me and say, we can help you get there a little sooner than you anticipated, that might help move me along. That might be something that could help, when we look at what we have to do to right size our workforce. And I would think that maybe even considering some of those funds for something like that, that would be a one-time cost. That might help to right size our workforce or something, as opposed to, again, we can't use finite funds for ongoing expenses.
Absolutely.
And or use those funds for technology to improve the efficiency inside the city hall.
Preaching to the choir there, council member. So.
I think that's on a slide upcoming.
Yeah, it's on slide. So the city 5-year fiscal plan, slides, and again, for everyone who is at home, I'm holding up a document which we provided to the council members, which is also available to you. If you go to the finance department webpage on webstergrovesmo.gov, click on the 5-year financial plan, you will see everything I'm talking about. When we presented this plan in January of 2022, those were our deficits. I think you all remember the headline, the 5-year out deficit of 8.9 million. The fund balance would have been exhausted in fiscal year 25. I've updated the charts from the first PowerPoint you saw. This is on the back page of what you have right now. And I just want to walk through what this chart is. And for those at home, this is our structural deficit as affected by the proposed fiscal year 2023 budget. So the green line that you see on is revenue estimates, again, at the average rate of growth from the last 5 years. Our average rate of growth of revenue streams improved just slightly to 1.21%. So our average rate of growth of revenues is just slightly over 1%. It was 1.1% in January. The upper line that is red is the expenditures as affected by this budget. So again, if the council were to adopt the budget that we have put in front of them, that is the expected revenue line. Our average rate of growth of expenses year over year fell from about, can't remember off the top of my head, I think it was 4.2%, maybe 4.6, down to 3.57. So you've seen some of that reduction in spend. If we hold the line as we are in this budget, going out in the future years, that's the red line. The blue line is that revenue plus transfers from other funds, okay? So I want to walk through just the past history real quick. You see there's a bump in FY21, it goes up to 18.23 and it's above the expenditure line. That is both the police sales tax, some business district transfer, which are very small, so I'm really not going to speak about them in a major way, but the CARES Act, because that was brought in, and so that represents a transfer in. So that is where that surplus comes. You can see if you take 1.85 million in CARES money out, that changes that line in a big way, right? Why do you see in fiscal year 23 that line bumping up to match? This again goes back to Dr. Peoples' conversation about how we express our balancing method. So we included the transfer in this number to get it to balance is not only the fund balance use, or excuse me, the ARP use, the 771, you have the police sales tax, a little bit of business districts, but also the amount of fund balance we are looking to do to show a true balanced budget, right? So people can see that. So you're going to see when you look at our bottom line numbers in the book, the budget book, it's going to look balanced, right at zero. But you need to recognize that in that is one transaction, which is fund balance. In years past, you have not done it that way. That has not been part of your budget presentation. If there was a deficit, it was just fund balance to be used. So that's not the generally accepted accounting method way to do it for the accounting side, but for budget, it is certainly permissible and acceptable to express how we are achieving the balanced budget. The dashed lines, the yellow dash line on top is the January 22 expected expenditures going forward 5 years. The orange dash on the bottom from January, when we released the 5-year plan, the revenues that we expected, and they're 5 years. So as you can see, the red and the green lines are within the dashed lines, which means we're improving the 5-year plan. And we want to continue to do that to the point where the green line and the red line are together, right? So that transfers are an add to the budget, at least that's my personal goal, are an add and a surplus creator rather than a ongoing structural way to solve the deficit. This is up on our 5-year plan page, so everyone can see this chart. My plan is when we talk about the budget, if we make budget amendments, is to, working on it now to make this into a calculator so that you can see the bend in the line as we make an amendment. So let's say we pass an amendment to remove $1 million for some reason, whatever it may be, you can then see the future years chart move to show you what that does to your plan going out and forward. Does that make sense? Yep. Okay.
We need a plan to get the lines to touch.
That is
right?
correct. So
Doesn't
that-
have to be this year.
Correct.
But we need a plan to get to a plan.
And so you're absolutely right. So I'm going to bring back this slide and to answer that question. Again, Dr. Peoples explained this well. The column in January 22 is where we thought the 5-year plan was just in January. And then this next column is through this budget where we've improved it to. Okay, so we've seen the deficit's improving by 2.985 million already. We've moved that fund balance out to fiscal year 27. I'm going to just caveat that little note about the public safety sales tax. You can put that towards public safety, which means you could say that fund, we want to use those sales tax monies on the ladder truck. You could say that. That would certainly hurt the general fund if you did it. So I'm caveating that what I've just said about the improvements depends on us making that a general fund understanding going towards salaries in the public safety world. But if we commit to that and then talk about a longer term plan on expenditure limits and then whatever revenue options the city may want to pursue, small, big, maybe none, whatever it is, those are the 2 ways to bring those lines together. Expenditure limits in the future, potentially lapses, some of those conversations we'll have in the recommendations. But again, I do want to credit departments and others. This is great work getting us already, a move of 3 million by 5 year in the 5-year plan. So. The change in fund balance, this is a 10-year history. Wanted to provide this all for you again, looking back, the change that is going to be used. So these come out of the actuals. So again, all these budgets when they were adopted anticipated using fund balance. Sometimes they didn't at the actuals. I don't know all the reasons why in all the cases. Could be one-time monies, could be, I wasn't here, but I wanted to provide that chart for you all. So fund balance review, we do not need to talk in depth about the policy tonight, but we do need, if you wish to conversate about it. I've provided you a comparables document and then also a packet that is the fund balance policy and some other documents. For those online, webstergrovesmo.gov, click on the finance page, click on financial policies. You will see all this there. Explain what's in your packet. You have the fund balance resolution, which I'll get to in a second, the actual policy. You then have from GFOA, the fund balance guidelines. This is a best practice document. The public can see this as well. It says nothing like you need to have 25%. GFOA doesn't say that, but it gives considerations and the things that we should be considering if you are going to look at the fund balance policies. It's also important to note when we look in there, and they bring up a great point. There's 5 different types of fund balance in accounting world. There's the non-spendable fund balance, the restricted fund balance, the committed fund balance, the assigned fund balance, and the unassigned fund balance. In general, we're talking about the unassigned fund balance. Those 5 types are not necessarily always your budget fund balance that you see. So, I mean, it's, the different encumbrances, different types of commitments that those fund balances make. So if we have a floor, that 25%, we would pull that out of that would still be unassigned, but it would also be understood to be somewhat restricted, right? Because we have to keep it there. So we pool those numbers in the budget process together to give you a fund balance rather than 5 numbers to try to keep track of. Also in this document is a great, because this question has come up and been asked about bond rating from Moody's about the median tax base and revenue increases, that profile. It shows where, when you look at it, some of our comparable cities are by ratings. And I just want to say our debt rating, which we'll get to, is AA1 by Moody's, which is highly favorable. It's a great debt rating. Most local governments fall between AA2 and AA3. So if you look on page 8, it's a chart that looks like that. I'm sorry for everyone online, you can't see, but you'll see sort of where things fall. What does that have to do with the fund balance? Fund balance and credit ratings aren't always linked. I want to be clear about that. Our fund balance policy can change if you so wish. It's important to the credit rating firms like Moody's that as they review us, they know that we have a plan. If we're going to use one-time funds to help solve structural issues, what is our plan to get out of that structural issue? So again, if this is something the council wants to do, I encourage you, you saw in my recommendations in the book, if you're going to change the policy, then my opinion, definitely need the plan to show how we're going to bring those two arrows back together. And then just some other documents from Joy Howard, who does our disclosure service, sort of about a bond rating overalls in there. And then from the SEC, the ABCs of credit ratings. If you don't know, this has come up in the community a lot, so I wanted to make sure you had that information. I will get to the slide. I know folks online are probably wondering what I'm talking about, but this comparable sheet, which is online as well, we asked our local government compatriots what they have for their unassigned fund balance, which again is what we call our budgeted fund balance. As you can see, I've ordered them by the amounts. We are at 50%. There are a couple like us, all of it Town and Country, Brentwood. There are many others at 25%, some at 30, 33, 40. Some have goals, some have ceilings, some are well over their amount. The information they provided, I wanted you to have if you wish to consider the policy in terms of our comparables. So that's just comparable data for you to have if we're going to have this conversation about the policy on the fund balance.
If we can pause for 1 second, I know Councilmember Smith has mentioned in the past he'd like to have this conversation. I think a few other people have. I'm going to suggest that right now is not the time to do this because there's so many questions that we need to discuss and think through. And we just got a great packet of information. So as long as council's okay with that, if we can set that discussion aside for the moment, because we've still got lots to plow through.
About what we want to do with our fund balance policy.
The policy itself, yes.
Can we add it to our work session?
Yes, it will. That would be the idea, to have it. And 20 minutes is not going to be long enough.
So, and I just want to be clear about the fund balance policy. You don't, and I'm going to get to that, you don't have to change the policy to accomplish the budget. Okay. So but the point being again is if we're going to make some of these plans and want to have these conversations, they are related to the budget. We're in the right season for them, but it doesn't have to be now or to get to the July 1 enactment of the budget. So on your fund balance policy, and to this point that you don't need to do it right now, your policy, if you look very clearly, I added the emphasis is to maintain a rolling beginning fund balance of not less than 50% of the annual operating expenditures. And should it fall below 50%, that does not mean the world stops and you can't spend any more money or you can't, be the government. It simply said your own policy says you have to identify a plan, we, the city, you, the members, to restore the fund balance to the target amount of over 50%. So I know there was right, there we go. I brought this screen up because this came up a lot over the last year that the current budget FY22 was in violation of the policy. The expenditures in FY22 are 19.2, 50% is 9.6. The beginning fund balance, again, the rolling beginning fund balance is 11.1, 57%. The budgeted ending balance was 9.044 million, and we actually will end up at 9.7, potentially even better. So at no point during the fiscal year did we fall below the 50% mark, right? So we have never brought to you we need to make a plan because we actually, as we update the financial statement, didn't fall below the 50% to make that modification. Now for 23, 19.3, again, very similar to where we are this year, 9.6 some is 50%. We will start at 50.2 of the budget. We could fall to 46.22. Again, this is something we will monitor. If we appear that we are going to trip into that spot, we would do that, obviously, and bring that to you. Now, if you switch ARP into using for the deficit that we anticipated, take that 771 back out, you have certainly just improved your fund balance. I'm not suggesting that's what you have to do. I'm just giving you concepts of how that could change and what you could do. So a plan may be needed, but you can adopt this budget. We can even work on some other plans within this budget and likely not have to adopt the plan to fix the 50% target under the policy. I would say that that plan I'm talking about there is not the plan that is long-term, right? Those are two different plans. You have a long-term plan to close a deficit. You need a plan to bring the balance back up in the short term.
That's a good slide. Thank you for showing,
Absolutely.
putting that together.
So, and what we'll do, if you all have them, folks at home, if you're looking at the budget, fund summaries are great things. I live, eat, and breathe and die by them. So page 41 is the fund summary. This is, to me, the nuts and bolts of the budget, right? I mean, this is the bottom line when you look at it. Where are all these different funds coming from? We will start to update these in our quarterly reports. I can tell you right now, the Q1 report that we'll bring you for fiscal year 23, once we adopt it, it won't change much because there's not a lot of revenue impacts and such. But as we get to Q2 and then obviously Q3 with the 24 budget, you'll see those fund balances change quite drastically. I did have the comparables document, so there it is. I jumped ahead of myself. I apologize. So there's the comparable documents in level of fund balance. And the policy, again, you see my recommendation. I think as you consider, if you want to do a fund balance policy change, what do you believe is necessary? Do you have the will to reduce expenditures in future years to meet that policy? And should other funds have a fund balance policy? Many of our other funds do. And in fact, it's a conversation about, and I'm going to number 4 here on mandatory deposits with things like a large capital purchase, like a ladder truck. Do you automatically segregate 10% of capital funds in every year for those large mega purchases that are going to be needed in the capital fund? When you look at parks, like I know Scott Davis might come across and, whack me upside the back of the head here, but we have a lot of things in the capital fund that is equipment to be used in parks. Does that belong in the park improvement fund? So, I mean, we can look at all those things in terms of policy on how we utilize the funds. ARP is a fund. It is Fund 44 in your budget. I'll show you how to find it in a second. We do have some recommendations on a funding plan for you. Bottom line numbers, we have about $1 million plugged in this budget. It can be amended up, down, whatever you choose. We have used revenue replacement of about $771,000, as we talked about. FY22 is encumbered 111. That is where we get the remaining 2.7 number. Madam Mayor, I saw your eyes squint when we talked about that earlier. So you do all the math backwards there, that gets you back to 4.6, what we had originally received. The funding plan from public input and also commission recommendations. So this is balancing act, that data that we got, and also some of our commissions. We are recommending that the city take its first giant leap into electric vehicles, with 2 for the fleet for planning and development for inspections, and also 2 for police use, and then adding 3 charging stations. We plugged in $6,000 for charging stations. I'm going to tell you right now, these numbers were plug numbers and our best estimates off of very generic conversations. As we get further better estimates, we will come back with amendments for you to consider on what we need and such. For example, we can get a nice, what's called a level 2 charger for $6,000. It'll charge up 4 or 5 hours. The fleet cars, it's a great idea. A cop car that may need to get going right away may need the super fast charger like you see at the gas stations and hanging on the side of the walls. That takes a 480 amp service. So, there's a higher cost, could be as high as $30,000, $40,000. And that does not mean that these are not considered public stations either. This isn't, hey, we've got these at City Hall, come charge. We haven't even gotten that far in our programming. This is just a conversation about our own fleet is what we put in this plan. We've put in dedicated funding for a bicycle pedestrian improvement. That was our top scoring item on the balancing act. So we put in $100,000. Again, this is not a plan that we have. We don't have a plan. It's dedicating money towards the city coming up with a plan around certain goals should you choose to adopt it. Business Development Fund. There were many different things on the business side that came up. We put $100,000 in. We have a plug number. I don't like to call them plug numbers. We have a fund balance held there of $50,000 for the DEI initiative. 50,000 for the low income seniors utility tax rebate, which also scored high on the balancing act. So those are items both from sustainability and balancing act that we have put in. And then some items from facility and technology recommendations that we have had. We've talked about technology. I'll get to that in a second. We put 150,000 in for city hall windows. Again, before we had the much more firm number of about 165, we're going to figure. So we'll come back with an amendment for that. But then we have technology plans that we have talked with you about before. Tyler Content Manager enables us to end the use of paper files for all the finance and invoicing and HR needs and such, so we can scan it in and not have to have filing cabinets all over. Our HR module needs to be updated, so that is a NeoGov purchase. That's a one-time cost. We also this year will end, we are scheduled to end our lease of computers. For those out in the public that don't know, other than I think the 15 laptops that the city owns that some of you have out in front of you right now, every other computer in this building is leased. So our computers are as leased as a hardware as a service type of model. So that is coming to an end. So we would purchase those desktops out. They still have some useful life on them. We would purchase them out. That's what you see there, the purchase, and then begin a 3-year replacement schedule. So we would buy, the first batch of 30 new laptops, bring them on in, and then move on, every year from there. So again, we're starting with the ARP fund there. These funds are likely going to have to go back to the capital fund, right? Now, because ARP we can use for technology very clearly as it fits in the ability to remote work and such, but there will have to be an accounting for these into future budgets.
So Eric, when you said you would purchase them out, so at the end of the lease period, we would just go ahead and purchase those computers.
That's correct. So
and keep
this
those
fiscal
for-
year, we would keep the desktops, we would purchase them, and then we'd have the warranty placed on them
Mhm.
so they could be serviced.
Okay,
We would own them, and then they could stay in useful service as we build into the laptop. And the
Okay.
goal is that everyone on staff has a laptop, 2 monitors, so essentially, and a docking station. They can take the laptop home if we have to go to remote work. Something our city was not able to do during COVID because we were not equipped in such a way to do that.
keep in mind when you do that, it's a good idea that they have monitors to go with their docking station so that they're not working
Yes,
on this little
Yep.
screen. Okay,
monitors are ultimately cheap. So,
right,
yeah.
exactly.
Can I ask, does the current lease agreement include service that we'll have to cover ourselves in the future? Or is it,
That number there, the 53 includes the purchase and the warranty for the remain for another 2 years on those desktops.
okay,
So,
and it would maintain the same level of service you receive
yes.
today?
And all of this is just, we could do these things. We can change any.
You
of
can
these
change it if you-
lines,
yeah,
And we
exactly.
have a couple
Right.
years to do it.
Yeah.
Because I know there's some things that were mentioned in balancing act or in other discussions that I don't see on here. And so we could talk about whether we wanted to can and want to add.
Exactly. Meeting room upgrades, they are a continued upgrade. So if you all have heard this wonderful little static noise that you hear up here going on right now, we are starting to notice electronic interference. This room wasn't designed well for the electronics that we're all bringing in. It's probably more than likely a phone sitting just close enough to, as it searches for data but the point being is a good meeting room should be shielded from all that. And then also talk about presenters. Mary is training with us tonight to run Zoom as we work through this budget process, but allowing the presenter to be able to present, having the first floor conference room open for you as council members to be able to have meetings if you choose, also us in interviews and such. So we have quoted that out, and that's what's in that line. The desktop server licensing, Microsoft Office 365, the backside server replacement, those are all totals that someday will have to go back in the real budget. The real budget, I'll use that term. But again, with technology, we felt it a way to do it this year, unless we want to look at, they're always usually in the capital. This is something you haven't seen before, is some of these costs have been placed in the capital budget, meaning they're in the fund. You see them in the book, but not in the SIP sheets that you've normally seen. They haven't been part of that plan. So as we again look at how we present things, we want to be transparent and forthright about where those things are. And some of our IT costs have not been hidden, just not well shown so that you see them, like replacing windows and buying a new truck.
Outside backup server replacement, where would they be located?
I believe they're at the service center. I do not, I will double check on that. So on this point though, this does not, Ms. Hickson Shepherd brought this up, we talked about going completely to the cloud. We have not done that here. We still have servers in the building that we're maintaining. If you wish, again, that's one of the potential amendments. If you want us just to get in the cloud and be done with a room dedicated to servers with all the heat, the cooling and everything, we can make those kinds of quotes and estimations for the budget.
Well, give consideration. Backup server is in one of our facilities, not facility go. You use your backup server. Either in the cloud or either put it in Spokane, Washington.
Right, yeah.
Whereas we retrieve it fairly easy.
You are not, we recognized ultimately with ARP that there's a lot of things that everyone wants to do with this money, right? And we could spend it all easily on internal services. So we're trying to be frugal, but also recognize that we could do a lot more. We do need to have a well-built plan to move us into that next step on technology as well. And then we put 25,000 in because we know the costs are going to go up. We quoted all these numbers the best we could, but every day technology costs are shooting up in a big way.
How about training and obviously internet security as we go forward, a future, especially into the cloud? I mean, is that budgeted in somehow?
So that is in the budget. So I applaud Steve Vader and IT as we talk through their budget. We move some things around that are, I don't want to call it fat, but we found places where we could put enough money together year over year. So we have a suite of tools from KnowBe4 Security. Every employee has cybersecurity training. In fact, they're scheduled to be completed this week. And they will have annual yearly training. Every email system now has the phishing button on it. So if you get, the random email that you think might be a problem, and then also we will compliance test throughout the year and send out that email. You won a $50 Starbucks gift card. I won't say that Dr. Peoples ever clicked that in past service. So, those, yes, so that is in place now. And that's incredibly important. Our first line of defense in all technology things is the human that is deciding whether or not to click on that email link.
What about security signing into our system here at City Hall?
Security signing on in the systems, you must be created by the city. So such as you all have an account and such. You have to be on our network. So that, like this computer here, you have to sign on. You're going to go through a multi-factor authentication to prove it's you. So either an authenticator app to a cell phone or a text message along the way. And if you're on a laptop, as many of you have, technically right now the city, while there are laptops, we're not recognizing those as our devices on our system. So that if I'm at home and happen to grab a bad file in the cloud, trying to do some work, it's not going to infect our servers back here. It's all segregated as allowed guest computers, and every file transfer that goes back and forth is always scrubbed.
By the way, the website looks great.
It does.
Congratulations, Jenny Stark.
Yeah, that really looks amazing, Jenny.
Right, Eric, before we've been at this more than 90 minutes. Do we want to take a little break, or how close are you to the end of your portion?
I don't.
Yeah, because you already took one.
Could we do this slide and then we'll have balancing act? It's a good time to take a break.
Perfect.
That one, okay. So the recommendations, if you look at, I'm sorry, it's in the introduction in the budget. We made 5 recommendations to you that are not just the budget. So one is the fund balance policy. Again, none of these need to be done with the budget, but they're all related, and we would appreciate conversation throughout this about them. The most important one, in my opinion, is number 2. And what do we do in future years to really bend those expenditures and revenues together? What is the plan, right? And that could even be the plan that we're going to expect the legislature to give us more sales tax authority, and we're going to get that passed. That can be in a plan. I'm not saying it's a credible idea, but it's a plan. But also, let's be honest about expenditure targets, right? We can't just anticipate because we set the plan. Now, 2 years from now, we've got an extra $1 million, right? How do we effectively manage expenditure targets? Also, we recommend that we implement a mandatory lapse. Lapses are not something I think we've done here. Lapses mean we give you Department X $1 million, but then we require you at some point to give back a certain amount of that. Okay. So what we're saying here is that those things that we get to this point next year, and we said, we estimate we're going to spend $800,000 out of that $1 million. Good. That $200,000 is coming back right now. Not just sitting there waiting. It's coming back now to improve the fund balance that we look at when we're in this point next year. That's our lapse recommendation. We also have fiscal policies, a bunch of them in the page 26 to 34 of the budget that I can't find resolutions that show that we've actually adopted them. It's not a big deal, but I do suggest that we look at them. It's position control, budget control, those policies that we just simply, what I'm saying, codify what we've had in the book for years, just pass those resolutions so we have them. We do have debt management, the fund balance policy, our investment policy is all freestanding. Make those other ones that are in the book also codified as well, and then subject to review. And then finally, again, on the public safety fund, we'll talk about this in revenue. The police sales tax is the line item, and we can simply move it from the public safety fund into the general fund and account for it there. So recommend closing that fund. So I will pause there because I know we want to take a break.
Let's take about 5 minutes and then we'll resume. And we thank our directors who I know are waiting for their turn, the microphone.
Is that tonight too?
Yeah, that's tonight too.
Oh, wow. We should maybe order some pizza. Yes, not too.
Yeah, we're gonna.
I know, because it will be when we get out,
Financing, our budget.
right? I mean, I haven't had dinner. I don't know. Maybe other people. have. Eat these M&Ms.
Sure.
Do you want some? We can share pretzels, chocolate.
Well, here, we'll give him Dave. No, seriously, he's not eating any of them.
Is this?
Just can't have Emerson's in mine. Can't survive without it.
Okay.
Never stopped recording.
Okay. As long as it's
The
muted.
same one?
No.
Oh,
All right, are we all ready to go? Let's call this meeting back to order and keep rolling on here.
All right, Madam Mayor and members, we'll continue on, and everyone on the screen, we're talking about Balancing Act, our public engagement tool for the budget. Also, just was on a great thing today where they were doing it for housing. It's really interesting. Webster Groves mo.gov/budget. For all those in the public, you can see this, all the data there. We had 404 page views in 2 weeks. That is an outstanding number. 18 minutes spent on site. That means our folks who were there spent a lot of time on site looking at the data. 136 hours total, 66 total submissions. Slight change from the initial batch we sent out because we had one that came in late and we worked with Balancing Act on some of the data. So we want to say thank you to everyone who came to be a part of that in Balancing Act. We'll do a quick review of some of the data. Sessions by city, you can see Webster Groves, Kirkwood, St. Louis, and other cities. We had Creve Coeur, Chicago, St. John. Sessions by city that utilized this Balancing Act. 162 new visitors to our simulation while we had it open. Again, that's going to be higher than those that actually completed the project. There are many people who go through and do it, but never get to a balanced budget and then don't submit it. Or they just want to see what it says, and that's fine. We're here to use it as an education tool as well. By gender, overwhelmingly, we were male this time, 71% to 28%. Age range, you can see there, 32% were 30 to 49, 29%, 50 to 69. Green is no age given. 70 plus is at 10.7% and 18 to 29, 4.62%. So I'm going to stop there and go back one slide real quick. I want to draw council members' attention to the document with the green Balancing Act on the front of it, to the general fund budget. For those online at home, you can see this at Webster Groves mo.budget. We've added pages toward the back of this. You can see it'll say like fund balance use. That's the actual data from the site. So you can see the data. Just a quick overview of a couple things that we saw. People increased the amount of, excuse me, let me look here, make sure, yep. So they increased the amount of fund balance used on the budget on average by $115,000. They increased the amount of, tip of my tongue, ARP used on the budget by $857,000 on average. So that's the data that you can see there on those. We also have, we asked a bunch of questions about the workforce. You can see average increases, average decreases. I'll use general government, which I'm a member of, so everyone knows I'm talking about me. We saw folks decrease by 223,000 in that category was the average answer they gave. In police, there was an average decrease of about 402,000. In fire, a decrease of about 288,000. Parks and Rec down 57,000. Public Works down 69,000, and Planning and Development down 113,000. Again, none of that indicates anything other than what people clicked in. Some other data points, compensation and classification, really interesting. Despite the need for compensation, our community overwhelmingly pretty much said no, or just put people at minimums or a COLA, but not at new minimums. So they're all over the board there. Could be a lot of employees in there, could not be. So you'll see some of those questions and answers. That data is available to the public and to you as we talk about these issues. And it's in this packet of information. Also included online is the big comments, which I'm not going to go through and read. You can read. These are individual comments that people made about the questions we asked, and you can see what they brought up about each of those. All right, budget detail overview. Before we get into our departments, this is just a quick understanding because the budget has completely changed from.
Eric, can we go back a second?
Yep.
Sorry, compensation classification summary, the multiple choice question. No was the modal response, but if you put together all the yeses,
Correct. Yes,
that is actually the majority.
it absolutely is. Yes.
Okay,
My
wanted to make sure that I wasn't, yeah.
Yes, you weren't, yes is the overwhelming answer. There were just many
with
variations. of
Variations
yes.
in COLA. Yeah.
Yes. And there was a yes question that had no move staff to minimums, but no new COLA.
Yeah.
So the budget detail overview, if you all just take your budget, flip it open to executive and legislative. Good spot to start. What you see on the screen, that little box in this first page on page 99, that is a narrative, which is a little different from what you've seen in the past years. That is the new narrative form that we have gone to explain a budget unit. A thing like executive and legislative, you can see there are 4 budget programs within that unit. All of them are not, obviously, the city clerk doesn't report to the city manager. So it's not like a hierarchy. It's a grouping of certain functions. That is a narrative. If you just give it a flip there to then page 102, you're going to get to the budget detail. Unlike last year's or past years, I should say, and for folks at home and in the room, that's a budget detail on the screen, the blue description, and I'll point out all these things. In past years, we literally have gone from New World, our financial system, exported to Excel, and then copy and pasted into a different format that you're used to seeing in your budget. Well, we determined that we're not going to put about 12 to 15 man hours into copying and pasting numbers from one program into a different sheet. So this is the actual budget document, just like we work with, and we will enter data. So I wanted to highlight what these things are so you're aware. So you saw the budget narrative on page 99. Across the top of, if you look there on page 102, the first item is that Fund 01. That means you're in the general fund. So anytime you see Fund 1, it's going to show you you're in the general fund. The next item down, you'll see Department 01, General Government. You're asking yourselves, what? There's no general government department in the city. Well, there is in the budget. We bump many departments together that are in the general function of government that we perform into one department in the budget. So that includes everyone in executive and legislative, finance and administration. Those 2 tabs are going to be in general government. Program is probably what you think of most often as a department or an office within the city. You see program as city council. Program is going to be city clerk. Program is the city manager. Program is finance. Program is public works administration. And then below that, personnel services is always listed first. That's a classification. That means that in these following lines, all these things are related to people. Salary and wages come first out of that. And then you see 602 part-time. 602 is the object. When we talk about a line item, that's a line item in our budget. Okay, so every individual item gets assigned to a line item in terms of the appropriation it should be in. If you just look at that part-time and use that line across, you will see that in your budget book, you have the 2020 actuals, the 21 actuals, the amended budget for 22. So that includes any changes you made mid-year, the estimated amount that we anticipate spending to close out this year. The department adjustments are what are entered by the department. Okay, so that is all at the department level. They may have some input from us, but that's the director's recommendation and request that comes to the manager. What you see as 2023 proposed budget is the recommendation that is before you. So some of those numbers may have changed up or down as things get moved by the manager to balance the budget. And then the last column is your 2023 budget, if it's over or under the 22 budget. So again, for city council salaries, your salaries are set by charter. They're not going to change. They are simply exactly the same as they were this past year.
You just flashed all our salaries up on the screen.
I'm sorry. It's a very public document. It's been around since 1954. Nobody knows. It's been around longer than Playboy. So it's not a secret anymore. So.
Try that myself.
The bottom line is your totals, then salary and wages. So if you look down the page for city council, you'll go down about 3/4 of the page. You'll see program 01 city council totals. You see that down on page 102? That is the total amount of city council for all those columns. So your program within that budget unit, that's how you see where it's at. And for those at home and for you all, as we talk about budget amendment forms, which we're about to get to, I wanted to explain what a line item is. So you know these numbers, because you'll hear me use these numbers and just sort of rattle them off. When we say you want to change your salaries, if you could, let's just use that as an example, the city council salaries. We don't say change general fund, general government, city council salaries. We say we need to change 010101 Where do those numbers come from? Again, your fund 01, your department 01, your program 01, and the object you want to change is 602. That leads me to the budget amendment form, which I'm holding, and those online at home, you can see this on our website as well. And I have given you all 10 blank ones. They're in the envelopes you have, and I've given you an example. I think this might be the first time you've had an amendment form to change the budget, but the budget is now out of the manager's hands. We have rolled it forward to council, which means that we need records of the budgets you change and how you change them. So we've created this form for you all to be able to fill out. So I've given an example here. If you are so inclined, you would write your name. If you have somebody who's your second with you, you can put that in. And in this case, I want to move the cost of traffic control supplies over in Todd's shop from the general fund to the street improvement fund. So I'm moving it between funds, right? So I need to increase it in the street improvement fund. So that's, you see the increase of $10,000, and the increase code is 6339713. And the decrease amount is 10,000 in 010314,713. The point of that being, that's a very simple one, an increase and a decrease. They can be simple, they can be complex. So as you look to the bottom, you see finance checked, that first sort of box there. That's our job to make sure. So if you say, I want to eliminate this position, there's actually about 6 line items that have to be affected to pull that funding for that position, all the fringe back out, right? So that we would help you make sure that you've got the right line items identified, so that when you all take up Eric Peterson's amendment to eliminate that position, you all know exactly what's going to change when you're ready to vote on it. It's not to stop an amendment. If you guys decide, well, we're voting on it, and finance, you don't get to check it, well, whatever you approve, we will do, but that's our way to help you get to a true realization of what you're trying to do with the intent.
So since we have not done this as a council in the past, for example, we'll have a discussion about whether we want some COLA alternatives.
Mhm.
Is that then subject to an amendment proposal, or is that something that we'll work out with you all if there's consensus on that?
So that would be an amendment. We would, if let's just say compensations, right? So let's say we put in 2%, you want to look at 3, 4, 5, 6%. We bring all those scenarios and you go around the table, seems like we're at 5. We will then prepare an amendment to show the 5% amendment and how the changes need to be made and bring that to you.
Okay.
Hence, one of the things, we can still amend the budget after the public hearing. So we can do that on final adoption as we're looking at it.
Okay, thank you.
Show the impact of our.
Absolutely. Yep. So again, back to not just the form, but we'll have that, I'm hoping to have that graph shown, with the I'm not going to go backwards and all that, but you know what I'm talking about, the graph showing so you can see what you're doing to that impact. So. Other questions?
It is a little late. Are you asking us to propose changes, or are you just kind of if we want to?
I'm not asking you to propose changes. What I'm saying is that, and I don't know the culture of how it's been, but I don't think you've probably been asked this way before, is that the budget is no longer the manager's budget in terms of the numbers, right? If you want changes, well, you can tell us you want them. I think of last year, Ivory Crockett. Scott and I must have talked 4 times after that conversation about what did you really hear was the outcome we wanted to do for Ivory Crockett, right? So we need to get to a point where it's fine if we just do consensus conversation, but then there's something that we codify that's firm, that we know, that we all understand this is what the plan is. As we all hear things a little differently, right? What's our emphasis? So I am asking you, and also there are things that aren't the manager's recommendation, not because we don't like them, but we just may not have thought of them, that you have thought about. You can bring those up. You have every right at this point in this budget to say, we should spend, every commission should have $5,000. That's you can put that amendment together. And if you need help, we're here to help you put that together. Our job is to help you from here.
So Mayor, if I may, this isn't meant
Please.
to be cumbersome and we can help you along the way, but it really does codify it and it provides that record of the budget amendments. And I think a good example is last budget year, I did not recommend the COLA within my proposed budget, but the 2% COLA was in the budget, but there's no record of how it got there. And so it's just one example. And so I think your first question, Mayor, and just in terms of the proposals that you're asking us to bring back on the 10th, absolutely not. We're not asking for that form. We're asking for the final decisions that are made for those to then be codified. It is for all parties, but it's also a good record for the public to see as well, that this is how the budget got made. So.
And I guess since we have not done this as a organizing unit, you know, all of us, if you have an amendment and we haven't talked about it as a group, it is in your interest to at least let everybody else know what the substance of that is so that no one's taken by surprise for that discussion as we get used to doing this kind of thing.
We'll help along the way. It's gonna be a learning process for everybody.
It's almost like we're a true legislative body at this point, you know, like, I mean, this is pretty cool.
Just want to go on record. It was their idea, not mine. All right.
Also, I mean, it also, I think to some degree, I mean, especially when we talk about accountability for the voters, these amendments to the budget will be available to voters voting in the next election and so on. You'll
Right.
see exactly what individual council members decided to propose and not propose. You know.
It's one of the things in budget presentation we should also do is codify, just show in the book for the voters what changed between the proposed and the adopted. And it's a lot easier than trying to skim through now what happened, you know, right? And so work session type of conversations are good, but ultimately it should come why we do a resolution, why we do an ordinance, right? What's the black ink on the white paper that says this is our intent?
Yeah.
So.
Can you remind me how many meetings we have?
Sure. So
So
we're
we
going to
have-
talk about it after the departments, but again, to give you a sense, right now we have scheduled May 10th,
Mhm.
May 17th, June 7th with the public hearing, and then June 21st for adoption. So one of the questions we'll ask is, do we need more meetings? Do we want more meetings? We have a tentative schedule to give to you that you can pull apart and say, nope, scrap it, do it this way. We want to go that way. You can give us some of that direction tonight. You can say, come back on the 10th and give us more. Madam Mayor, members and Dr. Peoples, do you want me to just jump past mine and get to the department heads given the hour? Or do you want me to?
Well, I won't speak for.
No,
council.
I'd like to hear what you think.
I was gonna say that probably would be best. I see you all yawning.
So we will move past mine. I can come back to them, but we'll get into the departments if that works. So,
Then they can go home.
yes, so we will start with our friend, I believe it's police. So you want to just skip forward to the police?
All right, Chief Curtis. Did I say that right?
Okay, you'll pass that one. Thanks. Obviously, we're starting with the organizational chart. We have 50 employees in the police department, 48 are sworn officers. Obviously, as Dr. People spoke about before, we're freezing 3 of those positions, so we have 45 officers. The organization, I think I've gone over before, but it's basically the patrol division and the investigation support division each have a captain that commanded commander over each of the squad units, and then supervisors over each individual unit. Our personnel cost estimates for fiscal year 22 budget was $4,652,000. We're estimating that's $4,576,000. Materials and supplies budget was for 77. The estimate was for 80,000 plus. Contractual was 294. Estimates 269. Capital outlay was 6,300, and estimate of 6,300. Shared services, most of that's Essential Dispatch Center. A huge bulk of that was 522, and the estimate was 499. Our capital improvement budget last year, the request was approved for 429, but we are estimating we'll spend 269. We estimate we'll be about 60,000 or 76,000 under budget. And that would include from that the payouts that were made to make people get reduced to the maximums on vacation time and comp time. So there were some payouts there. And also doesn't reflect all of the overtime that we have in grants. We're probably getting some more of those. So that figure may change a little bit, but that's a pretty good estimate. Materials and supplies, we were about 2780 over the budget. That's a result of, we had some retirements and resignations. We had quite a few new officers come on, so we didn't quite estimate properly for the equipment and material, the number of officers that we had coming on for the year. Contractual services, we were about 24,000 under budget. Most of that was responsible from things like the body cameras and some of our security equipment that we estimated. It's more art than science. Each year, we don't always get a 100% correct estimate on things, so we have to make sure we have enough money there to cover that. The capital outlay was estimated will be even. The shared services, again, we're about 22,000 under. Capital improvement, about 159,000 under, which is quite a bit under. The result of that is we didn't make the purchase on the accident analysis, which was a pretty expensive purchase to save funds. And then also our video cameras for the in-car that we estimated. They, like the body cameras, have gone to a 5-year program as opposed to 1-year capital expense. So that'll be a portion over 5 years. So that cost that we thought was going to be one uptime front cost is actually going to be spread out over 5 years. Our department goals of continued succession planning. It's always an important part of what the department does. It's especially important now. At some point, the chief will probably retire. So
Nope, not allowed.
So we want to make sure that we have good leadership and that we have good command staff and supervisors, and that we continue to make sure that we plan for the future. We want to continue the organization of the department through the CALEA standards to maintain our professionalism and also prepare for future accreditation assessments, which are always thorough. We want to continue to make decisions that are fiscally responsible while maximizing our resources to provide superior service to the community. One of the most important parts of our budget are for training and development for the staff. It's designed to manage to successfully meet community needs, also create the leadership and a culture that aligns with and meets community expectations. Sharing services with other cities creates your financial savings without negative impact on service provision. As was mentioned earlier, ECDC has been increasing costs. Right now, I think it's probably a break-even point where, except for the capital expenditures, it's about what we would have to spend if we had our own dispatch center here. But it's still a good value, I think. The question is, if it increases substantially in the future, as it has in the past, we may need to look at some different alternatives. Use and leverage of the technology allows the department to more effectively and efficiently manage resources while promoting a strong creative work environment. Both of those result in improved public safety, superior service delivery, and community trust. Reductions and increases from the fiscal year, personnel reduction, 270,000 in savings, furnishing supplies and service, 9,100. Reduction in the surveillance accounting for proactive crime detection is 46,000. That's a little misleading, and a big part of that savings was we're reducing our fleet. Normally, our purchase for vehicles, we would purchase 3 cars. We're only going to purchase 2 this year for cost savings, and we moved the body camera program from general revenue into CIP, so that accounted for a lot of that. Radio maintenance and radar units, $6,400. Our fund totals for fiscal 23, the 09 police is $4,976,000. Police shared services, again, the bulk of this is ECDC, it's $498,000 plus, for a total of $5,400,000. Our CIP requests for operational equipment are 57 grand, vehicle equipment 70,000, computer equipment's 15, radio electronic equipment is 40, for a total of 182. And then on the next slides, we'll show what we're asking for. The body cameras would be about a $30,000 cost. Again, that's an excellent program, something it's part of the technology that helps improve service and also creates confidence and trust from the community. Yeah, as I said, we normally in our program, we try and do at least 3 marked vehicles per year and then other vehicles as needed. This year, we're only asking for 2, it'd be 70,000. Mobile data terminals, we have those in each of the cars. We need to turn those over every year. We try and do 3 a year, which would keep us current because they about 8 to 9 year life, and then the technology and the laptops are gone. So we're asking again for 3 for 15,000. Portable radios, we have to replace those incrementally. At the start of the ECC program from St. Louis County bond issue, all of our portable radios were replaced at no cost to the city. The problem being that even though the bond fund money keeps coming in, there's no sunset on it, they're not going to purchase any more radios. So we have to incrementally replace the radios to keep current with the technology and keep the radios in service. So we're looking at doing 7 to 8 radios per year, which will be enough to replace the radios for every officer within like a 7 or 8 year period.
Do we know what's happening to that money?
The bulk of it is going to the communications center for St. Louis County
Okay.
and for the maintenance on the St. Louis County system that we all use.
Okay.
And that's where they said the money's going for. Again, the thought was when that bond issue was passed and when everybody was pushing it was that they would continue to make those purchases for the munis, but that was, they say, a misunderstanding. The in-car video systems, the system we have now is about getting close to 10 years old. Technology is older. We're having to replace parts. We're looking at going to a system that will integrate with our body cameras. So we'll be able to synchronize the videos from the body cameras and the audios with the in-car video system, which will provide us a much better picture of exactly what's happening or what did happen in the car. Again, it's an important part. It's an expensive technology, but I think it's important a tool for us to use and also for the community to have some trust and confidence. And if we do have any questions, that we certainly can have something concrete that we can look at to determine what happened. And that's all. If you have any questions, be glad to answer them.
What do you think's happening at ECDC?
Just my personal opinion, but it's an informed opinion. I've tried to get the general manager over there to at least consider some changes. I think it's a little overstaffed. And I think that some of the issues over there could be better handled in a more economical manner. But again, we're only voice. Dr. Peoples and I have spoken about it on many occasions. We're only one voice, so we can't push the needle over there. And I think the goal for him or for them was to try and make this a bigger and better operation. That's not really what we were looking at. So what's happened is instead of expanding, it's actually contracting. So what was being envisioned is not occurring. And so I think we probably have a little more expensive equipment than what we need. And I certainly think that we could probably do better with the staffing over there for the calls for service.
Thank you, Chief.
So one last question. So the 3 frozen positions, I'm curious, when's the last time that you remember those being filled, or do you remember them being filled?
Right after Prop P was passed, we were able to fill those 2 positions and we were fully staffed at the 48 positions. One of the things that to consider is that one of those was a school resource officer for Great Circle.
Yeah.
So even though they were paying for it, it looks like a position. So it's not a huge savings when we eliminated that spot because Great Circle was paying for it in any case. And then the other 2 positions, shortly after they were filled, the person we had in RSEG who was on a grant also left. So that was the last time where they were filled. And that was just for a very short time, maybe for probably 6 months to a year that were actually fully staffed.
Okay.
And it's been quite some time since we've actually had 48 people. As I explained before, if I thought it was really seriously affecting public safety, I would tell you we'd try and find some way to do that. But I don't think it has a dramatic effect on public safety. We're able to operate with the staffing that we have. The only time it causes a real issue is at times if we have an injury or we have somebody out sick or whatever, when we get too low, it does become difficult, but we're able to generally able to manage through that. So it's not something where the community needs to be concerned that a lack of personnel is affecting public safety in any serious way.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Council, Madam Mayor. It is good to be your fire chief. I inherited a budget halfway through the budget year as a new chief. I inherited a new fire department. So I was excited to prepare my own budget along with Chief Boehner. So our org chart, we are at full staffing. So I was a new head coach. I got a talented team. It's good to say that we're at full staffing. My first 60 days, we had a firefighter process, a battalion chief process, and a captain process. I want to go ahead and jump into FY 22. Obviously, the biggest challenge in the fire budget has been the overtime issue. We've had a couple employees out on long-term leave. More people took vacations who weren't taking it in 20 and 21. And based on our staffing, we were impacted our overtime. FLSA is connected to that overtime challenge as well. So it correlates. If one goes up, the other one's going to go up.
So can we pause for just a second?
Sure.
Can you, I mean, I do understand normal leave, but walk us through how we ended up with that much of an increase.
Sure.
Or do we understand that fully?
Over $300,000
Yeah.
over budget. Yeah, that's makes my stomach kind of churn there. One is, again, we've had two people off on long-term leave to fill at two positions that are on the higher pay of the scale. And then-
So when they go on long-term leave, then we are paying someone overtime rate to fill in for the time that
Every
they
single
are
day.
missing.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And then between the sick leave and vacation that people were taking, which when I get to my overtime for 23, I'll explain my method of the madness, my formula. I looked at the last 3 years of budgets in the fire department, looking at trending, and it appears that the overtime, it was never 300,000 over, but it was always over budget.
Okay.
So it was just under budgeted. And the fire budget in the 3 years of trending that I saw, there were multiple lines that were overfunded and underused, and underfunded and overused. And so I brought a whole new budget philosophy to drive the process for the production that we need out of our budget.
Do you know if other departments around us are experiencing similar overtime increases?
I couldn't speak on that exactly. A lot depends on how they staff apparatus.
Well, and that's what I was gonna ask you. Is there any way, like, in the event that this were to occur again, that we could coordinate with other municipalities and work a way to decrease our overtime expenses? Do you see any avenue there?
I mean, we automatic aid on calls, but we don't share staffing from day-to-day basis unless it's for the emergency call.
I know this isn't the direction that we're all kind of talking about, but if we added staff, would that reduce overtime?
So ideally,
Straight time, you know?
if we weren't on a freeze higher the next 3 years is kind of what I've talked to the troops about. I would rather hire one person extra per shift. So when you have a morning call off, you just rove that person to fill that hole instead of pay the overtime. And then when we up staff, we actually have more people. So it would be incrementally increasing staffing to reduce the overtime. Or if we had someone who was deployed for 9 months, now we already have that extra person on the shift to fill in that void. And that would keep overtime costs down. So that is a part of the strategic plan internally. Whenever I can hire people again, we have to anticipate that people are going to be off on workers' comp for a period of time. They're going to be, could be off on sick leave for months on end. And so to keep that overtime down, that would be one of the solutions.
Mayor Arnold, if I may, Chief
Please.
Ellis, sorry. So really great questions and complicated situations. So what I would share is that we had unprecedented workers' comp as well as some personal leave, which Chief Ellis said, but we had, injuries that weren't necessarily work related. For instance, if you or I strain our back doing gardening over the weekend, we'd probably still go to work, but that's not the case for our fire service staff. So we had workers' comp issues as well as just some personal leave things. We also had quite a bit of FMLA. We had lots of babies born. So good news, good stuff, but it still resulted in people having leave. We also had the deployment that Chief Ellis noted. And you may remember early on when Chief Yohe was still here, we had some conversations just about the unprecedented leave and that we've never seen this amount of leave in one time. So that certainly compounded the situation. The apparatus staffing is a separate issue because, as you know, through the collective bargaining agreement, and Chief Ellis could speak to this better than I can, we staff at that ideal rate, or the best practice at 4. And so we had some discussions around that as well, as could we go to a minimum staffing, which other municipalities around us do, which certainly isn't what I'd want to see. I love that we operate at that high gold standard of having, staffed at that 4. You may recall that we did ask our labor members if through this hard time, if we could go down to minimum staffing, if we could do it for a period of 30 days or until we could get some different staff here. And this, of course, was before Chief Ellis joined us. And the response to that was no. And we didn't have a way to influence that. We had to continue doing it and paying that overtime. Had the response been different, we perhaps wouldn't have seen all this overtime, but staffing has indeed been a challenge. Chief Ellis has come with some great ideas as he's joined our organization. How do we have those floater staff? How do we have those part-time staff that can fill in some of those gaps? And I say this only in response to staffing more per shift, hiring an additional one. That certainly is a solution. And Chief Ellis knows how the fire department needs to be staffed. Early on, I could not recommend that to you because what we've seen over the last couple of years is a trend of our call volume going down. I have a hard time knowing that our call volume is going down to recommend that we have increased staffing. Now, that's not to say that those calls, as Chief Ellis would probably say, some of those calls we're seeing fewer patients, but we're perhaps seeing sicker patients. So it's a complex topic. So I leave you with that there's probably not just one solution. I'm really excited to hear more about potential staffing solutions of whether we do those part-time shifts, floater shifts, how we can have some agreements with other municipalities, perhaps. All of those conversations, though, are tied into the collective bargaining agreement, and there's not a lot that we can do outside of continuing to pay overtime and staffing as we are. And Chief Ellis is doing a great job managing that, but most likely we're still going to continue to see high overtime. So.
And just to piggyback, we do follow NFPA 1710. That is the national standard for staffing. And there is a formula for fire responses at different levels. And Webster Groves is one of the few departments in the area that follows that to a T. And so if you're ever sitting on the stand and someone's asking, are you following every recommendation for NFPA, especially on staffing, we can say definitively we are. So there is a difference maker to have 4 on apparatus. I've been on fire trucks with 3 and 4 and commanded fires with 3 and 4. They are game changers. Probably one area that we are seeing, just put up my first quarter report, 24% of the time we are relying on other cities for EMS response into our city, which is a concern. And 12% of the time we're going out of our city to help other cities on EMS. And so that's something we'll need to address down the road for sure.
And with the new urgent care coming in, that's obviously gonna change even more, don't you think?
You would like to think so, but typically you get there and then they call 911.
So you have
Because
to
they can't handle it
transport
and they got to get you to the hospital.
Chief, just one request. Would it be possible, those national standards, especially with the 3 and 4 men on the truck, can we have a presentation on that and how those standards come to be and what the game changing effect of having 3 versus 4?
Absolutely. I can provide, there's a 2-page PDF document that I always reference that explains that to perfection.
That'd be excellent.
I'd love to do that. Fuel costs did go up as well. Our call volume has steadily been increasing. It actually dipped last year, but we are seeing an incline for 22's call volume. Now, obviously fuel costs went up, so therefore that passed our budget, projected to end at 22,000. I threw in here as well under over budget for Firehouse too, because I wanted to shed light on Chief Meyer, Chief Boehner, and myself. We spent as a team, and Dr. Peoples didn't tell us what to cut and how to cut. She just said, cut if you can. And we sat down and were able to earmark some funds going back toward that project. We have a very gifted city of arts. And so some of the aesthetic budget we changed. We took out heated bay floors because we just didn't need it. It was a want, not a need. And so we were able to, as a team, come up with some cost saving ideas. I also threw in there our assessment centers, which is something that I do as a consultant, saves us about $10,000 to $20,000. We are able to do a couple processes that way. As far as under budget, it's a lot of smaller amounts that added up to a decent amount of money. And we also saved $37,000 due to a grant for one of our 4 new monitors. So when I look at our department goals, the only thing I am going to read out word for word is really connected to what my role is as the fire chief and what our role is as the fire department, is to continue excellent service delivery by putting people first, being prepared for duty, serving with integrity, responding with compassion, and challenging each other toward excellence as leaders. And that's really where my heart is. Goal number 1 is about retention. Goal number 2 is training. Goal number 3 is the playbook. Under retention, one of the things I've heard is I'm putting together a qualitative research, some analysis from our people, is that we have done a great job as a city of Webster Groves training up people, and they lead to be chiefs elsewhere. I've made a lot of chiefs in the county, and they said, I used to work at Webster Groves. And so I hear their stories. What I'm also seeing is that we have a generation gap. We have a lot of newer, younger people in the fire service. The cost to replace new people after that first year is 1.5 to 2 times what we've already paid them. So we have to become a destination fire department. And so retention is front and center. Number 2, training, increased outside training and inside training. The training budget for in the previous years has been less than status quo. And I'm not willing to settle for that. We were only burning once a year doing live fire training. 2.4% of our call volume is only fires, but it is our highest risk. And so this budget will support increasing our burning live fire training to quarterly burns for all 3 shifts, as well as quarterly extrication, critical patient care, as well as that training where when we send people out, they have to come back and teach a class. Number 3, the playbook is primarily managing the overtime, the budget, but really establishing a team culture. We have 5 teams that we have put together internally to handle the different parts of the fire department. And our team just needs a plan. They need a playbook. And so a strategic plan that supports people, places, and things. So how the budget can further the goals, again, we need to create an identity as a destination fire department. We do this through a cultural shift where everyone is a collaborative team member and we understand who we are and where we're going. Number 2, that training. One of the questions I've asked the chiefs in the area, specifically the central core, is what's your thing? What do you want to be known for? If you're water rescue, if you're technical rescue, because what's Webster's thing going to be? We can't be everything to everyone, but we can be something to someone. And so we are having those conversations here so we can send people to get that specialized training. And again, the playbook, this budget supports us creating a playbook to implement and evaluate a strategic plan, which supports those people, places, and things. A couple of reductions and increases. So I tripled the training budget. And one of the things I found is, again, there were some budget lines that were overfunded and underutilized. So I just kind of shifted some pieces around when it came to that, but training was number 1. I increased the fuel cost based on inflation and what we're seeing with diesel prices as well. And the overtime was budgeted at 256. I moved it to 304. How I handle the overtime budget formula is the amount of vacation each person accrues every year, plus 2 sick days. I take an average of that, and also accounts for weather-related events when we upstaff. It accounts for trainings and meetings. I'm asking a lot of our people. I'm not pushing them into new areas. I'm pulling more out of them. They've just been untapped. And so we are having more and more planning meetings to get things done and simply make it happen. I've shifted around some of the equipment as well in capital, and I'll talk about that at the end. So our fund totals, just over 4.8 million for our budget. 79% payroll benefits. We're gonna run the fire department with $227,400 with these initiatives. So really, for capital, just to let you know, when I inherited, I went through the last few years of budgets. It was up to replace the 2 chief vehicles. I talked to Chief Boehner and said, first off, I won't speak for you, but I don't need a different chief's car. I'll ride this thing till the wheels fall off. We got to put the money back in the troops. And he agreed because he's very accommodating. So I basically reallocated those chief's vehicles capital funding toward two primary areas. I'm gonna go to number 2 first. The ambulance for 2017 stretcher modification. So the current ambulance has a manual lifting stretcher. It costs $50,000 to retro that ambulance. It should have already came with it, but it didn't. $50,000 on a workers' comp claim of a back, we could see that pretty quick. And so when we get our new ambulance, this will become our new reserve. It will already have the technology it should have to lift patients without putting the strain on our paramedics' backs. The other allocation is that our firefighter gear has been underfunded for years. What was happening in the budget is they would take, it was budgeted where the turnout gear, the coat and pants was just in the capital, but the rest of the ensemble, the boots, gloves, hood, and helmet was in operating. I need to outfit an entire firefighter with the entire set of gear at $5,500 about per firefighter. So I'm a big guy on plans and I like fluid plans, but I wanted a plan where every 5 years we are replacing people into new gear, and that set becomes their reserve for 5 years. National standards, 10 years. I don't want to come to council and ask for $150,000 in 1 year to replace a bunch of gear when we can incrementally do it. And I have my gear guy that's over the gear team has a great schedule I asked him to put together for the next 20 years of gear replacement. We're doing the same thing with apparatus, same thing with equipment. So we're never hit with 1 year. There's shelf life for all of these things that we need to do our job well, and we can plan for that. So those are the primary capital expenses for fire budget for 23. My main highlight is a discussion point, which I'll request a special for an agenda to discuss the ladder truck. I'll give you the short version of a lot of the detail. That truck's had some electrical problems from the start. It's right at 11 years old. Since January 1, it's been out of service to date now, 24% of the year. We're putting in a new turbo in this week, new batteries. It's had electrical problems again. It's been out of service quite a bit. We've spent $50,000 to date in the last 2 years on the ladder truck. So to not hinder the 2024 capital budget because the city has other needs, what I talked to Dr. Peoples and Mr. Peterson about was moving that to 23 for $1 million. The truck has to get fixed regardless, the current ladder truck. And even the pump failed the pump test. We get it fixed, we sell it. There's still quite a bit of equity in that truck because it's only 11 years old. And then we look for a demo ladder truck. Demos are not custom made for Webster Groves, but we would pick a truck that would meet our needs of the city. And you can save anywhere from $200,000 to $400,000 to go with a demo, plus selling the current truck we have. That gets us off that big price tag of 1.4 to 1.5 million down to $1 million. And so what I would be, I'm already asking my truck committee group of people we're meeting with 5 vendors just to get pricing on apparatus and see what do they have available. Right now, lead time for building a truck is 18 months to 2 years for delivery. These demos are already coming off the line. So you slap your name on the side of it, you can customize a few things, but it's pretty much set. So that's a cost saving idea to save the city substantial funds for a very expensive piece of apparatus. Now, why is it important to get that ladder truck in service that we can depend on? Number one, the aerial needs for rescues. For some of our target hazards. Number two, for an elevated master stream for some of our target hazards as well. Our ISO rating of 2, that's one of the major factors into our rating as a city because we do have a staffed aerial with 4. And then in the central core, we're one of 3 departments that has a 4-person staffing on an aerial that other cities depend on as well. So that's the conversation of the ladder truck. I wanted to just put it out there because that'll be another agenda item with a lot more facts for you. But the bottom line is we are spending substantial money to keep it working and it hasn't been in service, but it's been out of service 24% of the year so far. So I look forward to that next conversation. I looked at 2024's capital budget and it was very heavy for the city that year. So I moved an ambulance to 25. and moved the ladder truck to 23 as an idea to offset the cost a year from now.
Chief, I appreciate it. I really like what you just said, especially about the demo ladder truck. Who manufactures the current truck that we have that's causing us so many problems?
Well, it's a Rosenbauer, but it's really a Spartan chassis problem. In the area, there's 5 different vendors. They've already actually talked to 3 of them just to gather information. And some of these, they're putting trucks out. Some cities have ordered trucks and then decided I can't pay for it. So there's trucks out there that would meet the needs that we have. One of the decisions to be made was right now our ladder is a 78-foot ladder. On a single axle, you can still get a 100-foot ladder. A lot of it is how does it turning radius in our smaller streets, but that gives us 22 more feet of rescue potential as well. So those are decisions internally we would discuss once we got some direction from the city council and the mayor, if that's something that y'all would be interested in doing sooner than later. But the last few weeks, that truck's been out of service almost for 3 weeks.
So one thing I would be interested in, especially as we go through this, is how often the ladder is actually used. Like what parts of the fire truck are actually utilized the most? I understand that it goes out, but this is an expensive piece of equipment. I would rather see us spend money on an ambulance than say a fire truck necessarily, because that's what's used and employed more by the citizens than necessarily the fire truck in municipality like Webster.
Well, a
Groves.
couple changes we're going to make. This ladder and different ladder is going to go to Firehouse 2. Firehouse 2 ran 800 calls less last year than Station 1. So that's 800 less wear and tear hours on that heavier truck. So that's one change. Plus the bays are higher and longer for a ladder truck. There is a benefit to that ladder truck whenever you need it. If you look at West Lockwood, we have huge, beautiful lots with large houses that to get hosed to that back side of that house or even on the front side of the house is going to take some time. If we need to hit it with an aerial stream from a distance, that's where those tools come in handy. So as I absolutely agree that 84% of our call volume is EMS, that we needed to staff another medic unit sooner than later. I believe that we'll keep hemorrhaging money on this current ladder. We spent $100,000 on this ladder since we've had it just in repairs. It's 10.5 years. But that truck's had some challenges from the start, is my understanding.
Gotcha. Thank you, Chief.
Yep. I threw in a few pictures that just kind of represent who we are and who we've been and where we're going. So any questions I can answer?
Anybody? I don't think so. Thank you
All
very
right,
much.
thanks for your time.
I'm next. You can flip it.
Okay.
I'll let you do it. So our org chart, we have in the engineering department, we had 5, we're down to 4 now because we lost the 1 to attrition. In the street department, we normally have 16. We are short 3 right now, so we're down to 13. Our biggest one that we're missing is our building maintenance mechanic. So issues with any of our buildings are getting hard to get addressed. Even with HVAC problems, our building maintenance guy could take care of most of them, but now we have to contract it out and get a contractor to come in here to handle the issues. So we got to get that position filled. And the other 2 positions are maintenance workers. So those are kind of the low end positions. So 22 estimates. Everything was pretty much under the budget amount. The storm improvement fund, like Eric said, we had 1.285 budgeted, but that was 1.2 million was for the culvert. So that's not being spent, obviously. We've seeking the grant. We put the application in February. We should hear in November whether we're going to get that, and I'm 99% sure we will get that. So it's a $1.5 million project. The city's then portion will be 300,000, but we have 300,000 in MSD taxing funds. So the city's going to end up spending about $3,000 of our own funds. So, yep, yeah, go ahead.
That's kind of amazing.
Yeah, going forward. Over budget, our overtime went over $3,100, not like the fire department. And that's mostly from the winter storms. With changes to our comp time policies, a lot of the guys then decided to go with actual payout overtime rather than comp time. So that's why that went up. Service center testing services, those were for our underground fuel tanks. They have new testing that is required that they didn't tell us ahead of time, so we couldn't budget for it. So it's in our budget for next year. So that's $2,700 extra. Under budget, our snow and ice, we took 80,000 out of the budget last year for salt. So we're putting in 130 for next year to replenish 2 years of salt. Streetlights was moved out of our budget into finance. Our street project contract construction was 131,000 less. Capital improvement, building improvements, 250,000, which was budgeted for the service center enclosure for the Parks Department. Well, that bid came in at almost 500,000. So we're not doing that project. And then the 1.25 million for the culvert. Goals, Public Works Department will continue to provide exceptional services with limited staff and budget. Department will continue to assist other departments with their needs, especially the Parks Department with park improvements. We've done their park trails and that, and there's other improvements at Ivory Crockett that Scott wants us to do this coming year. So we'll be working with them on that. How the budget can help our goals, budget requests and further department goals by providing the proper staffing, material costs, equipment to continue to provide our exceptional services to the citizens and the other departments of the city. Reductions or increases, the biggest thing is the increase in the snow and ice control for salt purchase, 130,000. And that is a consortium that's bid out by Chesterfield. And so the price for salt is then set for every municipality that's in that consortium. And then the only difference is the hauling costs based on where you're at. So, so we're estimating 130,000 is what we're going to need for replenish our salt.
Now, I remember that that's not necessarily, the salt is not replenished in full every year, right?
No, we usually try to replenish what we've used the previous year. We've used close to 1,000 tons this past year. And the previous year, I think we used 1,800, and I think I'm asking for 1,500 tons this coming year. So. The proposal, so I listed the 23 proposal, the 22 actual, and then what the difference is, and what I'm asking from what we had the previous year. So the only thing I've got, the city hall maintenance is going up by 22,000 because I'm asking for a building infrastructure program that can help with setting up that capital plan projections for the future. And then the capital improvements is going up by 112,000. Everything else is being reduced. And then capital improvements, vehicle equipment increase of 290,000 and building improvement decrease of 181,000. Any questions?
Looks like you're free.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening.
This is always my favorite one, Scott.
Yes. That's what,
No pressure to perform now, though.
Just because it's parks. Like, how can you not like?
He even got a
others?
diss on the fire department in there.
keep talking. Keep talking. I'm
And
listening.
also, I'm really excited for a new pool eventually. so.
Thank you for that.
And the good thing is, Scott, every citizen likes parks too. So like, there's no.
Wouldn't say everyone, but 98% of them do. So. Well, to start off, I wanted to answer Councilperson Richardson's question earlier about 97 slides ago about that bump in full-time equivalents. So we had a bump last year in FTEs for part-time. We brought both tennis and concessions in-house. We didn't know exactly how many hours we would need for those, so we budgeted what we thought we would. It's coming back down this year. Tennis program, we've got a lot of work study students from Webster University working for us, so that's free to us. So that's bringing that down. And then we actually have reduced our part-time staff levels in certain areas. We got more full-time staff working part-time hours, and we've got some facility hours that are being lowered. So we're reducing some staffing from some of those facility hours. The last part, the facility hours. So we got some facility hours that we're planning on lowering. So the aquatic center, and I've got them in my presentation a little bit later too, but the aquatic center with our lifeguard services contract this year, the rate went way up on that because we haven't seen minimum wage increases because we've been under contract and went out for bid on it. So we're going to start the school season in August. We call it school season and schools go back. We're starting that a week earlier. And so that'll be a week less time. And then also in those school seasons this year, many municipalities around us aren't open Monday through Thursday once kids go back to school. And we're going to go to that model this year. So we'll be open Friday night, Saturdays and Sundays, but not open Monday through Thursday. Previous years, we'd open at 4 o'clock and close at 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock on those school nights when school goes back in session. We've got lower attendance, obviously, on those days at the end of the season. People are back in school, sports are starting up and things of that nature. So some of those reductions, we're also looking at the rec center hours, cutting a half hour, an hour off of some of those weekend evening hours. We're seeing 5 or 6 people coming in and working out between 6 o'clock and 7 o'clock on Saturday night. Do we need to be open for that hour? Can we reduce that a half hour, an hour, and save some staffing times there? We haven't implemented that one yet. We're waiting to kind of see how fitness rolls back up post-COVID. That's not the right word, but post-masking at least. And fitness is coming back some. So we're trying to see where that goes before we make all those hour changes. If needed. Yeah. And it's all based on usage patterns. So we're not obviously cutting times where we've got tons of people in the facilities.
What is what's the week that's being moved up? So it goes from what week to what week for the school?
I've got it here in a couple slides off the top of my head. I don't remember.
No worries. I'll ask questions.
I'd tell you the wrong date if I. Huh? There you go.
Well, I only know because it's a week before school actually starts.
Yeah. Yeah. It is a week before school starts, but we can't ever get lifeguards to work that week because they're all getting ready for school to start.
And then it closes Labor Day.
Correct.
So why not just close it?
Well, there's still a lot of value being open on the weekends and those times when families and people can still come use it. So, and we can get staff to work the weekends because there's not sports and other school activities happening on those weeknights.
I gotcha.
Yeah. All right, org chart, starting out on the last presentation here, we've got 20 full-time staff members. We are short 1 right now, an evening custodian in the rec department. And then we have 20.7 full-time equivalents of part-time staff members, which is about 43,000 hours of part-time staff across all of our divisions. These are our expenditures, and I kind of broke them down by the top sections, all general fund stuff, and the bottom line is the park improvement fund sales tax. The only one that's over budget you can see is the top line in parks is over a little bit, and the bottom one, 38 business there, is under. So those two will balance out as we move into this season. Right now, we're starting to do plantings for the business districts and putting out all the pots and plants. So once those park employees actually go work in the business district, then their salaries get tied into that business district. So those will float back up and balance out. I didn't put revenues on here. I did an updated revenue projection today. Now that April has ended and we've been about 2 months post masking, we are seeing quite an improvement at their rec center usage. So much so that I'm probably going to amend my revenue projections upwards of about $100,000. We've just got more people coming in, fitness classes come back, park rentals are going bigger. So everything's starting to come back for us post-COVID. And I think now if we do our cost recovery just on the recreation center and all that entails, everything that's not parks related, we're going to be over 100% cost recovery with our fees across our expenses, which is really good most recreation facilities don't get to that 100%. You know, many cities have like an 80-85% model that they're shooting for. So 100% would be great for us.
So your budget forecast changed before we adopt the budget?
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't shared that with Eric yet. I shared it with Marie just today because I just did it. So it's $100,000 more. I don't know if you know, if they'll tag that in because how much is that's going to move the needle on the entire 16 million or whatnot. But it is looking like it'll go up.
I would just take a moment to compliment you all in the department in terms of the innovation through the heart of COVID that you all engaged in and the stuff that you did to try and figure out programs that would work in the situation we were in at a time, just to say thank you for that, because I know your department worked really hard on that and it showed.
Well, I would definitely pass it along. Most of those ideas were from those creative folks that work for us. So yeah, they did come up with some cool at-home Easter egg hunts and things like that. Yeah, it was really, really good. So over budget, I said the only thing that was really over budget right now is Parks salary. That should come back. And then under budget, basically everywhere else we're under budget. We've been able to cut a lot of things. We've cut a lot of programs that didn't happen due to COVID, fitness classes, so we didn't pay instructors, things of that nature. So we are slightly under budget on the whole department. Department goals. So we have basically four. The first one's kind of an internal one, and that's the competent classification. That's not just our full-time employee staff, which it also includes our part-time staff. All of our staff need to come up. Our part-time staff, we're having trouble keeping them. Hiring new staff. We are currently at $12.33, which is above minimum wage. It's $11.15 right now. But as minimum wage has been increasing throughout the years, the last 3 or 4 years, or 4 years now, we've not been keeping pace with other places where people could go to work. And so that $12.33, even though it's $1 and change above, is not attracting the quality and the quantity of employees that we'd like to have. So we really need to up that part-time rate. And then our maximum right now is only $17 an hour for part-time. So as you can see, if you can go start out at 15 at QT or something, and I've got employees that have been with us 20, 25 years working part-time at the front desk, and they're still only making 17. It's tough to keep those employees around. The parks beautification, obviously we love our parks. We think they look good. City buildings and parks, we'd love to continue doing that. And planting more than we take down every year so that we're improving our tree canopies and landscaping. Memberships in COVID, we're striving next year to really come back to all the pre-COVID levels. So even better than the 100% or so cost recovery that we're at now. We used to be able to cover more of park side through the fees off the recreation side.
Have you seen the ice rink being picked up? Like,
ice rink never fell off.
Really?
It really was a great revenue stream even through COVID. For some reason, we've got a very strong programs between our figure skating clubs, our hockey clubs, our rental groups, and it didn't drop off like fitness did.
so when you come to us for that repair to the ice rink.
I'm hoping not to come to you for that for the ice rink, and I think we're doing pretty good on it, but it's always looming out there, but I hope to never have to do it. And then master planning for the pool and the bond issue on that pool is a huge undertaking for the next fiscal year.
Surprised goats didn't make it on your goals list.
Goats didn't make it. I mean, it should have. So, or at least the next goat thing, whatever that might be. Yeah. How our budget requests can be furthered. First one is that part-time salary and competent classification we were talking about. So I'm proposing this year to start July 1 to move our minimums up to $14 an hour. And then in January 1, when minimum wage increases to $12, having another increase up to $15 is our minimums. And our maximums would increase the same too. So we'd have $18 and then $19 maximums for all of our part-time staff. That doesn't include instructors. Instructors oftentimes get paid more than that 19 if you're teaching a yoga class or something like that, or figure skating lessons. Those instructor pays can be mid-20s. Park Operations Division has been getting a lot of help from Public Works over the last couple of years. We've asked them to do even more for us this coming year, and they have agreed and will be able to help us. So we've cut back our tree care contracting by about 15,000, and Public Works is arborist, and their bucket truck will be able to do most of that work for us. We'll still have about $5,000 worth of contract if it's way down deep in the park or something, a bigger project that they wouldn't be able to handle maybe. Keeping budgets for part-time instructor levels coming back as we bring those fitness classes and other programs back in. And then we'd like to continue our, revenue growth. We're hoping for about a 6% increase year over year for next year. That would really get us back to that pre-COVID levels from previous years. And you can see the rest of those numbers on there. And then the $300,000 that's in the capital improvement plan for the design of the new aquatic center, starting that off this year.
Scott, I remember normally you'll bring a proposal to increase fees. Are you doing it now, or do you anticipate an increase in the fees?
So we've had several rounds of fee increases over the last 4 years, and I would like to have a break in that for a year. So at the current moment, I'm not proposing that. We'll see if some of those, if all of our fees continue, or not fees, if all of our memberships continue to rebound. If we have more members in there, then we don't have to charge each member more to be in there. So I'm hoping as we see some rebounds from this post-COVID, that we will, that's still not the right word, but that we'll not have to do that this year.
I've always wondered why we did that at the time we did it and not at the beginning of the budget.
Yeah, right.
Process.
Yep, perfect. So reductions and increases for next budget year, I've reduced the general fund by about $170,000. Of that, about $100,000 was transferred from the general fund into the park improvement fund. The vast majority of that was our contract mowing services, which is about $75,000. We moved that line item into the park improvement fund, and then we moved another full-time staff member into that fund. The rec complex hours, like we talked about, the hours being adjusted. So that date is August 15th, that it will go on to the school schedule, and then it'll only be open Fridays and Sundays. That's already been published in our brochure. And then that'll be a savings of about $25,000.
So can I so the reason for going a week before school started is your high school lifeguards are all in their orientation and all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, we've already lost our college guards because they've already gone back to school. And then the high school guards, they just get busy and they.
So it's not a demand in the use of the pool, it's the ability to staff it at that point.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. And we do also have less demand on it because those same types of students or families are also preparing for school the next week. The aquatic center contracting for lifeguard services, like I said, it increased 23,000. That includes the reduction of those hours that we cut out. Even with those cuts, we were still 23,000 more. So with those in, originally we were more like 60,000. One of our proposals to eliminate the pet waste bags out in the parks and along our greenways. We spend quite a bit of money purchasing those. So what we would do, and what several other cities have done, is gone to a kind of a built at home model. It's basically PVC pipes that you build out and cut holes into, and then we reuse shopping bags. So we have residents that'll bring shopping bags, put them in the top hole, they come out the bottom when you pull them out, and then staff will also bring ours from home. And if we need to, we'll go borrow some from Stuck's and recycle and reuse them that way. That saves
I
quite
could
a bit of
supply
money.
all the parks right now.
The only downside though, right, is that a plastic bag is not going to be biodegradable, whereas most of those doggy bags are biodegradable.
True. And if they all stayed at the park, we might not be talking about this. But if you'll ever notice, people.
Oh, absolutely.
And then take them home with them.
Yeah,
Again, Public Works saving us about 15,000 in tree work. We've got what we're called reach TVs. When you walk into the recreation complex, there's a TV right in the front lobby, and there's another one in the ice rink lobby that scrolled advertisements. That costs us about $800 a year. Hasn't been working very well over the last year. We've been kind of fighting with the company, so we're eliminating that service, and we'll print posters and such instead, or come up with an in-house way to make that work. I'm not sure anybody's sitting there watching that TV all the time anyways. Postage reducing, and then we reduced our propane from the Zamboni. We were at about $12,000 2 years ago. We cut it to $3,500 last year because we got an electric Z. We're cutting that another $1,000 this year. We've only spent about $600 in propane so far this year because we're running the electric Z most of the time to condition the ice.
I'm more amazed that Zamboni uses propane.
It's actually a pretty clean burning fuel for inside. And so it's better than gas or diesel or something like that because it burns cleaner to be an indoor product.
Every year.
The brochure, so we do still print them. We don't mail them to every residence anymore. And so we've reduced the number that we print dramatically. And the postage also comes down. They're still available here at City Hall. They're available at the rec center. And we will mail one to someone if they call and ask for it. But when we moved to an online registration software a few years back, part of that is a greater ability to people to see it online. And we saw a reduction in the need for that. And then we do post the entire brochure in a PDF format on the city's website. So you can click through every page and look at it that way.
I'm trying to think of how, just going back to the pet dispense. Well, I mean, just what you can do, because I mean, it's an issue.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Just going back to how we could really address the savings with the pet dispensers. Because to David's point, the shopping bags create a different issue, and but not having them also is a mess.
Yeah.
Because it's
That we got with the suntan lotion.
We did. We got a grant several years ago. Didn't turn out as well as it. Really good in idea, not a great practice.
Yeah, it's kind of like the doggy bag.
Yeah. And like I said, several cities, we moved to that model in Richmond Heights when I was there. I've been here more than 8 years, and we probably did it 10 to 12 years ago over there, and it's worked great in all their parks ever since. So, and while it's not a recyclable or a biodegradable bag, it is a reuse of that original product.
better one time.
So these are our proposals for next year. Again, that is some reductions off the current year. And then the last slide I have is our CIP request for fiscal year 23. And so we've got the aquatic center renovation, the master planning and design, or I'm sorry, the design, final design and construction documents for that to be ready to take that information out to the public for a bond issue the following year. Facility flooring of $80,000. That's tile work in the meeting rooms, down the meeting room hallway, the pre-function area, the restrooms, and the kitchen area on that side of the building. Some HVAC that's in the ice rink. When we replaced our 6 rooftop HVAC units this year, last summer, they came in over budget. And so we cut out one small air handler that services the locker rooms in the ice rink. So that $62,000 is to replace that original 28-year-old piece of equipment that's in there. Fitness and circuit and cardio, we replaced 8 treadmills just recently. They were installed about 3 weeks ago. This $113,000 will replace the rest of the cardio equipment in the fitness center. Most of that equipment is between 5 and 7 years old now. Ideally, we would stay at a 3-year mark because that's the warranty that we can get for parts and labor. We've extended that out through COVID just because they weren't getting used enough to justify replacement. But now we're starting to spend good dollars fixing and maintaining them. So it's time to make those replacements. And then a new parks chipper for $45,000 so that we can continue to take care of trees and down limbs and things of that. And then the park improvement sales tax, we've got another 30,000 into Ivory Crockett. That is parking lots, replacing all those. I think that number will come down significantly because Public Works is going to be able to do that for us in concrete as well. So that was a kind of a contractor cost with asphalt. And then playgrounds at McKee Park and Memorial Park by the tennis courts would be replaced. And that is my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions?
Can you remind us about the status of the addition on the rec center on the front?
It is in this year. It is 650,000. We got a $475,000 grant for that. The other money is coming out of park improvement sales tax, and we should be getting that going under contract here before the end of the fiscal year.
There's nothing wrong with your roofs, right? Your roof is in good shape.
Our roof is in pretty good shape. We had a contractor come out and look at it because we were looking to see if we needed to replace it. They've recommended a coating on it. It's a rubber. Most of our roof is flat rubber roof. They recommended a top coat sealant on that, which they'll give us a 20-year warranty on it. So it's in our 5-year capital improvement plan, but it's not an immediate need. It's something that needs to happen 4 or 5 years down the road.
I gotta remember the conversation. I would hate for you to put all that flooring in and roof start.
No, I mean, we do have some light leaking in snow conditions, mainly when you get a snowpack on top of those flat roofs and you build out ice dams and the water can get in your gutter. Sometimes we get some leaks, but in normal raining conditions and things of that, we're good to go.
So nothing really to worry about as far as flooding inside the building?
No, sir, not at all. Nope.
Scott, the pool design, does it include public engagement and design process as well?
Absolutely.
Good.
So beginning this summer, we'll be doing some design charrettes. We'll be showing potential things that we could have and asking the public their opinion on what they think we should have. I've got an idea, but I'm just one dude. So I'd love to get the public's input and figure out what you all want to see in that new facility that'll carry us out for the next 30 years, because that's a long time to plan.
Is that
for.
a local design team?
It'll probably be a mix. There are several builders in St. Louis that are located in St. Louis, and some of them have design firms, but most of the design firms, or a lot of the design firms, are not located in St. Louis for pool specific design.
It's pretty specialized.
Yeah.
Is it value just asking their opinion, what they like to see versus showing them some example?
It'll be both. Yeah, it'll be both.
Well, I'm saying, personally, I wouldn't show them examples of what they see is what they think they're gonna get. And then you're gonna criticize that versus saying something else.
Yeah.
That's clear to this community. You show it to them, they're gonna think they're gonna get that. I like the idea of getting their opinion on what they would like to see. Then give them examples.
Yeah, I don't know that I'll show them, here's slide A and here's slide B, pick the one you like the best. It's more, how many features are you looking for? Slide features or climbing wall features, things like that. How many bodies of water do you think we need, and more?
It's like the skate park thing, kind of.
More macro, yeah.
They can have some input.
We
I think there's a
Yeah.
magic.
Yeah.
kind of method.
All right, other questions, comments? Mara, you've been waiting so patiently.
Oh, Mark's been here.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Mayor and Council, good evening. Mine is probably the simplest. I don't have $1 million fire trucks. I don't have pretty parks. I have 11 staff, so the smallest of all the various departments. Currently, through this budget year, we did have a period of time with 2 different open positions. One position was my planner position, and the second one was one of my inspector positions. We're currently trying to hire for the inspector position, and we did fill the planner. So we will have a reduction between the expended estimates versus the budget due to that. We kept our purchases of office supplies and equipment to a very minimum this year. We did not need Board of Adjustment additional attorneys, which sometimes we need to use when we have a controversial item that has come before the board, but we did not have any this year. We held off on printing a number of brochures and documents. Things have gone online, or we have a surplus of ones that people were no longer picking up as in the larger amounts that they had been in the past. Our contract area maintenance, that is when we go and hire people to do work on problem properties. That fluctuates vastly depending on if someone purchases the property and then pays off all the liens. So that number always kind of fluctuates. Overall, it shows that we will be about $20,000 under budget, could be more based on those temporary open positions that we have. So over budget, it shows our salaries as proposing to be slightly over budget, but when you really look at the, again, months of open areas, we will not be. And again, the contract area maintenance varies. Under budget will be our professional services and our printing. Really, really complex budget compared to others. Looking at our department goals, we've been focusing on new technologies. Our magnet system has been able to be expanded this past year. Our inspectors are now out in the field with iPads where they can input the information from their inspections. They can take photographs with the iPads, and then all of that can go into our magnet system. And the source of data, we will be starting to track more how long it takes for things to be processed through our system. The other thing that we're trying to do is streamline a lot of our requests in conjunction with the customer support at the front desk. It was noted that they're not filling that third position at the front. One of the things that we're going to do is we're going to start taking in the permits that normally have been taken in up at the front desk, hopefully streamlining a little bit more. Sometimes things come back to us not complete because they couldn't ask some of the questions that can be answered by my staff. So we're trying to do that to continue to help with the reduced number in front. How the budget can further our goals. There is a magnet yearly contract that we've expanded to include both the mobile and portal services. It'll allow also through the portal for people to do online permits without having to scan and email the permit. It'll go directly into our system, so it doesn't have to be typed in. They can also do some inspection requests. Those are two things that we're going to be having up and running hopefully in the next couple of months. We do need to keep our positions filled because the projects have continued. We did not slow down during COVID. We increased and continue to increase our numbers of projects. We have a few new bigger projects that are coming in with the school district, with NARICS, a couple other projects that are going to be coming in that will be larger. Training for staff is really important to not be decreased. That ties into our insurance rating, which will keep insurance rates down for residents. We need to keep up all of our certifications and our training and our staffing. So if you take out my 11 staff members, my entire budget's about $60,000. So out of that $60,000, I did do some reductions. We took out an additional $2,000 for printing brochures, $5,000. We used to have a part-time staff person who did scanning. And we are trying to do a lot of the scanning with our current staff when they have some free time. And we are reducing the professional services for Board of Adjustment attorneys. So our total fund request for my department, $888,570. Less
Why
than a
didn't you get
fire truck.
AIDS all the way across?
What? Would be nice.
Okay.
So that's it.
Questions for Mara? All right, thank you very much. And we're back.
So council members, you have a choice. We have 4 more departments, which we can do tonight, or we can do them when we schedule them. And if you want to move them, that's fine. It'll just mean that your budget amendments, you wouldn't have the information this week to ponder ahead of that time. So what do you want to do? Yeah, you have revenue, executive, legislative, finance and admin, and debt service. Debt services, quick and easy.
Can I just suggest, in the nature of having everything in front of us, we just power on through here tonight? Anyone really object to that? Sorry, Sarah, you looked like you were going to.
You know.
We're gonna have to do it one way or another.
I may stand.
Yeah.
Feel free to stand. Fine, as long as you don't throw anything at me, so. All right. Okay, so we'll dive in. Revenue it is. First, let me grab the mouse here and we will go through. So revenue structure for everyone who's watching, we use revenue classifications. And we have 11 classifications. There are 63 line items of revenue across those 11 classifications. The use tax is located as a sales tax. It's very similar in purpose and nature as a sales tax, so it'll be located in that classification. When you see other financing sources, what we mean there is transfers. That's the only thing that we do in that classification. We transfer in or transfer out. That's that classification. Revenue by fund for 23, you can see the 22 budget and the 23 proposed budget, and then the amount of difference, general fund, grant fund, all the funds of the city, you can see the revenue differences there. So if you look there and you see, I'll use American Rescue Plan as a great example. Why is it only 1.5 million in revenue? We're supposed to get 2.3 million this September, the second tranche. Transfers out are a negative revenue item. So all transfers are on the revenue side. They're not on the spending side. So if we transfer something out, it just simply reduces the revenue. If we transfer something in, it increases the revenue. If you look at the $2.2 million increase in the general fund revenue, some of that is not, again, an actual new money that we're coming into. It is transfers in from the other funds, and that we are again showing to you in this budget so that you can see the balance and how it's happening. Okay. Your general fund increases of major note, the municipal sales tax, we do have the estimate has gone up quite well. Sales tax has rebounded very nicely. So we have an estimate of well over $440,000 above the 22 budget. Fire sales tax is going up as well. They're both distributed under different pool formulas to us, so they're not an equal. But I will just simply say the pool has performed quite well. And again, it's one more testament to why this community should strengthen the pool, stay in the pool, and do everything we can to guard the pool sales tax. We take out far much more than we put into that pool. On the local use tax, again, our estimate at 250,000. So we anticipate a real revenue increase of about 747,000, not including transfers. Those are the big line items. Come on, where's my mouse? No, it's just being slow. All right, lines of concern. As you look at the revenue budget, and we have printed, I don't know if you've gotten this in the past, but we have got it now in the revenue narrative, all the budget detail of all the revenue lines. Utility taxes remain a major concern. I have estimated a near flat, but I can almost tell you right now, 22 is not going to come in near what we budgeted. The utility taxes have been over budgeted and are underperforming. So again, we look at climate change has been talked about, electricity and things like that. Gross receipts are going down in all four of those categories. Some a little slighter than other, but I mean, we've got some major falls, telephone as well. Some cell phone providers don't collect those items. So those are four lines that we really need to think about. And just quite honestly, the nature of revenue is changing, right? We've had disruptive technologies and we've got changes going on in our living and how we go about our social world, and government's revenue streams usually are a little late to that game. So lots of ways people can avoid that. Inflation pressures we've talked about many times. Court fines are also one thing to watch. We think we'll get back to court fines where we were budgeted at about 300,000. So we've kept an estimate in flat there. But again, we don't see court fines roaring back at this point. That may not mean tickets may be being issued, but again, collecting on the revenue and being taken in and disposed through the court. I just want to point about
presentation that it's bad business to count court fines as a continuous revenue source.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a part of the general fund, so we want to be transparent and report it. It obviously goes there, but I mean, we all know the Ferguson conversation and just a justice issue about using court fines as a way to, back out revenue. So inflation pressures, I just didn't want to mention. I mean, we are CPI is 8.5%, the PCE is well over 5%. People are still buying. So, some of these revenue estimates, we just don't know what's going to happen. Are people going to slow down demand, or are we going to continue to see demand high? We haven't had inflation like this since the 80s, so we don't have some real good data to give you a very firm estimate on some things.
I remember that.
Any questions on revenue? We'll treat that as a budget section as well, so that we can come back, if you want to make any amendments or adjustments to revenue. So executive legislative, it's a very complex budget unit in our world. It has four component parts. You are all part of one of them, chief among them. Here are the budget estimates for 22. The budget, you are all under budget. We appreciate this unit greatly. Under budget for 22. Thank you. Love you folks. Under budget highlights, city council. Come on, there we go. Your contractual services, notably advertising, under by 4,500. Executive professional services, about 65,000 under budget. Boards and commissions, the events and activities line, 20,000 under budget. Now, partly that is COVID. Obviously, some folks did not have events, but we again appreciate that. Thank you. Performance goals. City manager did issue 2 performance goals to increase awareness of initiatives, programs, goals. Target is for 15 town halls and forums, a 200% increase in the city chats. Performance goal 2 is to implement a building infrastructure plan supported by the city council and available dollars. So we do like to talk about our goals and make sure that we are including those in the budget. The proposal this year for your 4 component units all see reductions. You have a reduction in the council budget of 27,000. Namely, we're not planning for an election in 23-24, so that's the hope. Executive is down 161, major reduction, and we'll get to that in just a second. In professional services, boards and commissions down 30,000, city clerk down 1,800, almost 2,000. So $221,000 reduction in the executive and legislative budget.
The parties aren't coming back for the boards and commissions.
Speaking of which, number 1, first thing that's taken off is the Board of Commission holiday party. Funding for the annual reception, given that we are looking at savings, that we remove that funding.
But we do still appreciate our board and commission.
Absolutely.
members.
They can still go to the rec center for free on the taxpayers of this great city. So. We have also transferred, so business promotion and advertising. So we had for many years, BDC has had done business promotions and such. Those are really staff functions now with Jenny here in public affairs. So we transfer that out of boards and commissions into the public affairs budget, staff functions.
Behave over here, please.
What's that? Not actually, she's going to end up with a decrease. She just got more duties. So professional services and the executive program are greatly reduced. Of course, those were very high this past year with Douglas Hill intake. All those cost centers were centered in the city manager's budget. So those are now removed out.
Oh, good job.
But again, income is not in her budget.
Correct, but-
Income is over in revenue. Yes, but but they show as an expenditure. So year over year. Yeah. Questions on exec and that? Yes.
What, do we know how much we spent on those 2 elections that we had for, did we just have the one special election for the Prop U? This past
In 22,
Yeah,
no, we would have had Prop 1 as well. So I'm going to look.
I'm just curious what those cost.
I just saw it earlier, it was like 35 for the year.
For both of them?
Together.
35, you say, Katie?
Thanks, Tom.
I think it was short of
It's okay.
the example in the.
Come on, Pam.
I think they were between 12 and 15. I don't anticipate you to have anything. It's here.
Correct.
Page 102.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm there right now.
I mean, all you have to do is look down.
Yes, they were 36 in fiscal year 21.
Okay.
Okay. Other questions on executive legislative?
Let's move right ahead.
Okay.
please.
Finance and administration. Come on, button, there we go. All right, so this is finance, insurance, information technology, human resources, public affairs, municipal court, legal services, and all the business districts. If you want to see an org chart, there's one that is going to probably screw up with your mind. It does mine all the time. Many different component parts here. Just a reminder, the municipal court is under the jurisdiction of the Office of State Courts and the municipal judge. I relate to them to help them with any day-to-day city matters. They are city employees and such, but post Ferguson, that is the way things are. So general fund estimates, we are under budget in all places except finance. You can see the numbers there. I will not go into detail. We'll get into the reasons why. Insurance is over by 8,100. And then all other funds on the business districts and capital programs, finance, ARP finance, again, we've put in the appropriation that is for the ARP, but we haven't spent anything, so. Hence
Where
we're
are we
under
gonna
budget.
get that extra dollar?
What's that?
Where are we gonna get that extra dollar from?
Oh, look at
Dave,
that.
I got it.
Sorry, that would be, Eric forgot to backspace his dollar out, so.
Actually, there should be a decimal point in there too.
So why are we over budget for 22? You saw this, we have centralized electricity. We're $65,000 over budget in electricity costs as the city. All those are run through finance now. Our biggest, not to throw shade at our favorite department, our biggest user of electricity is the rec center. So their budgets all look great, not having electricity in it, so. Under budget highlights, we did have some pension cost savings because of retirement and changeovers, folks that would leave, so therefore we avoided pension costs that were anticipated for them. And then IT salary savings of 23,000. So we have some program goals. There are 17 total performance goals for these entire, I'm not going to read them all to you. You can find them. We have 10 programs, 5 funds, but we did a little word cloud. Very proud of the component units that put together leadership engagement, lots of different goals, really focused again on people in how we serve them as a mostly internal service type of a department. Looking at this, how can you further those goals with the budget requests? They are all people-centered requests that we are making. Again, technology funding, training funding, we are supporting justice, and we steward the finances. So we appreciate your support of that. And this is our request this year. Some changes I'll get to in the end, but just to show you the overs and the unders. Public affairs does show a $96,000 increase. That is ultimately customer support is in there. If you split them back out, they would not be. I'll explain that in a second, Mr. Smith. Information technology has gone down 57,000. Part of that is our technology plan that we presented earlier on the ARP. Municipal court down 12,500. So we appreciate their work on that. Legal services up, and I'll explain the big numbers here in a second. Other funds, you can see the business districts, again, information technology down, and then a savings, the fund not yet appropriated for ARP. So the notable changes of what's going on there. Customer support, which reports to Jenny Starkey in the Public Affairs Office, has been completely merged in this budget into Public Affairs. So they're just one unit now, not 2 separate program units. So you'll see that in the budget. And so that it's a savings, obviously, with the salary position being the one position frozen. The business districts also have been historically, since Mara related to them and worked with them in the program units there in planning and development. Those have all been moved into finance and administration, beginning with this budget now as well. We have 2 frozen positions, which we mentioned earlier, GIS coordinator and the customer support supervisor. We also have, we've talked about separation payouts, and I hemmed and hawed about this number. This is not as high as I think we're going to see. We have created a fund, centralized a fund in human resources. It right now has $200,557, which is the estimate for the people we know are going to leave. That does not mean the people, that means that the people that we don't know are going to leave, that do leave, there is no budget for them at this point. So I do think if you wish, we could amend this number up and still be within reason with our look there.
Is there a time frame if they have to say they want to retire?
We asked under the policy for 14 days notice. Obviously, if they're going to retire, they have to do some paperwork. Our enforcement of that is we could say that, you know, that they haven't retired in good standing or resigned in good standing if they just leave us, you know, with 2 days notice, but there's really nothing we can do with that, short of not hire them back if they were to apply. So.
Do we have a schedule of those individuals that are able to retire, just to have that money?
We do, and I think we could probably add another $200,000 to $250,000 on this list. So, and again, it's a matter of personal choice in many ways. It's a matter of how much load you want to carry in a fund like that. That reduces other potential spends. But also, the point is that when those, I think that's 9 to 10 people, when they do retire and we have other people leave, we're going to be, shaking the couch cushions.
It's something that should have been going on all along. Regardless of just holding the account, doesn't matter. It should have been in the first place.
So we can definitely discuss that when we do finance and admin as a budget unit. Other notable changes, we have created a litigation reserve. This is in a conversation like Mara, the BOA attorney. So rather than having that in a department, that's a legal services function. So we've created a litigation reserve of $150,000. So that just sits there. I'm going to tell you, we have lawyers all the time. You all know this, telecommunications leases, things like that. We need to have something in place. All organizations do. If we get sued, we have to be prepared for some things like that. So we've created that reserve in the legal services budget.
Is the 150 number based on past engagement, or it's a guess?
It's a low information estimate, otherwise known as a lie. So,
Thank
no.
you for being honest.
Yes, no, but the problem is Douglas Hill confused that number, right? Just simply with such a spend there. But if we do have larger projects again coming through that are seeking incentives, there may need to be that reserve. Now, even with obviously revenue coming in, the point is you have to book that expenditure somewhere. So that was my best guess, looking at some past usage, where we are. We do run about at least $40,000 a year in attorneys outside of our city attorney, right? In terms of telecommunications and such. So if we get into other lawsuits about things, that could easily go up. Premiums for insurance, not just health, but property and casualty went up by $127,000. So this goes back to our RFP conversation. I think the entire risk management portfolio needs RFP, RFI review this coming year. If we're going to see those kinds of increases, it's not sustainable. That includes internally, and human resources and the doctor know this well and have been looking at it, our workers' comp and how we address training, those kinds of issues to avoid having to go to a risk management model. That's how you do it, right? Preventative maintenance, preventative work on risk maintenance helps hopefully avoid that. The business districts are going to beautify the heck out of the city in this coming budget, so we appreciate that. We talked about office supplies. We have created a centralized fund in the SIP year over year, the capital improvement plan, just to $7,000, but we were spending, I think this budget had at least $3,000 or $4,000 worth of office chairs out of the general fund, just regular replacement. People, the chair broke, they need a new chair, things like that. And you look across the way, those were just stuck in office supply budgets. When you aggregate that cost, it's a capital cost to the city, just like furniture is. So let's create that account. We put in $7,000, not wanting to blow up the capital fund. We could really go through and deal with a lot of chairs that we know about and such, but we need to start building that. And so we built that into the SIP. And then again, we talked about the ARP plan. So the funding to own the computers rather than leased. Questions on finance admin? All right, debt service overview. Our debt service.
Most exciting for near the end.
Yeah, right. This is the best news of the budget. We're paying down debt. So we have a great bond rating, as I said, AA1 by Moody's. What is our debt for? We have 2 series bonds out there. 2011 for street repair was bonded for $13 million, 2019 for 4.81. For Fire Station 2, and that number, after I did this, I need to correct. It's actually again 4.9 some, but works for the purposes of what we're showing here today. So this is our legal debt margin. I want to be clear. This is not how much debt we can afford. This is how much debt the state would allow us to have. There is a formula that's explained in the budget. So we take our net assessed value. You can see that as of January 1. This is property value, $742 million. We can have a debt limit of 10% of that net assessed value, which is $74 million, which we then must take away from that, our current debt. So our current debt is $5.4 million is bonded debt. Then we have assets of $547,000 in the debt service fund that we also take out of that. $6 million, that's our debt account, our debt that we owe. $68 million is our legal debt margin. What does that mean for us? For 22, we have paid this amount of money, budget spot on because it's easy to pay debt. They give you a schedule, you pay the bill. Debt service principal 1.465 and debt service interest of 200,000. So $1,655,000 in 22. These are our debt payments for 22. You can see the interest. We make an interest and principal payment in September and then an interest payment in March on both series of bonds. So September and March is when we make those payments. So for this coming year, our debt will change just slightly. We're going to pay $50,000 more in principal and $49,000 and some less in interest. That's the way our schedule works out for this coming year. $950 increase in the budget. All of this is paid by the general obligation debt service fund. So this is not general fund. This is the special property tax for debt. And here is the schedule for our payments. You can see again, the big payments in September of 31 and $1,055,000. And then again for the 2019 series, 44,550 and 460,000. So we are paying down debt and we have a very low debt load versus our ability to pay. So that is the department budgets.
Is the chief coming back?
No, not at all.
Start
We have
all
two
over
more
again.
slides, just two more. Are you with us, Jenny? So
I want to know who the three people are who made it to the end. That's impressive.
it's fine.
We're not to the end. I know we're not to the end quite yet.
So
We're
Jenny's,
close.
we're close. Jenny's going to pull this up. Dr. Peoples is going to bring back some discussion points on what you need, but we need to talk about schedule. So if you just, just pop it forward through the balancing act.
And I think I need to share it too.
Yep, back one. You went too far. Yeah, so go back to the PowerPoint and share it again. It shut down, so. The budget schedule is what we,
Which at this point, I have no idea what screen I'm on. I'm sharing. I'm sorry.
So while we're
Does it
getting the
matter?
screen-
I can see it on my screen. Does that matter? What with my no vote and power?
Scott's been counting screens, so he knows.
Almost there. Oh, right there.
We're good.
someone's punchy over there. All right, budget schedule, that's what we want to talk about. So we have many different times to go through things scheduled, May 10th, May 17th, June 7th, June 21st. Obviously, the fiscal year begins on July 1. Wanted to talk about this schedule. This is just a proposal we put together of when to take up department budgets for you to consider and to process amendments on. If you want to do that, we can easily start that on May 10th. If you need more time, we can do that as well. The point being is you would not necessarily not be able to come back, but to try to order your work, right? To give you help. So I'll use exec and legislative. In my example before, if you want to give all the boards and commissions a certain amount of money, you would be ready for the May 10th meeting to have an amendment to change the budget for the exec and legislative for boards and commissions. If you wanted to change the police budget, not the SIP, not the capital fund, just the police budget, you'd be ready on May 10th. So the difference is on May 17th that you'd have the capital plan and the ARP compensation we would schedule out on May 17th as well. Doesn't mean we can't talk about them. We can also do some of that roundtable work about if we want to talk about scenarios, things that we hear today. Part of this is, do you want more meetings on the budget? Do you think you need more than this? We certainly can. And we also have other proposals that have come in that just aren't in the budget. The BDC has sent in a business proposal, business liaison position proposal, the sustainability plan, those types of conversations. When do you want those scheduled as we talk about the budget? If at all, you don't have to schedule them. That's up to you. We just want to make sure to appropriately prepare your time here so we get the budget done the way you'd like it. So I'm going to stop there and turn it
So
to
yeah, so how about
schedule.
before we talk about the schedule, we talk about our organizing questions that we're really going to have to answer.
Excellent. So Ms. Starkey, if you'd go to the next slide, please. All right. So in terms of wrap up, there are several things that we need direction from you, from council as a whole. Again, does not have to be decisions, but as we come back on May 10th,
what additional information do you need for your discussion? So I've lumped these in categories. So compensation is probably the hardest discussion to have. And it's also probably one of the most important that we have the information from you tonight to build models on. So as a body, do you support bringing those 29 staff identified to minimums within the pay range? Would you like to see other things? Do you want to see them brought further into the market with some of the other class and comp recommendations that you received earlier? You know, what do you want to do with COLA? Do you want to see higher COLA amounts? Do you want to see no COLA? What would you like us to build?
Okay, so let's stop for a second because that requires data gathering on your
does.
part. So I guess with the first question, I mean, are we going to support the 29 staff identified minimums within the pay range? I think, you know, this is not the end all be all decision, but, you know, we need to state where we think we are right now in terms of that.
And let me add a little bit more context. If it's
Please.
an easy yes, then you've already got that built into the budget. If the answer is no, if you think that that's too much right now and that, yes, we know we want to bring staff to minimums, but we can't right now. So then I would back that out of the budget and show you what the budget looks like without bringing those staff to minimums. And in that instance, maybe you want to bring everybody's COLA up a higher percentage. You have leeway. So that's the discussion.
I think I'd like to see some different options. Going back to what Dr. Peoples mentioned, if we did back out the 29 to bring up the minimum pay, what could we up the COLA to be? Or vice versa? Do they get no COLA? Do they bring them up to date? I mean, bring them up to the minimum and then no COLA? What they would do to the budget?
No COLA for the remaining employees or no COLA for those we're bringing up?
But from what I understand, the ones that we're bringing up, they do not get COLA. Is that correct?
It is correct. They really, because some of them have such large
Yeah.
increases and they get to minimum, they don't. So,
But you said some of those could be as much as 15%.
yes. Now, but some of them to bring to minimums, for example, if it's 1.8% to bring them to a minimum, then they would get the COLA. That's why I'm not so quick to say yes or no, because there's some that they may get a portion of the COLA.
So 2% is essentially the minimum if you're
Yes.
including the COLA.
Yes.
Okay.
But is there any scenario where we wouldn't bring them up to minimum?
You know,
Maybe there's not. I mean, if anything, it would go beyond, but I don't know of a scenario where we wouldn't take the recommendation to at least bring them to minimum.
I say thumbs up and bring them to the minimum.
Okay.
yeah,
Anyone who objects to that? All right, so that's a decision. We've made a
It
decision.
absolutely is. So we will leave that within the budget. So then the next decision point is COLA. No COLA, more COLA.
I think on that one, I'd love to see like maybe like a couple of different scenarios.
I'd like to see no COLA and then higher.
Yeah, like maybe 0, 2, and 5 or something like that.
over the past couple of years, when have we not given a COLA?
I don't recall a time when there has not been, looking, obviously I wasn't here, but looking back at multiple budgets, I don't know a time there wasn't a COLA.
I mean, is there an appetite?
Yeah, well, that's, I guess, my point in this is that throughout what is probably one of the worst budgetary constraints or budgetary pressures that we will see, hopefully, we still provided that COLA, and not to pat ourselves on the backs. I think that we have an obligation to do that, but I don't see a need based off of where we are financially that an additional COLA increase or more than 2% is necessary this year. That doesn't mean that we can't do it next year, but it just seems to me that we've attempted to keep pace. And of all years, this seems like an like a difficult year to increase it any more than 2%.
So, but for me is that we've never had this type of data with that saying why we want to do it for 2%.
Yeah.
I would say it's almost an emotional decision that we made.
Yeah.
And don't we still have to keep in mind that even with the COLA increase, we still have to look at some job discontinuance?
We do.
And also, we still have to think about that healthcare. If we're gonna, if we are gonna say that, single coverage is gonna be $100 a month, and we're giving people a 2%, like, You know what I mean? Like some of that increase is gonna go directly to their insurance as well. Some of like that.
Is it possible for you to take compensation, workforce, and healthcare and just create a few options for scenarios, combining those different factors? Instead of us asking for 2 different scenarios in compensation and 2 different scenarios in workforce and 2 with healthcare, can you just create a menu that seems to make sense?
But we've got to give some direction for that. I mean, that's asking for a lot of mind reading, I think.
I'm actually pretty good at it.
I know
But
you
would
are.
Still
I know you are.
appreciate.
But how about this? How about if we discuss each of the things, we're going to do this individually. She'll get information. Sorry, the city manager will get information on what sort of preferences are and then can more accurately build what you're talking about.
To me, I'm relying on her professional experience.
Yes, I
to figure
understand.
out where to give and take.
Yeah.
Without going through the details that
Yeah.
at least I know I'm not an expert on.
Right.
So what I hear, just to kind of summarize, and I hope nobody feels like I'm interrupting, but so I've heard clearly, let's build a model taking the 2% out. Everybody supports, from what I hear, bringing those 29 staff up to the minimums. So we'll keep that in. That's what's in the proposed budget, but we will build a model where we do only that and we take out the 2% COLA. So that's one model we'll build.
Right.
I believe I heard Councilperson Hickson Shepherd say she would like to see a 5% COLA model as well. Would anybody else like to see that? Because if not, there's not.
Okay, I don't want to be the only one.
No, I agree. I think it would be worth seeing.
Let's see. 5%, maybe 2 and 3.
So we already have 2% built in. What you see with the budget is
It's already here.
But I think part of what you want to see is the impact those incremental steps actually
Yeah, I'd
have.
like to see no COLA.
Yes, that
We've already
that was the
Got
first
that.
option.
So I
she
mean,
mentioned.
I think 5 is good. I think we should look at 5.
So we're gonna do a no COLA, a 3%, a 5%. Now let me ask you about the healthcare option.
Good.
As a whole, what I have proposed and what you see built into the budget is those 77 staff minus the fire labor, and I'm sorry, I don't remember that number. I think it was 62 or 63 impacted staff, building it in at $100 per month, $1,200 annually. Do you support that?
We don't have time. We can't look at other options for healthcare
We
in
cannot.
time for the budget.
We cannot. I'm sorry. I wish we could. And when I say, do you support that? Again, this is not binding. This is as if we're trying to build models. And I say that because I know you all understand it, but for those, 3 people listening and for staff who will go back and listen to it, this is simply, again, seeing where we'll go. We have the month of May to work through this as well, but this will help as we bring back, we've got May and June as we bring back on May 10th. Other options for that, we could look at the model of any number. I'm just drawing it, right? Again, I have it at $100 built in every month. We could look at more built in every month. We could look at less. We could look at $50 a month, which would be $25 a paycheck.
If you're going to create some type of matrix, I say 100, 125, 150.
I saw no's as shaking, and I'm again not trying to draw a consensus and say, but what I want to do, it's not that I won't do what one person says, but when we come back on the 10th, I want to utilize your time to the best that I can and to talk about models that are realistic.
Is there any, I wonder about options that would gradually put this in as opposed to start with the 100. If there's anyone else who might like to see 6 months at $50 and then we move to the 100, just to give some people some time to do the planning.
My biggest concern is that right now it's all the other people that are paying for the single coverage.
Jenny, is it possible to go back to that slide?
When is benefit election?
It opens up very quickly because it has to be done by July 1st.
So it hasn't happened yet.
No, it has not.
So this would be introduced as part of election.
Yes, it would.
Oh, that changes my.
I'm
I'm all
what
for
you
it.
say their insurance enrollment?
Ma'am,
Wait, I
What
didn't
did
hear
she
the
say? What is
question.
the
So they
insurance
haven't
enrollment?
had their benefit election. So this doesn't go into effect for anybody until they say, this is what I want for this year.
They'll be able to make it.
we wouldn't be changing the game on anybody in the middle.
mid-
They
Okay,
will have the
okay.
option then to go into benefit elections, making an informed choice on what they can with their budget. They will also know those 29 staff, which are also our trades and our lower paid staff. So they're going to get those increases, not saying that the insurance still doesn't hurt them, but there are some offsets there. But they'll have that information as well as what the council decides to do with COLA. So
Okay.
they will be able to make an informed choice.
I don't know if you can do this because it's really granular and wouldn't say for everybody, but I would want to be careful that we don't have anybody who's going to end up making less because they're like paying insurance now and they're getting 0 or 2%. I would just, my caution is I'm okay with flat if we have to go flat, but I really don't want anybody coming out of this behind. Especially since, other costs have gone.
I mean, I think that you're not going to accomplish that with the employee plus child and children with the 14% increase. I think all 27 of those staff members are going to make less. That's just I'm not a mathematician, but.
I don't know that we could accomplish that.
Okay. I mean, that's fair.
Yeah, I wish we could. I mean, the reality is the 7% healthcare really, really hurts on both the city side and the employee
The only
side.
way we could do that is if we gave everybody at least a 7% increase. I mean, basically.
Well, and it's accurate to say over the last several years, we've been absorbing the vast majority of the increase in costs already.
So the city has absorbed the vast majority, excuse me. And again, I would also point you to that out of our 150-ish full-time workforce, 77 have single coverage. So over 50% have single coverage and have never had an increase in healthcare. The city has absorbed that cost.
And how many of those are included in the population that will be brought up to the minimum, which could be as much as 15%?
I don't know off the top of my head, but we can get you that information.
Well, and I think it's also important that if we do the $100 a month, that we inform employees that they're going to be in part of a process as we go through an RFP or RFI for a new insurance possibly. And that way they know that, look, we realize there's rising costs. We're trying to fix it or at least slow it down. And hopefully we can get your input as we look at additional or new insurance coverage.
We absolutely can. So I'm not necessarily hearing a majority on that. What we can do is look at a $50 rather than the $100. We can bring back that model for individuals to consider as well.
Is there anybody, Sarah, you changed your mind. Is there anybody else who wants that model besides I was the one who asked for it.
$100, 50 and 100.
It's a gradual
Yeah.
model.
The 100's already built in.
If you're gonna do a scenario, I'd like to see the $50.
Okay.
Okay. So I skipped over the workforce bullet that was on the other one. Jenny, if you could go back to the wrap-up council discussion. Thank you.
Sorry.
So this question is, do you support right-sizing the workforce to help close the structural deficit? And in just real plain language, what we're talking about is, do you support looking at reducing the workforce?
I am in favor of this year looking at attrition and retirement and ensuring that any opening needs to be filled. I don't, based off of where we are with ARP funding and our reserves, see any need to have any additional layoffs or any additional reduction in workforce beyond that right now.
Thank you.
Don't think I'm in agreement with that. I think we should make those adjustments and layoffs where we can combine job share. One is eliminated, do so. Too many individuals in one department just to shift them. But I think those adjustments are needed for this year to make our budget goals.
And I think if we look at early retirement potentials, I mean, if we have individuals that are approaching retirement that have indicated that they will be retiring in the near future, is there something that we can do from a early retirement incentive to, and that's where I was kind of saying earlier, if we utilize some of the ARP funds to shore up an early retirement option. So for maybe even looking at that, as opposed to you know, having to first go to a young family
Sure.
member with children and all of that.
Certainly. So we can certainly
So
look at some
I
early.
actually think we
Yes.
need, oh, no, go ahead then if you're going to, I think we need to hear from everybody on this one. though.
Yes, thank you. I was just gonna say, we can look at some early retirement options without identifying those staff as we talk about it, but I can try to put some costs together to see if that's a direction council's
We
interested in.
cannot offer to Chief Curtis. So.
I mean, I'm in favor of making early retirement attractive. You know, I think we all want, I shouldn't say that. I think I can probably say we all want to do this as gently as we can. We don't need to bring the budget all the way, those lines to match this year, but we do in the next couple of years. And if we don't do anything this year, then we're gonna have to do more maybe next year or, you know, a lot in year 3. So, but the more we can do through attrition, retirements, voluntarily moving, and the less we have to do an actual position elimination, I think the more palatable it's gonna be for all of us and for morale.
We'll be facing the same difficult decisions next year.
Because
Yeah.
we've been kicking
Well,
it
let's
down
let
the
Sarah,
can.
let's let Sarah have her.
I don't, I
say.
mean, I think I'm with David on this one, that I don't know that I support it this year. I think with the other changes that we're making that are impactful to employees, I think there's gonna be enough cuts there that we shouldn't have to lay off. I think if we have a policy set maybe about early retirement, that I would want that to be voluntary and not a layoff.
The problem with early retirement, right, is that it doesn't necessarily match up with the position that we get eliminated.
The organizational demands. Yeah.
I'm just gonna share some commentary after that, regarding that, after Councilwoman Bliss has her turn.
I'm gonna go back to the balancing act. I did it and I had a different scenario where we did not have to reduce the workforce, but more than maybe a couple people. So I think there's a balance there with going through the retirement, seeing what's available, going through no COLA option. So that's, I guess, why I wanted to see more enmeshed scenario on what to do.
Thank you.
It's not much of a direction, just other notes.
Sure.
That I made it work on balancing it to my, how I liked it. So
Yeah.
I'll just see where you guys are, where you end up.
So I will just add my 2 cents here. Yes, no one likes doing this. I mean, none of us who are elected to anything want to do anything like this, but you know, I do think there's a little bit of postponing the inevitable here, and we have to, it's not reassuring to our staff for us not to do what needs to be done when it has to be done. And so, you know, I'd like to do as many retirements as we can. I'd like to do as much by attrition as we can, but I think the reality of the matter is we're going to have to reduce some staff.
That's really gonna be the bottom line.
So thank you, Mayor and Council. And I know I've put you on the spot with those direct questions. I would just point out that through attrition, we have included 6 positions within the FY23 position, and we're still incredibly upside down. So we can do this through continued attrition through FY23. I think the early retirement option, if we can get there, is a terrific one. But that does not allow for reviewing the organization and doing the efficiencies in those positions perhaps that are needed. So it's not necessarily a strategic measure. And the easier measure isn't always the best long-term outcome measure. So I think we need multiple tools here. This is a complex problem. So definitely the early retirement option, it's a great option to have. But as has already been stated a little bit more softly, and so now I'm going to be pretty blunt, but if we don't do some of these things this year, we will be sitting here next year where it is not an option.
And when you start talking about early retirement option, you're talking about giving them pay, insurance, for a period of time. It can be anywhere from 90 days to 6 months.
And that's where we were talking about is it possible to use some of the ARP funds for that? Because that would be a one-time cost. That's not something that we have to pay continuously, and, but just something to consider there, because yeah, I mean, people make those decisions based upon how their funds are going to play out once they retire. So they can't just say, okay, yeah, I'll go ahead and leave because I'm ready to retire anyway. Well, they're not going to do that if they're not in a financial position to do it. So, you can't ask that of somebody without incentivizing them to help them bridge that time.
Right, and they have the option of taking it or leaving it. No, thank you. And you're right back where you started. By looking at the workforce and strategically finding those positions that will be less impact to be our best option.
So I think I've got enough direction there to bring back some information, and as you all sleep well tonight and over the next few days, really do need you to think about the impacts next budget year as we're having these conversations again, hopefully not at 11 p.m., but we will be having these conversations and how we move the needle forward this year. The other discussion points I think are a little easier, but it's ARP. Do you want to see more than that $770-ish thousand for replacement revenue inserted in, which would free up more fund balance? Do you like where that level is at?
Go ahead, David. You looked like you were ready.
I was just gonna say, I don't like the 50-50 split between the fund and the ARP. I would rather see more ARP and less fund.
Okay.
And the reason for that is I would like to have that reserve because we're gonna have unexpected expenses, and I would rather be able to pull from the fund at that point and use the ARP for the revenue replacement.
Thank you.
Ditto. What David said.
Others?
Anybody else?
I don't know. I mean, initially I was leaning the opposite way, and we talked about that the other day, is, using more of the fund balance because these are real expenses. And I feel like it's kind of kicking the can a little bit if we use ARP for revenue replacement, but maybe using it, I don't know if it's 50-50 or some other split this year and then less next year. And so that using the ARP funding to kind of ease us into our, getting to where we want to be. But I see the point too of protecting the fund balance.
Well, the fund balance is in excellent shape. I mean, it's not that it's starving. The ARP, I'm using it 50-50, I think is an equal opportunity. ARP, at least what I've always thought about was using that for infrastructure, that we wouldn't have to go back into the fund to pay for those things. I like the 50-50 split myself.
I like the 50-50 split.
Yeah, and Karen, do you have any comment on this particular point?
I actually like the 50-50 split.
Okay. And actually, I'm in the same boat. I don't want to use more ARP funds on things that we're just going to have to figure out money for later anyway.
All right. I feel like I've gotten some kind of direction on that one. So that's good. All right. I think in terms of now, I've got some direction so we can build out some models. We'll play around with the fund balance usage as well.
We're gonna solve this ECDC thing. This is unbelievable. I think that we as a council need to, I'm just hot to trot on this because I just find it unbelievable. But mainly because I do think that there's reasons that we're just increasing costs for unknown expenditures. But I think if we can get all the other municipalities together on this, I think the council members or the aldermen will understand better than maybe the city managers or the administrators might want to admit to.
Well, I like your idea of getting that guy in here,
Yeah.
giving us a presentation.
That seems like a logical first step for two reasons. One, we get more information, and two, it's a little pressure that you better figure out what you're doing because we're considering other options if you don't.
But I get the feeling it's unlikely he's actually going to do that.
Yeah, but one of the things that Chief Curtis mentioned.
I will make the invitation. I think there might be, make the invitation. And if not, you all have direct access to other councils and aldermen, and I think that is a terrific place to start, and I would encourage you to do so, and I would welcome that
That's not a
assistance in
bad
those
idea.
conversations.
Yeah.
So I see a couple of you ready to bolt. We still have agenda items.
Go ahead. No,
So-
you finished asking all your questions you need?
I think I've gotten all I'm gonna get.
Because I think we'll do the fund
Yes.
balance on its own separate time. We do have agenda items. Before we do that, I do want to extend my thanks on behalf of all of us to the city manager, the assistant city manager, all the department heads. You all have done, I mean, we have more information right now than we've ever had before, and it is critical that that is true because we have such frankly terrible decisions to make. And so thank you for all your work in doing that, and thank you for staying almost till midnight because I know you all worked a full day already. So I'm not going to talk much more other than to reinforce Emily's point from the beginning, just in case anybody watches this recording. None of us likes to do this, and we all wish that we had other options, but unfortunately, there are not a whole lot of good ones. So please don't think for a second that we don't understand what the human cost of these decisions are. So thank you all. And yes, anything else from you, or can I see if anyone wants to remove anything from the consent agenda?
Perfect.
No? May I have a motion, Councilmember Franklin, for the approval of the consent agenda?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'd like to move for the approval of the consent agenda.
All right, I think we're ready for that vote.
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Bliss. Yes. Councilmember Franklin.
Yes.
Councilmember Smith.
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander.
Yes.
Councilmember Richardson.
Yes.
Councilmember Hickson Shepherd.
Yes.
Mayor Arnold.
We didn't do the
Yes.
scheduling.
I was didn't answer. I didn't realize what she was talking about.
Finish the schedule.
Oh, we did.
But you know you're meeting
Oh,
on the
Lord,
10th, so you
help
can
us
pick
all.
that up.
The scheduling.
Oh, I will, do I ask for a motion to
Meeting
adjourn?
adjourned.
Meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Duly seconded.
Thanks for asking, Emily. I forgot the last part of that.
Calendar dates?